Hey friends, welcome to Shigaraki. So today we are gonna see, what if Deku had an all-element controlling quirk? So before we start, I am grateful to the original author for granting us permission to incorporate their work into our video. I am extremely grateful. The description contains the work of the original author. Also check out my Patreon page for 18+ exclusive mature content. We will now proceed to the video. Elemental Midoriya by Kame Fig. My name's Izuku Midoriya. My quirk is called Element Control. I'm able to control 4 elements, and even subcategories of said elements. My quirk suddenly appeared when I was protecting someone from my childhood friend, Kachan, or Katsuki Bakugo. I was protecting him, and as I defended myself from being attacked by Kachan and his gang of bullies, a stone wall blocked the hits. I thought my quirk allowed me to control the ground, but on other instances of defending people from Kachan I found out I was able to manipulate the earth, water, fire and the air. I slowly developed these skills as I defended people from Kachan. Over time, Kachan's quirk, Explosion, began to increase in power, and so his temper shortened, and anger increased towards me for defending people he chose to hurt. In return, my confidence to defy him grew. We were rivals. Watching All Might's Japan debut, I fell in love with the idea of saving people as All Might did. I fell in love with heroes, and with my quick mind I made many notebooks writing down things about heroes and what they could possibly do. I wanted to become a hero and attend UA because that's where All Might attended. So under the support of my mother, and maintenance of my studies, we found one where people with elemental control came to train. I was one of the most unique there, being able to control 4 elements, while some were able to control 1 or had a mixing of quirks. Here I learned different martial arts techniques and methods to better control my quirk. I learned how to defend from other elemental quirks, how to better deal with heat from controlling fire, and cold when I was able to freeze water and even turn it to steam and fog. I learned many complex techniques I found out with the companions I made while I was here. I learned to control sand, the water in the air, and mimic the properties of breathing fire, similar to my father, even being able to get rid of smoke and fire. I also learned when I was barefoot, using my earth abilities, I was able to sense the people around me who touched the floor. I also made new, contemporary, moves to quicken use of the elements, but at the cost of major power I was able to deal. I also learned that 2 of my abilities were stronger during certain times of the day. When it was bright and sunny, my fire became more powerful, and at night with the moon, my water abilities became stronger. Learning more things and becoming stronger, I had some small burns and scars from not being too careful. Burned from my fire, scars from using earth and water. Air never gave me problems. From the general training and learning moves, I physically became stronger, toned, and faster. This allowed me to handle the strain of moving the earth. Being faster allowed me to be a faster hitter as well. Being toned was more so an accidental cosmetic. New people would come into the dojo and I learned so fast. I helped my senseis to teach the new students. There were multiple senseis for the multiple quirks people had. Over the course of my lifetime, it was in high school where I mastered my abilities. In middle school, I was a loner as everyone there mostly saw that being a hero was more about fame and money. It's not. I criticized everyone, and in return they mostly shunned me. In our career class, our instructor exclaimed we'd all go into the hero course. Teach. Don't lump me in here with these rejects. Kachan exclaimed with a smug grin on his face. These extras don't have what it takes, some of them have useless quirks. Yeah. I'm looking at you with the weird eyes. People in the room shouted at him, calling him a jerk and a bully. The instructor looked at his notes and asked, "Oh, Bakugo, you're planning on going to UA, right?" People were shocked at Kachan's plan to go there. Only a few select people get in. They have a super low acceptance rate, they shouted. I'm the only one here able to get it. I aced the mock exam. I'm top in class. I'll be the number 1 her and trump All Might as being the most popular. He shouted his conviction to the class. You won't be very successful if all you think about is fame and money, I blankly said to him. The teacher only fueled the fire on Kachan. He always wanted to see us fight, the elemental user versus the explosion. Oh yeah, Midoriya, didn't you apply to UA as well? He said, trying to hold back a grin. An explosion erupted on my desk and I fell out of my chair. Deku. You think you can get into UA? You're just an extra with a weaker quirk than me. He shouted with a menacing look on his face. I've seen it enough times to know this is his usually intimidation routine. Explosion to make someone back up. Angry claims followed with heated palms and a menacing look. I will get into UA. I will become a hero, one who saves. I don't care about fame. I spit back at him, breathing out a little fire at the end. Now students, get in your seats, you're not allowed to use your quirks in school. The instructor said, trying to defuse the situation he caused. He wanted to see us fight, just not in his classroom. Kachan returned to his desk and I wiped mine off. He left a small burn mark on the desk from his small explosion. Soon class was over. And it was our last class, so we prepared to go home. Getting my things in my bag, Kachan grabbed one of the notebooks I still had out. Hero analysis for the future, 13. Have you been taking notes on heroes? Geez, useless and a perv. He put it in both of his hands and exploded it, not to a million pieces, but some of the pages were just burned. I knew Kachan. We used to be friends, we are rivals. But he wouldn't destroy anything but the earthen and ice walls I made defending from him. During our little fights, we'd tell each other jokes bystanders couldn't hear. We're making each other stronger. He likes to win, I like to save. In a way we're both like halves of All Might, the one who could save and win. Kachan chastises me more as he walks out with the of his remaining friends. The bullies with long fingers and the one with wings. I grab the notebook and pat it down in case there are still burning embers in it. I place it in my bag and go home. On the way home, I walk through a tunnel as I usually do. I'm suddenly attacked by sludge. Ah gee, thanks kid, I'll use you for a cloak to get away from that hero. Don't resist, it'll only hurt more. I try to claw the sludge from my mouth to no avail. Wait, I think to myself. Sludge is just dirty water. I can use my quirk in self-defense and possibly freeze him to the wall. And that's exactly what I do. I use my arms and motion them, hands from me and pushing out and repeating, until I feel the sludge leave my body. I keep the sludge villain at bay, and breath out a cold breath, instantly freeing him to the wall, but his eyes are still able to move. Prepare to face justice villain. Boomed a voice in the sewer. I wasn't sure if it was some vigilante or a hero, but I prepared an earthbending stance since we were in a tunnel and fire would melt the sludge villain out. Out from the sewer, I saw two long locks of hair sticking up, and slowly a large muscular man rose out with a look of confusion. It's All Might. I instantly faint. I wake up to small slaps and some police around shipping off pieces of the villain stuck on the wall. All Might was the one slapping me. You're All Might. It's really you, wow, you're so much bigger in person. It's an honor, sir. Can I get your autograph? I get my bag and take out my hero analysis notebook to the next blank page, and saw he already signed it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It will be an heirloom. A family treasure, I say as I bow repeatedly to him. He shoots me a thumbs up, and he along with the police question me, asking me my name, age, my quirk, and other things. I tell them the sludge villain attacked me and was suffocating me, and I used my quirk to push him out of my body and I froze him. I broke the law by using my quirk in public. I was worried I'd be arrested, but the police and All Might assured me I did a civil service using my quirk in self-defense and apprehending him so he wouldn't cause any danger to other civilians. All Might's POV, wow. Izuku Midoriya sure is something. Easily able to apprehend this villain. He must be powerful. He was worried since he used his quirk in public. I know he wants to uphold the law. A quirk of being able to control elements, sure sounds powerful. Able to win, and save. I'm in need of a successor. It will be a major power boost, and his body looks like a suitable vessel for one for all. His Life was risked and pursued to not be defeated. He's smart in his quirk application. Had he used fire or earth, he would have caused property damage, and air would have spread out the villain in such a way it would be hard to arrest him. I thought to myself, I'll follow him soon. I have to leave in a bit. I still have that time restraint. I must be off now. As a hero's job, we must also fight time to help citizens feel safe. I'll see you around, young Midoriya. Wait, I want to ask you something, said young Midoriya. He must want to know something about me. So I stop and look to him. Do you think I can be a selfless hero who saves others with a smile as you do? It's about himself. He must want some assurance. If he's asking me, does that mean there's many people who don't believe in him? Young Midoriya, I do believe you can become that hero you describe. I'm sure you'll become the hero everyone looks up to. Midoriya's pav. After hearing All Might's words, I couldn't help but break into tears. My idol has now told me I can become the hero I want to be. After wiping away my tears, I saw All Might jump into the sky, and I felt a gust of wind. I wiped away my tears, and then the police gave me a ride home. It was the least they could do since I helped them out. I thanked them for the ride. I was just about to go home when I was surprised. I am here, young Midoriya. It was All Might, twice in one day. All Might. I couldn't talk to you with so many people around. I want to offer you something. Would you like to hear this offer? Why yes. I want you to become my successor, the one who I'll train to become the next generation's All Might spit out blood, and smoke came from his body, leaving a tall, frail man in his place. Is this some sick joke? Who are you? I ready a fighting stance. I won't use my quirk in the event this man will be hurt. Guess my secret is out now. Well, to you at least. I would have shown you my true form either way. I'm All Might. You're All Might. No, you're just a fake, I tell him. Well, you know those guys who try to look buff at the pool or beach, it's like that. All Might tells me. It sounds ridiculous, but maybe All Might just has a transformation quirk that is also an emitter. Okay. Let me ask you questions then to prove to me you're actually All Might? Sure, whatever gets this done, he said with a small chuckle. What did you tell me earlier? I told you that you can be a hero after you stopped that sludge villain. I believe it. Taking a small moment to think, no one could have possibly told anyone that All Might told me that, other than police officers, but they were there with me, and they seemed to not really care. Okay, I believe you All Might. Now, what's this offer about training me? I want to train you young Midoriya, to become the next generation's #1 hero. I want you to inherit my quirk. He stands tall and spreads out his arms. This quirk has been passed down for 8 generations. And I want you to be the 9th. Izuku Midoriya, will you become my successor, inherit my quirk, and become the next generation's #1 hero? Taken aback by this, I accidentally mumbled to myself. Wait, inheriting a quirk? But I'd have to be his kid in order to inherit a quirk, or does he mean he's going to pass it down to me? But then that would break all that we know about quirks and change the possibilities for those who are quirkless. Geez kid. Do you want my awesome quirk or not? I look up to him, and with a proud face, sureness in my voice, I reply to him. Yes. I will accept your offer All Might. He puts his hand around my mouth. Want to say that any louder kid? If you want to know my real name for public appearances with me in this form, my name is Toshinori Yagi. Call me Yagi since I'm going to be your teacher. Okay Yagi-sensei. I accept your offer. Great. Now, Yagi turned into All Might and plucked out a strand of hair. I now pass on to you, the power that has been grown for 8 generations, and gifted to you, a worthy successor. Now, eat this. What? Well, you have to consume my DNA in order for your body to get the quirk. This is one of the less gross options. Okay. Well, do you have a water bottle or anything to help it go down? As a matter of fact, I do. All Might dug around his pocket to grab a bottle of water. I take the strand of hair and water bottle. I try to swallow the hair, but it gets stuck in my throat, so I take a drink from the water bottle until I feel it go down. So how long is this gonna take? I asked as All Might shrunk down to Yagi. Well, your body still has to process it. It should kick in later tonight. I won't be there, so try and sleep early. Don't go telling anyone about it, except your mother if you choose to do so. Come to Dagoba Beach tomorrow morning. Sleep early tonight. He pats me on my shoulder. We're going to train tomorrow, and he leaves. I go home and tell my mother about the events of the day. I tell her everything, and ask her not to say anything. She trusts me, and is proud of me, but also worried. We have dinner together, and I clean the dishes, shower, and get ready for the weekend. Heeding All Might's words about sleeping early, I turn in for the night and rest. A.N. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. I gave Midoriya OFA. I'm not sure if I'm going to use it as a power boost or not. I'm probably going to keep the class relatively the same. Not sure who to change or not. I also don't know what to do in the event of ships. I might not have any in it. Or a small one. If you guys would enjoy seeing a ship, even if it's not Midoriya with someone, I'd like to know so you guys can have an enjoyable story for you. Anyways, please review what you all think of it, or shoot me a PM if you'd like. Update 1. Hello. This isn't a new chapter, but I wanted to address some things I've seen from reviews so far. First thing to talk about is ships. Two reviews stand out to me. It's one with Yaoyorozu, or Kendo, or a female Todoroki. One of these will possibly be a ship. I don't know how I'd do one with Kendo, but I think she's cute, so I'll think of some way if I can. I'll probably make it so that they're vying for his love or affection. Might do the same for Uraraka or some other characters. I don't know. I've never done something where a lot of girls like someone. But the class is mostly the same, save for a female Shoto, possibly the switch of someone for Kendo. Second, I want to address something from a review. Using airbending to suffocate someone. As how powerful that can be, I don't think I'll put it in. Only because it puts Midoriya in a position I don't imagine him being in, unless he turns into a villain. Dun dun dun. But I don't think I'll make Midoriya a villain. And the relationship of Bakugo and Midoriya. I don't think I'll have them have as an intense and character building fight. They already respect each other, but Bakugo is a tease and is rude. Third, I'll be updating the story when I have time to upload. I have exams coming up, so next week might be a little dry. I'll try to get another one out by at least tonight, at most next week. Fourth, send me a PM or leave a review to help make the story better. I don't think I'm good at writing action, so this will, hopefully, help me improve my writing skill in that. Or PM me to ask me anything and I'll respond within the hour or immediately. If I'm not really doing anything. Or shoot me a tweet, Heronif 125. If you want, don't have to. Anyways, this has been your news update. Back to you, John, the actual writer of this story. Chapter 3. On Saturday I woke up early to head to Dagoba Beach and meet with Yagi-sensei, or All Might. I should probably stick to calling him Yagi-sensei, because calling him All Might would probably attract unwanted attention, I thought to myself. I get ready, so I put on a simple shirt saying, All M, some light-colored track pants as well, and some shoes. I don't plan of wearing them much at the beach since being barefoot or having thin soles can help me earth bend a little better. I grab a fruit to eat from the fridge and head out. It's surprisingly warm, and the sun is starting to rise a little. I get moving and briskly jog there. Once I'm there, I see the beach, littered with heaps of garbage. Wow, this beach looks like garbage, I bluntly say out loud. Well, you're going to clean it, kid. I turn to where the voice is coming from, and see it's Yagi-sensei. Wait, you want me to clean the entire beach? I ask him with emphasis. Yes, for a couple reasons. Yagi-sensei explained. The beginning of Heroes, it was a civil service job. We didn't have laws or actual jobs in place before the hero profession. So it was mostly community service type things. Like cleaning up parks and stuff. The four-armed hero fourth kind does this a lot with his agency, cleaning up nearby parks. Yeah, so that's why you want me to clean up the beach? I respond. Well, yeah. This beach used to be beautiful. My old mentor, the seventh holder of One for All, Help train me here a little. Yagi-sensei looked out to the sea, with a sad but also proud look on his face. He turned his head to me and continued. So I'm going to help train you here. I also want to see the extent of your quirk. I'll give you a little history on the quirk One for All. It's actually 2 quirks. One for All is 2 quirks? I ask with a confused look on my face. Yeah, the power to pass down quirks, and an energy stockpiling quirk. They both merged to become One for All. And it has special properties dealing with those with quirks and the quirkless. The quirkless are able to inherit the power as well? Yeah, but they need to train a lot more, and they need to learn to use it. I was actually quirkless, you know. My mentor found me, and trained me, and fortunately I was able to control 100% of its power. Yagi-sensei explained. So, I have a quirk. Would I also get the same power as you in addition to my quirk? I asked. No, probably not. From what's known about One for All is that it's a power-up quirk. Meaning if you already have a quirk, then it just increases your power. So your element control quirk would get supercharged. The 6th user of One for All had a quirk, and his power was increased greatly, and was able to achieve a state of power where he was able to exponentially increase his power. One for All gradually gets stronger as well. It's not the same power level compared to the first user. I'm partly responsible for that. So One for All is like getting a stat bonus in a video game. I try to clarify for myself. Yagi-sensei laughs at this. Well, when you put it that way, kid, yeah. For you it should be passive, no need to think about One for All, probably just your power output when you're using your quirk. He replied with a smile. And walks over and down the stairs leading to the beach. Now, let's get to you cleaning up this beach. You can use your quirk. This is all about teaching you control and expanding your power output. By the way, what school are you planning to go to? I never asked. We're walking down the steps to the sand. I sit on the second to last step to take off my shoes and socks. I'm planning on going to UA. I turn to look up at him. The same school where you learn to be a hero. He chuckled and beamed me a smile. Well, the entrance exam is in 10 months. So we've got a good amount of time to do this. His face went from smiling to looking puzzled. Why are you taking off your shoes and socks? There could be sharp and jagged pieces in the garbage here. Well, I'm able to control the earth and sand a lot better if I'm not wearing anything that cover my feet. I can wear thin-soled shoes, but most I find are fairly costly. I try to stay in my family's budget since they had spent a lot of money in martial arts classes to help me with my quirk. And I know thin-soled work the best as I had to buy some clothes from the dojo. I explain. Well, here you're able to be barefoot. But I could help you out with the shoe problem. I don't want you injuring a body part essential to your quirk, my boy. Why's he so willing to help me? I get everything else, the quirk, support, training, now to go and buy me something. What the hell, it's like he's treating me like a son. I pondered. You don't have to, Yagi-sensei. I'm sure I'll be fine. I've gotten hurt from my own quirk. It took a while, but getting used to heat, cold, and weight came with time for my quirk. Right now I want to see if I can get rid of that giant fridge. I reassure my teacher. He beams me a grin and stands back. All Might is watching me. I want to make a good impression. But I shouldn't go all out and burn myself out. But I don't know what element to use. I'm also not trained in simultaneous bending yet. I should try and go for earthbending and crush it with a rock. Yeah, I bet that'll be cool. I think to myself. I have closed fists, and slash them down in an X formation turning into an open palm, and a stone wall rises. I change my position and stomp, the stone wall levitates, and punch the air, sending the stone wall flying and crushing the fridge. Every movement I make with earthbending, it sounds like a rumbling of boulders. Good job, kid, but remember, we need to clean up the beach, not make more of a mess, stated Yagi-sensei. Oh yeah, forgot about that. I rubbed the back of my head and let out a small chuckle. Over the next few hours, Yagi-sensei encouraged me to go and reach limits I couldn't before. He was definitely correct that One for All was passive. My weight limit got higher. I was able to create boulders. I also found that my contemporary moves were stronger as well. Same speed, but more power and an increased amount of elements I would be able to use. Reaching melting points with my fire was easier. I also didn't need to breath out to freeze water. I just needed to think about it. I was also able to turn sand into a dense solid, and return it back to sand, and being able to see from earthbending was much clearer now. At the end of the day, probably around 3 in the afternoon, Yagi-sensei wanted to talk to me about tomorrow. Young Midoriya, I'm proud of the improvements you've claimed you made. I wasn't sure of your quirk control before, but now you've got this stat boost, as you say, and I'm proud to see how you use your quirk in such interesting methods. Levitating the trash from the beach and returning the sand back to the beach, or finding more trash buried under the sand. Tomorrow, we'll be doing quirk work, and not trash. You've cleaned up a lot and the garbage truck is coming soon. We'll call ourselves done for today. I'm amazed by your power. Midoriya. I beam him a smile. My idol is proud of me. Thank you, Yagi-sensei. I'll be sure to put in even more effort at tomorrow's training. I replied to him. 2 more things, Midoriya. We'll meet here, but we're going somewhere else to train, someplace where we won't be bothered as much. We're going to go to UA tomorrow. But don't tell your friends. You can tell your mother so she knows of your whereabouts. While you were cleaning up the beach, I talked it out with the principal, and he's fine with using a location for you to train. He also knows about our arrangement, that I would train and mentor you. You won't get a recommendation, but I know you've got it in you to get into UA. I know you're smart, and I also wanted to talk about your academics. What about my academics? I want you to stay on top of it. I know training with your idol is great, but be sure to study. Getting into UA isn't just about your quirk, but your mind as well. Take care of yourself. We'll meet, say around 7 if that's fine with you. 7 it is, All Might. I respond to him. All Might? Where's All Might? A couple of strangers nearby overheard. Midoriya, repeat after me. Oh, never mind, I was mistaken. Yagi-sensei whispered to me. Oh, never mind, I was mistaken. I repeated loudly so they could hear me. Oh, all right, responded someone. I should really learn to watch my tone, but it's just so amazing that All Might, the #1 hero, is my teacher now. All Might, Yagi-sensei and I left the beach. I went home. I hadn't realized how hungry I was until I smelled some food my mom was cooking. She had weekends off from her office job, so she decided to make some lunch for us. I could tell from smelling the air. Hey Mom. I'm back from the training. I say, taking off my shoes. I walk over into the small kitchen to see her making something. Hi Izuku. How was it? You must be tired. Well, not tired, but I am hungry. It went by pretty well. I was surprised by how much I'm able to do now. Well, I figured you'd be hungry, so I made us some sandwiches. My mom beamed me a smile. I told her about the training, cleaning up the beach to find my new limits. I also made sure to tell her about tomorrow, going to a location on UA's campus, and how All Might wanted to be updated on my schoolwork. She was surprised by this, how involved All Might was being, almost fatherly. I know times had been rough since Dad went overseas to work. But we are both grateful for him in our lives, otherwise we wouldn't be able to be where we are. My father, Hisashi Midoriya, he tries to visit as much as he can, usually about once a year for holidays. He has a well-paying job, and always sends us a portion of the money to pay for the apartment. I also inherited a part of his quirk, the fire aspect. He can breath fire, and with my quirk, I can make the illusion that I could. So for his birthday I always show him a fire trick I record when I'm at the dojo. Either tossing around a fireball with other people who have pyrokinesis quirks, or breathing fire, to pay homage to him. He loves seeing me improve. He does worry about me when he sees my small burns and scars from doing too much with my quirk, but he's always been supportive of me, even though he's miles and miles away from us and visits once a year. My mother, Inko Midoriya, she's always been there. She was the first one to know about my quirk. I told her immediately after defending a boy from Kachan, and then she video called my dad about it, and helped convince my father to let me train my quirk at a dojo. She also helped feed my interest of being an All Might fanboy, getting me All Might onesies when I was little, one for every costume he had. My favorite is his Golden Age costume. We'd play hero games. She was there for me, always has. My parents were my pillar, and so was All Might. It's so strange how life works and the blessings you can receive. Even the turn of events in a negative light. Katsuki Bakugo, or Kachan as I always call him. He's been my friend since we were in diapers. He's older than me by a few months. We only know each other thanks to our moms. They knew each other in high school, and Kachan's mom, Mitsuki, has actually introduced my mom to my dad. For a while, it was like Kachan and I couldn't be separated until his quirk had manifested. Everyone praised him for such a strong quirk, and he developed a superiority complex. I was praised as well, but after the moment of praise of showing people my still developing quirk, he told me my quirk could never match up to his. Over the years we've had many battles, of which our parents scolded us for, but I have to thank Kachan for pushing me to be stronger, and helping me discover new things about my quirk, like discovering my waterbending, my firebending, and my airbending, which I don't really use much. The first time I used it I accidentally sucked out the air in his lungs. When I had made a pulling back motion with my arms, I suddenly activated it. I stopped and ran home after realizing what I had done. I still consider Kachan a friend and rival. He mostly sees me as a rival who he casually bullies. His words don't hurt me, because I know he's saying it for me to get stronger, so in turn it motivates him to be stronger. There's still a bridge between us, but we don't talk as normal friends do. We tease each other during our fights, calling each other names: Dirtboy, Firecracker, Airhead, Blasty, and even Hot Hands. That last one was lame, but in the heat of the moment, his hands heated up, and once I said it he laughed with me and we stopped fighting. Kachan and I have a sustainable relationship. He loves to win and prove he's the best. I want to save people. Our reasons for being heroes are both halves of what All Might represents: defeating the villain, winning, and saving people with a smile. Kachan was also a part of why I went to a dojo to train my quirk. I went to a place where they train those with elemental quirks. I was able to control earth the time I enrolled. Soon later I learned water and needed more instructors. After that was air. The latest one was my most recent one, fire. Of all of these, air was the one I had the most trouble with since I had suffocated Kachan with it. I did make friends with the different quirks. The most memorable was Inasa Yorashi. His quirk was whirlwind. A bit stronger than my airbending, and he helped me get through my trouble with air. We made little tricks while we were there, like having little objects fly in circles between our hands. We even learned to control the air to allow us to float a little. At the dojo, some pro heroes even visited. The pros had quirks dealing with some elements, so they inspired me to do more. I found my quirk to be very similar to pro heroes like Pixie Bob and the Water Hose duo. I felt a connection to Endeavor as well, for the fire, but he wasn't really a hero I look up to. His eyes, they seemed so cruel and angry. He held an interest in me, being able to control 4 elements, but never spoke to me. The pros who dealt with air, there weren't many memorable ones, but I knew Inasa and I wanted to be pro heroes, and we'd be ones to show the next generation of air quirk users what they can do, and we'd be memorable. There are so many people in my life who've helped me grow and become stronger. Every one of them had helped forge me to become a hero. The hero I wanted to be. The hero that saved people with a smile. A.N. Shout out to CaveBanime87 for starting to help out with the stories. Anyways, next chapter might have a large time skip just to get to the entrance exam. I've officially confirmed there will be a femme shoto and a few love interests. I also want to include some fluff pieces, like dates in the future of this story. I also mentioned something, avatar state, like in this story, and the issue with the airbending someone pointed out. If you're curious about the love interests I'll list it out, it'll be femme shoto, Momo, Ochako, Jiro, Kendo. I'll have it be a bridge to 1B, and Mina. I won't do Asui or Hagakure. Hagakure for the reason that we don't know too much about her. Asui because, I don't actually think she's cute, I'll be burned at the stake for this, and it'll be kind of hard for me to write something of a character I have no interest in, if you guys can understand. They'll be friends, but no romantic stuff between her and Midoriya. I've also been on YouTube a lot, looking at the bending movements. The part with the wall was taken from King Bumi when they first meet and fight, mostly from Last Airbender. I need to look at more Legend of Korra bending styles like the pro bending fighting to make Midoriya's fighting maybe less drawn out than they should be. Anyways, I hope you all enjoyed this story. Please follow, favorite, review, all that jazz. I might get another Quirk chapter done tonight or up by tomorrow morning. It's Friday, so I've got lots of free time today. Update 2A.N. Hello, happy Halloween. I'll be getting out a new chapter either tonight to tomorrow depending on how fast I get it done and how good I think it will be. I'll have my partner look it over as well for anything I missed. Also, we've been on the works for a crossover story. That's why I haven't gotten a new chapter for this story yet. Another thing. I'll be changing the point of view from Midoriya's to a third-person point of view so then I won't have to constantly say someone's POV, so then it's easier to see his thoughts and everyone else's. I wanted to clarify some things I've seen in the reviews. Sakara. I will be including bloodbending, but as an accidental discovery like Midoriya accidentally pulled the air out of Bakugo's lungs. I just don't know where to put it. Omar. Midoriya's elemental control can't be passed down. It's his own quirk. It's not like the whole Rava thing where it goes to someone else. Maybe someone also has a quad quirk like that, who knows? Hint hint. But it cannot be passed down like OFA. Guessed, I'm just saying all for one is his avatar state. It's one for all, and I don't know man, is it the avatar state? And things saying it to me a femme Shoto and Midoriya's story, I've decided. Yes, I'll make it that, but the original plan of them wanting him will still be a thing to tease Midoriya to make him uncomfortable. If you guys want to have Midoriya do something with bending in arcs, I haven't fully decided what bending abilities he'll have. He has sand bending, but that's just earth bending. All the different bending types will be accidental discoveries, or intentional. And I want to know more about the people who read this. Who's your favorite Class 1B student? I've asked this to my friends and they say Tetsu or Kendo or Shiozaki. Personally, I really enjoy Monoma, and I think his quirk is really cool and I can't wait to see him in action in the current arc in the manga. Also, do you want me to skip the entrance exam or have him be taken in by recommendation to interact with Shoto faster? Or have them interact later on? Anyways, I'll get to writing that chapter now. Chapter 3. A.N. Hello, Kame Fig here with a new chapter. I've been getting creative ideas and grammar help from CaveBanime87. Big shout out to him for helping with this story, and we're making a new crossover story of MHA, Avatar. We're still working on it, but we should be done with a chapter or two by the end of the month, and a few more Elemental Midoriya chapters as well. Anyways, we hope you like this story. We've made some changes to the canon story. It's Sunday morning. Midoriya wakes up with energy, excited to take on the day. I'll be going to UA with all might somewhere to work on my quirk. I don't know what he's gonna have me do or where we're gonna go. I know he just wants to see the full extent of my quirk right now with one for all boosting me, he thought to himself. He had received a text message from All Might. Young Midoriya, what size shoe do you wear? Young Midoriya. I wear a size 27.5. I literally just picked a size 8.5 US shoe and converted it to the Japanese size. IDK Midoriya's shoe size. Why do you ask? All Might. No reason. Now get ready and be at the UA gates by 9 AM. I have to give you a temporary pass for our training. Young Midoriya. I'll be there. Midoriya had gotten ready, eating a meal, changing to appropriate clothes and a bag to hold his things, knowing he's have to take off his shoes and socks and didn't want to leave them out where he could lose them. He was also bringing along his notebook for remembering new moves or skills he might attain working with All Might. He wrote a note for his mother and headed out. Taking a train there, he got there a bit earlier than he'd like. He sat outside the place and let All Might know he was there earlier than expected. Almost like All Might had known, he placed the pass, a little keycard, on the top of Midoriya's head. "Hey kid, come on. I like your attitude, getting here early," said All Might in his small might form as he held out a hand to help Midoriya up. "Thanks Yagi-sensei," he replies. They make small chat, asking if they've eaten already, how their mornings were. Midoriya was still in his fanboy stage, being around All Might so much. He has a dazzle in his eyes. They had gotten on a bus where there was a little mouse, dog, bear animal there. "Hello. I'm Principal Nezu. Nice to meet you Izuku Midoriya. I'll be coming along to watch you. A first glimpse at the new generation. Don't be nervous knowing you'll be training under the #1 hero and the principal of the high school you want to attend." "Yeah kid, I forgot to tell you that. But in compensation I got you something. Look in the box," All Might said. Midoriya shook hands with Principal Nezu and looked inside the box. He saw that they were shoes. A wide-eye look was given to All Might. "I saw your shoes when I first met you were red, so I figured red would work. If you want I can take you to the place to get a different color if you want," All Might said with a smile. "Do you like them?" They were just thin-soled red shoes. Midoriya felt the thickness and felt that they would be more than perfect to be able to use earthbending as effectively. Plus with one for all to boost his powers, it would be a grade to use and protect his feet. "They're perfect All Might. Thanks," Midoriya shined a bright smile. "But why?" "Well, when you cleaned up the beach, I just wanted to make sure you didn't cut up your feet on anything sharp on the ground. I actually asked these be custom made to be very thin, and a friend was able to make them custom." Midoriya was about to become a fountain of tears. His family had done more than enough for him and the luxuries his family had given him were more than enough. Now custom shoes from All Might himself more than enough to make his heart shine. "So Midoriya, what's it like having one for all within you? Do you have any abilities like All Might in addition to your own quirk?" Nezu asked. "So far, I don't think so. But my control has increased, and the bodily strain from it has decreased a lot." "Well, where we're going it would be the right place to test it." They chatted some more and made it to the place. They got off the bus and found themselves at a large dome-shaped structure. "Does this place have water in it?" Midoriya asked. "Yes, more than enough water Midoriya," Principal Nezu replied. "Is there raw ground? Sand? Concrete?" "There is raw ground and concrete, but there's no sand." "All right. Is there someone who can heal injuries? If I find a new limit I might wind up burning myself or really hurting myself with my fire and earth." "Yes, we have a healer at UA in the event something goes wrong, Midoriya." They walk through the doors to see there's a class in session. They walk over to a break room where they can see the students practice disaster rescue exercises. Midoriya spots a few up-and-coming heroes. Two most noticeable quirks he saw was one where a guy has octopus fingers, and someone was able to go through things. Midoriya tried to rack his head over where he'd seen them before. It was probably the UA Sports Festival which aired all over Japan. "Ah, I see you're noticing Class 2A. They're a really promising bunch," Nezu said. They waited in the break room and Nezu served Midoriya and All Might tea. Once Class 2A left they walked down the steps of the facility. Nezu stayed on the steps along with All Might. "Young Midoriya, we'd like to see your potential maximums with controlling the earth for now. So if you could, please lift up as much earth as you can. We need to see how much you can do to assess how we should train you for the next 10 months, All Might stated. "All right," Midoriya stated with confidence. "I'll do my best. Can I be creative with it?" "Of course. One thing we value here at UA is free OM," Nezu encouraged. Midoriya walked 10 steps from the bottom of the stairs. Taking a deep breath, he readies himself for the stress. "All right. Haven't strained myself in a while. Gotta be prepared to sweat today, and maybe burn a little," he thought to himself. Taking a wide and rigid stance, Midoriya balled his hands to fists by his waist, and rose them up with palms facing down at the ground rumbled a little, creating a large small-scale model of UA High. This wasn't as taxing as I thought it would be. Now, I just gotta lift it. Taking another breath, Midoriya performed a squat lift, the sound of the rock breaking, like an earthquake, breaking the ground. Standing and lifting up his arms, the giant mass of concrete rose high into the air. Incredible. I didn't know you had this much control, Midoriya. And this much power? That must be around 10 tons. Both Nezu and All Might exclaimed, saying different parts. Carefully placing it down, Midoriya sat down a moment, sweating and breathing a little hard. Okay, Midoriya, you can take a quick breather. You're obviously very strong with your control of the earth and being able to lift it. Next I want to see how well you can control your flames. Principal Nezu exclaimed with an upbeat attitude. Taking a quick drink of water Midoriya brought, he thanked All Might. Yagi-sensei, thank you for the shoes. I appreciate the gesture, and I'm glad they're able to help me with my earthbending, he said. It's no problem, young Midoriya. I just didn't want to see you get hurt so soon, Yagi replied. Exchanging smiles, Midoriya turned over to the statue of Ua, and proceeded to create a stream of fire using both of his outstretched fists. Staring with his old limit, he proceeded to increase the temperature of the flame. The fire coming out of him never burned him, only when it came back, and the heat sometimes became uncomfortable, but this time, he didn't feel it when he went to his old limit. Increasing the flame's temperature, it began to glow brighter, from ref with orange and yellow, gradually becoming a bright blue. The concrete began to break and crumble away. Surprisingly, the fire didn't bother Midoriya as much as he expected, and he went further. I gotta go plus ultra, he thought to himself. He closed his eyes and willed his fire to increase in heat. His blue flames increased in power, crumbling the concrete even more, blowing back chunks of it and even pushing Midoriya back. A blinding light caused Nezu and All Might to shield their eyes. Midoriya began to feel really hot and the brightness was a bit much, even with closed eyes. I gotta stop, this is getting to be too much for me right now. Midoriya thought, I hope he's not hurting himself. All Might thought, concerned for his successor. Stopping and seeing how far he had actually moved, he moved 5 feet back from the duration of how long he went. Looking at the sculpture of Ua, it was a crumble of concrete. So there's force to your fire then. You're able to push objects with it, and cause it to break away. Nezu exclaimed. Take a break and we'll see how your water and air is. So Midoriya took a break and chatted to All Might. It felt so different. I got to blue flames. I've never gone that hot before, nor have I been pushed back on the ground. In the air I can push myself after a jump. I also didn't get hurt, but this was different. I felt scared. All Might. I've never been scared of my abilities since controlling the air for the first time, Midoriya confessed. He felt a hand on his shoulder, and saw All Might look at him. It's only natural to be scared when you're powerful. I'm just glad I didn't see you get hurt. You'll be able to control your fear, Midoriya. It's only natural. It's a part of you now, and you must accept that. I too was scared at the power I have, but with time you'll be able to overcome this and control your fear. All Might tried to comfort his successor. Midoriya thanked him for the advice and he walked towards the water. I want to see what you're able to do, Midoriya. You have creative freedom, Nezu encouraged. Creative freedom. I can try to make a water tornado and freeze it in place, but I also have to meet my limit. Taking off the shoes and stepping into the water, Midoriya moved his arms in a circular motion while focusing on the artificial lake. The water began to turn, like water in a drain, and it began to rise. Astonishing young Midoriya! Nezu exclaimed. The water began to rise, even drawing in the ship. Once the water reached close to the top of the facility, Midoriya began to freeze it. I gotta stop this before that ship gets damaged. I don't want to be responsible for damages, Midoriya thought to himself. He halted his movements, and brought his hands to his mouth, and blew out, reaching his arms out and up, turning the water to ice. All these movements, heavy weight, high temperatures, control, gets me kinda tired, guys, Midoriya said. Do you want me to bring it back to water? Yes, if you can, that is, Nezu replied. Midoriya moved his arms up with loose hands, Then sticking his hands up, he slowly moved his arms down. In doing so, the ice melted into water from the top to the rest of the artificial lake. Stepping out, Midoriya sat and kicked fire from his feet to get the water off his legs, and put the new shoes All Might gifted him back on. "Okay, so now you guys would like to see my airbending then?" Midoriya asked. "Of course," Nezu said. He always sounded so excited. "I didn't really see it when we cleaned up the beach, but I'd like to see it now," All Might added. Midoriya walked towards the area where he destroyed the Ua replica. "I can probably do a trick that Inasa and I used to do to float above the ground. This boost can probably get me a few meters high now," Midoriya thought. Midoriya didn't really need as much movement for the air. He mostly thought about it, thinking about the air swirling around him, lifting him off his feet, the air moving faster and faster, like a tornado or cyclone, causing him to float dozens of meters above everything. Opening his eyes, he could see Yagi in his buff All Might form, holding onto a railing by the stairs, also holding on to Principal Nezu. "Do you want me to stop? It's getting harder to maintain this," Midoriya yelled, trying to get his voice across to All Might and Nezu. Nezu talked to All Might, who spoke his words. "If you feel that you must stop, young Midoriya, then do. We don't want you to hurt yourself." "Okay," Midoriya replied, decreasing his power slowly. He wasn't so sure he could safely land without it hurting from being so many meters high up. Once he was about 2 meters from the ground, Midoriya safely stopped bending the air. "Simply astonishing, Midoriya. I'm quite impressed with how well you're able to move and the amount of wind you can pick up," Nezu commented. "How would you like to have a recommendation based on your quirk?" Midoriya looked at Nezu in surprise. "Shoes from All Might, meeting UA's principal, new maximums to my quirk, and now a recommendation to get into the school of my dreams? Am I dreaming?" Midoriya thought to himself. "It's an opportunity of a lifetime for you, young Midoriya. What do you say? We'll still have to train what you know and polish your movements in your body. I see with your bending movements, you're open to attacks when creating streams, using large boulders, a lot of water and air. We'll get you to make quick, precise, and powerful moves for your long and mid-range fighting. We'll still test to see if you acquired super strength as I did. But you seem to have an increase in a lot of things already, young Midoriya. So, will you go through with the recommendation? Or take the regular exam? In 10 months? All Might encouraging Midoriya to take the offer. "I'll take the recommendation, Principal Nezu, All Might." Midoriya beamed a smile and shook hands with Nezu. "So this concludes today at UA for you, Midoriya. You two will be training for the next 9 months for the recommendation exam. You should tell your parent, guardian of this Midoriya. The Shirley would be proud. I can't have the net symbol of peace not have the resources to become the greatest hero now. I look forward to seeing your progress, Midoriya. Now, let's get back to the school," said Nezu. Once everything was done, Midoriya caught a train back home and told his mother the events of the day, the new shoes, testing his new limits, and the offered recommendation acceptance. She was so happy for him, and proud. The next 9 months for Midoriya went by like a breeze. He was more toned now, and grew in height a little. He learned how to create faster attacks thanks to All Might's fighting lessons to get him to be a ranged and close-quarter fighter. He also never gained any super strength, but did increase his handle and management of weight of the earth, and the heat of the fire, along with being even more durable than before, but it didn't protect him from everything. The flashiest attacks were his fire ones, which he showed his father with the permission to record it from All Might. Midoriya's punches and kicks were powerful, and he was able to learn how to control the color and temperature. Through some quirk experimentation, he was able to change the color while keeping it at the highest temperature he could with the quick kicks and punches. Being able to control green flames, along with learning quicker moves with punches and kicks, he learned to increase his mobility moves with all the elements, being able to jet around with high-pressure flames, move around with the earth, and even dig himself inside of it and soften the ground to entrap villains, even being able to increase mobility with air, balancing on a ball of air to move around at high speeds or a small version of a tornado, and using the water to surf, along with a small lesson from the youthful heroine Recovery Girl. Through all the hard work, Midoriya still maintained his regular work at school, sometimes being a little tired and showing up with new scars or small burns that healed without leaving marks. The common fight with Bakugo, being sure to put to use quicker moves, but refraining from using too strong of attacks to not make Bakugo curious. As much of a pain it was to keep his power down, he managed. In school, it was obvious no one still interacted with him, even when it was publicly announced Midoriya would be given the recommendation exam from the school, in the letter saying it was for his academic prowess and powerful quirk. Bakugo became angrier with Midoriya, to the point where the rivalry turned bitter and toxic. Soon the 9 months were over, and Midoriya stood at the gates of Ua on the weekend. "Midoriya! Whoa! It is you!" shouted a voice followed by loud and fast steps. Turning around, Midoriya saw the tall-built shaved-head guy Inasa. "Inasa! Hey! I didn't know you'd be here. I guess I would have if I stayed at the dojo." Midoriya beamed a smile and rubbed the back of his head. "I found a new trainer who helped me increase power. And shorten movement times and found some new skills as well. How've you been? Learn anything new?" "I've been fantastic, Midoriya. I'm super pumped for this. The written and quirk exams." Inasa energetically replied. "I haven't learned anything new per se, but I have gotten stronger since the last time we met. I even heard Endeavor's daughter was gonna be here. I'm sure she's very strong. I hope she's got passion. Unlike Endeavor." Inasa mumbled that last part. Walking by them was a mean-looking teen, long dual-colored hair, red and white, done up in a small loose bun. "Midoriya, that's her," Inasa said, leaning down and whispering to Midoriya. "I'm gonna go say hi, come along with me." "Okay." Midoriya whispers back. They walk over to the dual-haired girl and introduce themselves. "You must be Endeavor's kid. I'm Inasa Yorashi and this is Izuku." "Midoriya. Nice to meet you." Inasa introduced himself and Midoriya. "I don't care. Get out of my way," she told the two boys off, walking towards the door. Inasa stopped in his tracks after seeing her eyes. "Inasa. You all right?" "It's fine. She probably just had a bad start to her day. Come on, don't make too much of it," Midoriya said, trying to get to Inasa. There was no passion in those cold eyes, Midoriya, just like Endeavor's cold eyes. Inasa replied, with a hint of anger in his tone. They walked inside of UA. They had different testing rooms, but they knew they were able to be in the same quirk test area. "Hello everyone, I'm Cementos, your test proctor for the written portion. I'll pass these out and then I'll put up the time you have to complete this test. Good luck everyone." He passed out the test and Midoriya made sure to bring his hero notebook to try and get a signature from the pro heroes he met. Once Midoriya finished, he got a signature from Cementos and he was moved over to the quirk testing area and saw he was with Inasa, the dual-haired girl, a guy with prominent teeth showing, a girl with a spiky ponytail and some others. "Hey guys. I'm Present Mike, proctor for the quirk test. You ready to go, plus ultra?" Inasa and Midoriya were the only ones to raise a fist and yell, "plus ultra." "I like these two," Present Mike said. "It'll be an obstacle course race everyone, get through it as fast and as safely as you all can. When I get to the end and say start, you all gotta move." Present Mike walked over to the end of the obstacle course, which was pretty long. Inasa and Midoriya were getting serious now, getting ready. Inasa kicking up some wind, Midoriya concentrating his green flames for a quick jet to get through the exam. Star art. And everyone was off to the races. Hello. I hope you all enjoyed this story. I hope you all don't mind a female Todoroki. My partner CaveBanime87 said a few names. Since it's a girl now, we decided to change the name from Shoto to Kaya, and he said it means forgiveness. Anyways, anything you want to change, like the flame color for example. If I see enough PMs and reviews saying to change something, I'll go out of my way to make the story enjoyable for you all. We also decided on who would be crushing on Midoriya for some of the parts in this story. Yaoyorozu, the female Todoroki Kaya, new name, Ochako, and Mina. Shortened it down because the original list would be a little hard. So sorry if you wanted to see some 1B action. Anyways, hope you enjoyed. Please follow, favorite, review, PM if you want. Thank you for reading. Chapter 4A. N. Hello. This chapter is longer than I originally thought it to be, but nonetheless hope you readers enjoy. As the race started, 3 students took the lead, Todoroki in first, Inasa in second, and Midoriya in third. Continuous mounds of ice propelled the red and white-haired girl to first, air for the large buzzcut male, and green flames for the one with messy green hair. As they bolted down the obstacle course, Midoriya thought to himself, this just feels like a race. Where are the obstacles? 3 different types of robots emerged from out of nowhere and began attacking the recommendees. Damn it. Why did I speak so soon? Midoriya took this as an opportunity to show off his skills. Using his fire to jump forward and unleashing 2 short yet strong blasts of fire and switching to using his earthbending, manipulating the ground and shifting it to move him along, like he was riding a hill. Yorashi looked back at Midoriya, giving him a smile. Pretty fast and strong moves there, Izuku. Thanks. Got to put my new skills to good use, Midoriya replied as he launched a boulder crushing a robot. Everyone behind had to spot to deal with the robots or get around the mess Midoriya was making with the broken robots and destroyed path. Midoriya looked back to recognize this, jumping forward using the earth to launch him up and power through the air with more fire like a jet, yelling out, "Sorry." Midoriya was zooming in the air, using the fire to keep him moving forward at faster speeds than he did on the ground due to friction. Neck and neck with Yorashi in the air, slowly overreaching him, until he decided to go into overgear and pass up Todoroki, leaving Midoriya behind her. Midoriya put more effort into his fire and tried to talk to Todoroki. "Hey, I used to know your dad. He was pretty interested in me for my quirk. Since you're his daughter, do you have a similar fire quirk?" he yelled over the sound of the stream of fire and creation of ice. Silence was the response. "Hey, don't mind Inasa. He's just seeing stuff. You seem like a pretty passionate person." "Nothing. When I met Endeavor, your father, I felt like he was cool, because we could control fire. If we both get in, maybe we can be cool. Not like your ice, but like friends." Silence again. Midoriya decided to drop trying to talk to her, due to her not responding. She only looked angrier. Seeing this, Midoriya backed up a bit and decided to let her get second place, knowing he was good on the written, and would do well on the practical, destroying robots and in the top 3. Once everyone had finished, Yorashi was excited and congratulated both Todoroki and Midoriya for being in the top places. "Izuku. Good job. Bet you didn't expect me to kick it into high gear, huh? Todoroki. You were amazing out there, as expected for the child of the number 2 hero. Get the hell out of my way, you two have been annoying me all day. What's your problem? I'm not here to make friends," Todoroki said coldly. Yorashi was taken back by this and wanted to talk more to her, only to have a stone wall be made in front of him. "Midoriya. What are you doing?" he asked. "She obviously doesn't want to talk to us, Inasa. I think it's better to regroup with President Mike than deal with her fury." "Alright. But Izuku, I'm telling you," he leans in close to Midoriya. Her eyes were full of anger, just like Endeavor's eyes. "I don't know what we can do about that, Inasa. We're not exactly friends with her. She just told us to get out of her way and called us annoying." Midoriya looked down a little and mumbled to himself. "She is pretty cute though." "What was that, Izuku?" "Nothing," Midoriya said as he stiffened up. "We should probably go to present Mike. I want to get his autograph." After walking over to the pro hero, he just stated some things off of flashcards, things about how they'd get their results within the week and good luck, and if there were any injured to go to the infirmary with a staff member. After that was said, President Mike was going to leave until Midoriya bothered him and asked for an autograph. "Oi. Mr. Third Place and First Place. Way to go, plus ultra, crazy quirks you guys got there, and some mod skills to go with it," President Mike said enthusiastically. Yorashi whispered to Midoriya, "He has passion." "Mr. President Mike, sir, I was wondering if I could get your autograph. Mr. Cementos had given me one, so I was wondering if you could as." "Well, I'm a big fan of your radio show. Well, I'll be. Got myself a fan, of course. What's your name? Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya, you wouldn't be the one who stopped that sludge villain before he could hurt anyone, right? Yeah. Midoriya looks down, daring not to look at Yorashi. I knew you looked familiar. You and some frail blonde guy talked to the principal one time in UA. Must have been a recommendation for your heroic actions. I'll make this one special for you, future hero. After a minute, Present Mike gave Midoriya back his notebook and Yorashi and Midoriya made their way out of the facility when Present Mike hollered to Midoriya, "Nice All Might signature. Those are rare." Izuku, did you stop a villain when you weren't at the dojo? Yorashi asked. Yeah. It was after school and he ambushed me. I used my water to freeze him and All Might was on his tail, and thankfully I didn't get in trouble since I used my quirk in self-defense. For helping, All Might gave me his signature and I got a ride home from the police. Midoriya confessed, partly, excluding the bit where he was given one for all. Izuku, you've got passion. Yorashi exclaimed with a fist held high. We're both getting into UA. I've stopped thinking about that Todoroki girl. It doesn't matter when someone like you is gonna be there. Hopefully you can get some of that passion across to her and we'll all be good friends. I sure hope so, Inasa. The old friends parted ways after leaving the UA campus grounds, exchanging numbers and being sure to let the other know that they got in. Little did they know that they were already chosen to get into UA. A week later, Midoriya received the letter which his mother excitedly gave them, opening it on the coffee table and reading out the sheet of paper that said Midoriya had gotten in. A few hours later, Yorashi texted Midoriya he had gotten in as well. Both excitedly texted each other about what they might experience at UA. Back in Midoriya's middle school, the situation wasn't all that great other than praise from the teacher. Midoriya had handed the class's counselor the letter, to which the counselor fell out of his chair. Congratulations for getting into UA's hero course through recommendation, Izuku Midoriya. He said, shaking Midoriya's hand. Thank you, I'm proud of my accomplishment, Midoriya replied. The class fell silent, and Midoriya had the feeling like he was going to be hit at any moment from behind, as Bakugo was sitting in his chair, dumbfounded and angered at Midoriya. How the fuck did this nerd get in through recommendation? Now I gotta take the entrance exam alone, was all Bakugo could think of. His entrance exam was in 3 weeks, so knowing that Midoriya had gotten in only made his drive intensify to outperform anyone who took the entrance exam for UA. Having already been accepted to the school that practically guaranteed him a future as a hero, the teacher didn't mind what Midoriya did in class. Midoriya was able to do practically anything while the others in the class had to still figure out what they were going to do if they didn't get into their own high school of choice. Once the entrance exam rolled around, Bakugo got there alone. Stupid Deku, now I've got to take this alone. Would have been a lot better to know I'd crush you in the practical, he thought to himself. Bakugo took his seat and took the written portion which he breezed through. Once it was time for the practical, the proctor, Present Mike, announced the rules. I bet Deku would have been annoying once he saw this guy. Bakugo wasn't much a fan of Present Mike, thinking he was too loud. Some tall blue-haired guy had asked a question regarding a different robot. God, is this some elite kid? I'll crush him in the practical. Once everything was said and done, Bakugo went to his training area and demolished every faux robot in his sights, becoming first place with only villain points. Bakugo went home feeling great, knowing he definitely got into UA. Once he received a letter with All Might showing him his score and getting into UA, Bakugo had a smug grin on his face. Let's see what Deku thinks of this. He didn't think of much except a simple, congrats, and Bakugo's little crew were in awe of him. On the last day of their middle school, the teacher announced something to both Midoriya and Bakugo. Midoriya, Bakugo, go to the principal's office after school. He wants to talk to you two about something. Once it was time to talk about it, it was just the principal saying he was proud of the two for getting in. They both knew it was mainly that now the school would get some recognition for having 2 students go to UA and 1 through recommendation. Midoriya and Bakugo didn't really care about what the principal had to say. It was going in one ear and out the other, as they both glared eyes at each other. Once the day ended, Bakugo went to talk to Midoriya behind the school. "How do you get in through recommendation?" "By doing well in school and having a good quirk," Midoriya replied. "It might also be that I don't do anything rash or outlandish as you catch on." "Deku, we're both the top students academically, and I'm stronger than you. I don't understand how a weakling like you got in," Bakugo said coldly. "I'm gonna crush you at UA." Bakugo walked off. He believed he was going to crush Midoriya at UA. No matter what, he'll be on top. Midoriya, on the other hand, had been cruising this entire time. He continued his training with all might and learned how to use two elements at once. For now, this was a huge step up and would lead to new bending possibilities. More time went on as Midoriya was fully able to spend more time training, finding out different things of himself as he sparred with All Might a few times. Midoriya was able to take on massive amounts of damage, similar to All Might, and loads of stamina to be used. Getting used to fire and increasing force output to now practically fly. Quicker movements, and even designing a hero costume that would allow him to freely use earthbending with ease for his seismic sense, as he called it. Narrowing down for a padded jumpsuit with red padding for protection with thin-soled shoes for earthbending purposes. During this time, Midoriya had a lot of fun bonding with All Might, seeing him almost like a dad in a sense. Midoriya went to hang out with Yorashi at the beach. The country had passed a law that allowed those with quirks to use them as long as they didn't hurt anybody, and the police force were even more vigilant. Midoriya took the opportunity to try out uses with sand, making incredible and detailed sand sculptures in a matter of seconds, from buildings to a larger-than-life Yorashi and a small Todoroki. Midoriya felt himself to be attracted to her for some reason, even though she was cold. Every time he made one, he would use his water bending to destroy it. The break had been very worth it, as he was even stronger now, growing in both height and power. He was leaving his home as his father voice called the Midoriya apartment to wish Midoriya good luck in UA, and that his father was proud of both him and Bakugo, knowing the two used to be very close. As Midoriya made his way to UA, he had used his airbending to get to the front door and even run through the halls trying to find his class, 1A. "Get your feet off the desk immediately," shouted someone Midoriya could hear through the door. What the hell is going on in there? He thought. Midoriya opened the door to see a tall male with blue hair and glasses scolding Bakugo for having his feet on the desk. "Oh, piss off," replied Bakugo. "Are you in the right place, young man? What kind of delinquency stunt are you pulling?" "I ain't pulling no act. What school did you come from, stiff?" "I'm from Sumei Academy, if you must know." "Sumei. I'm gonna enjoy crushing the elite Kachan. Glad you're here," Midoriya interjected. "Oh hey Deku," Bakugo replied, cooling off of the blue-haired guy. Over the break, things had cooled down substantially between the two, which their mothers were glad for, since sometimes they'd get calls about the boys using their quirks on one another. "Yo, Izuku." Midoriya looked for the voice's origin to find Yorashi in the back of the classroom in his seat. Midoriya also noticed he was sitting next to Todoroki, who seemed, well, bored. "Inasa." "Hey. Glad to see you're here," Midoriya said, giving a high five to Yorashi, then looking over to Todoroki. "Hey Todoroki, glad you're here too. I'm sorry we got off on the wrong foot at the recommendation practical. I hope we can start over." Midoriya stuck his hand out for her to shake it. "Your apology is accepted. Izuku?" Todoroki asked if that was his name. "Oh, Midoriya didn't really know what to say. Such a pretty girl saying his first name caught him off guard. "His name's Izuku Midoriya. I'm Inasa Yorashi. I also apologize for getting off on the wrong foot, but I am glad us recommended students are here together," Inasa said. "Oh, nice to meet you both, Midoriya and Yorashi." A tall, beautiful girl, but shorter than both Midoriya and Yorashi, sat next to Todoroki and looked at the three of them. "Oh, you three must also be here from recommendations. You guys dominated the practical," she said. "I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, You guys probably didn't see me being behind. You guys are very mobile and strong. I got held up from some boulders and a lot of broken robots. I'm sorry about that, I'm Aizuku Midoriya. Midoriya apologized and introduced himself, stuttering at how beautiful Yaoyorozu looked. I'm Inasa Yorashi. Nice to meet you, I'm Kaya Todoroki. Oh my god, that's a cute name, Midoriya thought to himself. Everyone, settle down. A giant yellow caterpillar rolled into the room and stood up, unzipping and revealing a scruffy man with a large scarf. I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Get your gym uniforms on and meet me outside, we're going to have a test. Once everyone had changed and gone outside, their teacher had stated there will be a quirk assessment to see where everyone is at. Bakugo, you were first in the entrance exam. What was your softball throw before? Aizawa asked. Maybe about 67 meters. Try throwing it with your quirk. A smile creeped up on Bakugo's lips as he took the softball and readied himself to throw it. Die is the word he used to grunt when throwing the ball, adding on a powerful explosion. Die, both Yorashi and Midoriya thought to themselves. Aizawa looked at a small tablet and once he heard a ding he showed it to the class. 705 meters? Most of the class said in uniform. You all are going to use your quirks for this assessment. You've done this in middle school, but the country doesn't allow the use of quirks, which is unfair. It's also for me to see where you are at in your development. This sounds like fun, a pink girl exclaimed along with a redhead and a yellow head. Fun? This isn't supposed to be fun. You're all going to go plus ultra. The person in last place will be expelled immediately. But Mr. Aizawa, that's not fair, a round-faced brunette exclaimed in complaint. Fair? Our natural disasters or villain attacks are fair. They're not. I'm here to cull those who have no worth being heroes. Aizawa said coldly. Now, let's begin. The quirk assessment consisted of many things: the softball throw, side steps, 50-meter dash, high and long jump, grip test and simple physical tests. Midoriya and the other recommended students were able to get through the assessments quite easily. Midoriya had used his firebending in conjunction to earthbending for a quick start in the 50-meter dash, getting 2.9 seconds. Faster than the guy with blue hair who had engines in his legs. The grip test, Midoriya had gathered some stones in his hands and encased his hand with them, using his earthbending to increase the grip, reaching 400 kilograms, second to a guy with 6 arms. In the long jump, Midoriya used his earthbending and firebending to leap and maintain air to get first place in that category. Same with the standing high jump, both he and Yorashi aced those segments. The side steps, Midoriya used earthbending to push him from side to side. It almost looked like he was vibrating. Everyone looked at Midoriya a little strangely, those that hadn't seen his quirk. How was someone able to have a quirk that looked like multiple quirks? Well, they had another student, Kaya Todoroki, who has one quirk that looked like two. It was the reason for the dual-colored hair Midoriya found intriguing. Bakugo did his best and got angry at Midoriya for surpassing him in scores. Once it got to the softball throw, Midoriya made a small cannon-shaped earth structure and placed the softball in it, and bending a pillar of earth to launch the ball and using the air to reduce air friction, allowing the ball to soar. Beep. Aizawa showed the class the tablet, displaying a little over a kilometer. The class's jaws dropped except for the recommended students. What kind of power do those guys have? Some of the students thought in their heads as they saw Yaoyorozu, Yorashi, Todoroki, and Midoriya grouped together, seeing as they were the only recommended students in the class. Alright, that's everyone. I'm not going to bother reading it all out, so I'm just gonna project it, Aizawa stated. The hologram of the scores were shown. Scores weren't shown, but places. The top 5 students consisted of the 4 recommended in Bakugo. At 20th, it was a boy with purple balls on his head. Looking for his name, Midoriya found his name was Minoru Mineta. Hey Mineta, it's alright man. I'll let you know, Aizawa lied. It's a trick for all of us to do our best. Midoriya whispered to him. By the way, class, I was kidding about the expulsion. It was just a logical ruse to get you all to go plus ultra and do your best, Aizawa said with a smile. The rest of the class looked distraught. Yaoyorozu told everyone, of course it wasn't real, it was a good way for you all to do your best. The recommended students went to go change, but Bakugo had something to say to Midoriya. Deku, you may have gotten higher than me here, but in a battle I'll defeat you. Kachan, I'll do my best in our battles, I can't wait to go all out. Bakugo and Midoriya had grown to about the same height over the break and their bodies were built well for their quirks. Midoriya needed all-around fitness to control all the elements, and Bakugo focused on his shoulders and arms to increase the size of the explosions he could release. The class was practically able to feel a competitive aura around the two. Once everyone had changed, Aizawa said the opening ceremony was still going on for the rest of the day, so the class was allowed to just socialize. Aizawa asked for everyone to state their names and quirks. There was a blonde boy with a belly button laser quirk. A pretty pink girl with horns and black and yellow eyes who had an acid quirk. A girl with a frog quirk, the blue-haired guy with the engine quirk. A pretty brunette whose quirk negated gravity, a blonde with a tail. Another with an electricity quirk, a redhead with a hardening quirk. A guy whose head was a rock and was able to talk to animals. Yorashi, whose quirk was whirlwind, the six-armed guy whose quirk allowed him to make different body parts on his four other arms. A girl with purple hair and earphone jacks on her earlobes, a plain-looking guy with weird elbows who had a tape quirk, a guy with a bird head who had a sentient shadow monster as a quirk, Kaya Todoroki whose quirk was half hot half cold, an invisible girl, Bakugo with his explosion quirk, Midoriya whose quirk is element control, Mineta with a sticky ball quirk, and Yaoyorozu with a creation quirk. Alright. Now, there's no seating chart anymore. You can sit wherever and change the desk arrangement, but be sure to fix the room like you found it. I'm gonna take a nap, Aizawa informed the class. The recommended students stayed in the corner of the room, but many people split off. Midoriya looked around and saw Bakugo talking to a redhead who was also with the pink-skinned girl who said the quirk assessment was fun, along with the one who had weird elbows and yellow hair with a black streak in it. Yorashi went off to talk to everyone to see if they have passion. So, Midoriya, you said you've met my father before? Todoroki asked him, recalling what he told him during the recommendation practical. Oh, why yeah. I went to a dojo when I was younger to control my quirk. I met Inasa there as well. Endeavor, I saw what Inasa says. His eyes seemed so full of anger. I'm sorry, I know he's your father and all, but he mostly seemed interested in me because of my quirk. Midoriya informed her. Yaoyorozu was there and heard the conversation. I thought I could feel a connection to him for my fire, like I did with the water hose duo and Pixie Bob, but I couldn't see any connection of our fires. I know what you mean. I don't have a strong connection to my father. If anything, I resent him for what he's done. Don't apologize for what you say of Endeavor. Todoroki said bluntly. Your quirk, Midoriya, it is interesting. Oh well, thanks, it took a while for it to fully manifest. Midoriya informed the two recommended students. Over a few years it began to manifest. Oh yeah. At the dojo Izuku's power grew more and more. He came in only knowing how to move the earth, and the last one he learned was fire. We actually bonded over our ability to control the air. Yorashi interjected with two people behind him, the one with glasses and the round-faced brunette. Oh, these guys have a lot of passion, Izuku. I thought we could all be friends. It's nice to meet you, recommended students. I am Tenya Iida. He introduced himself with a robotic movement of his arm. Yeah, you guys are super strong. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you guys, she said, throwing a fist in the air. The guy who told off Kachan and the Infinity Girl. Wow, she's actually very pretty. I didn't really look at her, Midoriya thought to himself. I'm Izuku, Midoriya. Nice to meet you too. You're the one who told off Kachan, right, Iida? Oh, you mean Bakugo? Yes. Well, he was being very disrespectful to the atmosphere and the property of Ua. May I ask why you call him that name? Still moving his arm in a robotic fashion. Oh, well, it's a nickname I gave him when we were kids. Oh, so this is the guy you used to talk about, Izuku? Inasa asked, and everyone looked a little puzzled. Yeah, Kachan and I used to fight a lot, we still kinda do. But it's nothing ever bad, just like, we're sort of rivals. And he gave me the nickname, Deku, which is supposed to be an insult meaning useless. Midoriya said, rubbing the back of his head. Well, I think Deku sounds cute, it's got a you can do it kind of vibe actually, Uraraka exclaimed, shining a smile. Midoriya, blushing, immediately says, Deku it is. What? Replied Iida, Yorashi, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. I thought you said it was an insult, Midoriya. Iida replied. It was, but now I don't know, it's a major paradigm shift. Midoriya replied awkwardly. Oh, I see what you're doing. Izuku, you sly dog. Yorashi replied with a big smile on his face, which honestly looked almost a little creepy. You're trying to be a flirt, aren't you? I knew you were a fighter, but a flirt? That's definitely new? What? No, Inasa, it's not like that at all. You gotta believe me. Uraraka didn't really know what was going on and just stood next to Iida. Todoroki was just looking at her desk thinking, how'd I get caught up with these guys? And Yaoyorozu was just waiting this whole deal out. Bakugo was getting annoyed on the other side of the class. He met the redhead Kirishima, who didn't annoy him as much, until two others, the black-haired Siro and yellow-haired Kaminari. Soon joined by the girl with horns, Ashido. He didn't bother to learn their names, so gave them crude nicknames. Shitty hair, raccoon eyes, soy sauce, and dunce face. Mostly hearing them talk, Bakugo never really said anything but lightly insult them. They all had thick skin, but Bakugo was the one with the short temper. So Baku bro, you know anyone here? Kirishima asked him. Only that useless Deku, and I don't remember any of you except Four Eyes over there with him, Bakugo said. Deku? The others were confused at the name. Which one? Yorashi, Midoriya, or the girls over there? I'm surprised you know the recommended students. Kaminari asked him. The one with green hair. I knew him when we were kids, we came from the same school. Wait, you both went to the same school, but he was the one to get a recommendation? Siro asked him. Yeah, something about the principal here giving him the recommendation. And it pisses me off. Bakugo said with spite in his voice. I haven't seen him since the last day of school. And now he's obviously gotten stronger, and it only pisses me off even more. Lowering his gaze, gritting his teeth a little. Why weren't you given a recommendation? You're strong too, Bakugo, Mina asked. I don't know, but if anything, I still would have been number one in the practical. The day had gone over pretty well, with Midoriya walking to the train with Iida, Uraraka, and Yorashi. Bakugo was tailed by Kirishima, who wanted to talk more with him. Kirishima's thoughts about making friends with the meanest guy in class to try and lull him over to be more chill. I'm glad you guys have passion for being heroes, Yorashi stated to Iida and Uraraka. The strongest are passionate of making people feel safe. But of course, Yorashi. It's a hero's duty to save people and defeat villains, Iida replied, still moving his arm for some reason. Well, I want to become a rescue hero. So of course I'm passionate about my dream, Uraraka replied. Izuku here knows I have some troubles with people who don't have passion, but anger in their eyes, Yorashi stated. I met him at a dojo when we were kids, as you guys heard, so he knows quite a bit about me and vice versa. Yeah, Inasa and I were pretty close. He helped get rid of some shyness I had when I was younger, Midoriya added. I think you guys are really cool, Uraraka exclaimed, unknowingly causing Midoriya to blush. Bakugo wasn't saying anything to Kirishima as he talked about what could happen the next day. I hope I get to kick someone's ass tomorrow, Bakugo stated, looking over towards Midoriya. Everyone's days ended off getting to know a little bit about each other. The next day they were introduced to their actual classes, like Present Mike teaching English, Midnight teaching art history, Cementos as a literature teacher, and Ectoplasm as a math teacher. It wasn't until the end of the day that they saw who taught them their foundational hero studies class. I am here, entering the class like a normal person. Bellowed a voice. It's All Might. Many people exclaimed seeing as he was entering the class taking big steps, wearing his Silver Age costume. Hello class, I'll be your foundational hero studies teacher, and we'll be doing something important today. He pulled out a large card that said, Battle. We'll be having a trial of battle. I'm going to knock some lessons about being a hero to you all, and to make it feel more genuine, we've got your hero costumes. He points over towards the wall as suitcases with names appeared out of the wall. Everyone was in wonder. All Might as their teacher, hero costumes, and learning to be a hero was their end of the day lessons. Everyone had changed into their costumes and stepped out onto ground beta. Everyone's costumes are the same, but Midoriya's has changed to a form of the pro-bending uniforms in Legend of Korra with a water pouch. Oh wow Deku. Your costume looks interesting. The tan and red looks neat. Uraraka beams at him with a smile. I wish mine wasn't so skin tight, I'd prefer something like yours, a little loose. Midoriya takes a look at her costume, seeing how well-fitting it is on her. Hee, I don't know Uraraka, you have a good costume as well, I like the color palette. Midoriya replies with a red blush. Izuku. Great costume. I dig it. Yorashi shoots him a thumbs up, while wearing a huge costume. Whoa, Inasa. Your costume is huge. Is it to keep you warm from the wind? Midoriya asks. Right on the dot. Yours is very simple, but I'm sure it's fireproof, gives you warmth, and is very durable considering your quirk. Yoshi and Midoriya asked each other about their costumes, until they saw Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. Todoroki. Where's your costume? It just looks like you're wearing some casual clothes, Uraraka asked. Oh, well. I wanted something casual. I can put something on it, she says as she creates ice on her left side. Whoa, now you look almost villainous, Inasa said. And you? Well, your glove looks really huge for no reason. Todoroki replied. I like the little hat and goggles you got there as well. Makes the look. Yorashi blushes slightly at this. Thank you, he replied as he smashes his head on the ground. Ah. What are you doing? Uraraka and Yaoyorozu exclaim, Todoroki looking confused, and Midoriya feeling embarrassed. Don't worry, he's got a hard head, he does this a lot, he's very passionate to go past 90 degrees when bowing. Midoriya excused Yorashi for his actions. Oh. Yaoyorozu. I see your costume is meant for being able to create larger things, since you told me you need a good amount of surface area on your skin to create things. Oh, thanks for noticing Midoriya and taking note on that purpose. Unfortunately, it draws a lot of unwanted attention. Yaoyorozu said while motioning towards the one with balls on his head. Midoriya felt a sense of needing to protect and threaten the onlooker. Mineta. Don't gawk at her or I'll burn off your eyebrows. Midoriya exclaimed with a huff of fire at the end for intimidation purposes to the shock of some other students. Midoriya. That is not appropriate to threaten a classmate, Iida said in his night suit that made him look like a robot. I know Iida, but Mineta is also being inappropriate. Midoriya replied to the agreement of Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, and Uraraka. Oman quel villain costume, said a voice. Midoriya looked to the origin of the voice to see a shiny young man, Aoyama. Villain costume? Midoriya asked confused. No, it's my hero costume Aoyama. He means it's kinda ugly Midoriya, he said it in French. Yaoyorozu informed him. What? It's more function over fashion Aoyama. I bet I can wipe the floor with your glittery looking A. The clothes make the pros, All Might said interrupting Midoriya. You all look ready for battle. I'll draw some lots and explain the task for you all. Once teams were drawn, Midoriya was paired with Yaoyorozu and Yorashi with Todoroki. The recommended students were in teams together to the agony of the rest of the class. Hearing mumbles about how teams against them wouldn't win. Asui was paired with Bakugo, Uraraka with Tokiyami, Shoji and Koda, Ojiro and Hagakure, Aoyama and Ashido, Kaminari and Jiro, Kirishima and Siro, and finally Mineta and Iida. This class would be comprised of an indoor battle, 2-on-2, villains and heroes. Villains have a bomb to protect and heroes must capture the villains or reach the bomb. I'll draw teams and hand out building schematics as the buildings are different. Villains versus heroes: Midoriya and Yaoyorozu versus Asui and Bakugo, Yorashi and Todoroki versus Siro and Kirishima, Kaminari and Jiro versus Mineta and Iida. Shoji and Koda versus Ojiro and Hagakure, Uraraka and Tokiyami versus Aoyama and Ashido. Oh great, we go against Kachan, Midoriya stated while he met eyes with his rival. Is that a bad thing? Yaoyorozu asked. No, just that his quirk is very versatile, and due to our history he'll go after me. I have a plan, would you like to hear it? Yes, anything to give us an edge, and I'll put in some suggestions. The villain duo were given a building made entirely of brick and went over their plan. Alright villains, heroes, you've got 15 minutes to complete your objective. Villains must defend for the whole time or incapacitate the heroes. Heroes must capture the weapon or both villains. Start, All Might announced. Great, Yaoyorozu, make the barriers and make yourself a weapon. I'll go on the offensive, Midoriya commanded. I'll take care of them. Bakugo never really made a plan but have a small chat with Asui before the match started. We should try and prioritize capturing the villains. You seem to have some issues with Midoriya, Asui noted. I think I should go for him and you should go for Yaoyorozu. No, Deku's mine, you go after the bomb. I've got to settle something with him, so don't get in our way, Bakugo said, gritting his teeth. We should go inside now, All Might started the timer. They both ran inside, unsure of what tricks Midoriya planned for them. The ground and walls rumbled, and Bakugo sunk waist deep into the ground while Asui quickly jumped onto the wall and stuck on there. What's happening? Asui exclaimed. I don't fucking know, some bitch trick Deku's using. Deku, show yourself. I don't know, Kachan, it's quite fun seeing you in the ground. Ha ha ha, Midoriya said from somewhere in the building. Bakugo set off small explosions to free himself from the ground while Asui went up some stairs trying to find the bomb. Bakugo, I'm going to try and find the bomb. Asui crawled up the staircase to the next floor, made all out of bricks and cement. I don't give a shit, I gotta get out of this fucking ground, fucking Deku. Show yourself. Asui, where do you think you're going? Midoriya asked. A water whip appeared and snapped at Asui, causing her to back up. There you are, Midoriya, Asui stated. Of course, you're the one I'm going after first. Midoriya shot a blast of water at her, but she jumps away with some water splashing on her. You have the same abilities as a frog, don't you? Yeah, and it should be enough to capture you. Asui tries to grab Midoriya with her tongue. I don't think so, Asui. Midoriya throws up a wall of fire and unleashes a flurry of jabs, unleashing powerful fire blasts, one connecting to her foot after she jumped away. Bakugo, are you free yet? Asui exclaims as she feels the pain of the green flames of Midoriya. I told you to go to the bomb, Bakugo exclaims as he tries to get Midoriya from behind. Midoriya ducks, surprising the people watching the fight. He can control water too. How'd he know he was there? Did he hear Bakugo? People asked. No, it's part of his quirk, the earth aspect. Yorashi answered. What do you mean? Todoroki asked. Izuku has this thing he calls seismic sense. He can see everything around him through the vibrations of the floor he's on, so he felt Bakugo escape and come behind him the entire time he was fighting Asui. He got lucky with a building made entirely of bricks and cement, which he can control. He's gotten a lot stronger since I last saw him. He was never able to bury people, he informs the class. Isn't that a little overpowered, the seismic sense Midoriya has? Kaminari asks him. Not at all, it kind of distracts him. It's like watching two screens at once. Unless he's been able to master that, Asui is also very jumpy. He got her with a blast of his fire, but I think I know what he'll ultimately do. Which is? Shiro asked. I'll leave it as a surprise. Quit dodging. Bakugo exclaimed as Midoriya put up walls of earth and moves out of the way thanks to his airbending. Such harsh language for a wannabe hero. Midoriya taunts as he swiftly kicks away Bakugo's open palm and blasts air at him, knocking him into a wall, shortly turning and focusing on Asui for a moment. Still using water and slowly getting Asui more covered in water. I do my best in water, Midoriya, Asui shouts as she jumps towards Midoriya. Oh, I'm trying to get you covered with water, Midoriya says as he blasts a stream of water directly on her. Midoriya pushes Asui and pins her on a wall with the water, suddenly freezing it. Frogs go into a hibernation state when they get too cold. I'm assuming the same happens to you as well, huh, Asui? Midoriya asks as he puts more water to cover her mouth and freeze it. Deku, you bastard! Bakugo yells, unleashing an explosion to rush towards Midoriya. I swear, Kacchan. Ha ha ha. You kiss you mother with that mouth. Midoriya quickly dodges an explosion. You're very slow, Kacchan. Come on. Hit me. Midoriya taunts, standing in front of a wall. So these buildings should be the same as any other with running water in it. So you can try and get Bakugo to attack and erupt some water pipes, giving you more water to control to freeze him, as you can freeze Asui with your water pouch. Yaoyorozu explained. Yeah, I like that idea. If the pipes have water in them, it could really help out. Die, Deku! Bakugo yells, unleashing another powerful explosion. Kacchan. You're too slow. Ha ha ha. You'll never be a real hero if all you want to do is yell die or shoot off a firecracker. Midoriya taunts him. You only want to be a hero for fame and money. That's not what a hero is. Shut up. Bakugo releases more explosions, unknowing of what Midoriya's plan is. He's already broken through the bricks. Now Midoriya need him to break the metal pipes there, so he positions himself there around piles of bricks. Come at me and prove yourself, Kacchan. Midoriya earth bends the bricks into a brick armor. Come at me. Whoa, Midoriya is taking the villain role to a taunting session of Bakugo, Kirishima states. Well, of course. He's taking on the role of the villain, making the situation as real as he can try. Ida tries to explain. Bakugo and Izuku also have a rivalry that spans over a decade. Yorashi explains to the class. Izuku told me Bakugo's intentions for being a hero were fame and money. And Izuku has always disregarded and put down those aspects of being a hero. He wants to save people. That's what he sees as being a hero, risking your own life to save others. Midoriya is trying to take on the persona of a villain that wants only true heroes, whatever that means. So Midoriya is taunting his rival because they don't see eye to eye. Uraraka says out loud. Come on, Kacchan. I take your hits. I won't dodge this time. You can take my hits. Okay. Try this on for size. Bakugo readies his grenade gauntlet and readies to pull the pin on it. Bakugo, don't pull the pin. All Might commands. Don't worry, he's made himself armor and he says he won't dodge. He wants this. Bakugo says as he pulls the pin. Midoriya doesn't dodge like he said he wouldn't. Taking on the full blast, it tears away the brick armor and singes exposed parts of the hero costume. Midoriya is launched back into the metal pipes, breaking them, splashing water all over him, and Bakugo looks and sees Midoriya slumped in water. Get up! Bakugo commands. Get up! Bakugo walks over to Midoriya. Yaoyorozu has over-prepared the room with the bomb. Seeing her watch, there's only a few minutes left after feeling the building shake. The onlooking class doesn't say anything. Everyone is wide-eyed except Todoroki and Yorashi. Get up, Deku! You useless piece of shit! Get up! Bakugo yells as he grabs onto a limp Midoriya, shaking him a little. He holds onto him for a little. The class remains silent, and Yaoyorozu only knows Bakugo has set off an explosion larger than the others. Peek-a-boo, Kacchan. Midoriya says as he opens his eyes and uses the water all over them to push Bakugo down the hallway. Wow, you really sounded distraught, Kacchan. I always wanted to try that out and see if I'd fool you. I don't think you were fully convinced, but still, worth a shot. Midoriya grunts at that last word, moving his arms to get a stream of water around him and jabbing at Bakugo, unleashing shards of ice towards him and pulling bricks off the wall and from the floor at Bakugo. He blocks shots with his gauntlets as he tries to get up, but Midoriya freezes Bakugo in place with his 2 feet on the ground and his arm on the ground, leaving only one arm free to retaliate shots, until Midoriya covers his gauntlet in water and freezing it over, getting rid of available sweat for Bakugo's quirk to be of any use. Are you getting cold, Kacchan? Can you use your quirk? It's your hand sweat, and I've covered them both in ice. I know you can heat your palms, but I can always refreeze you. Midoriya encases Bakugo in a block of ice, keeping his head free. Why, Deku? Why do you take the blunt of the blast? Why are you acting like this? Why do you taunt me? Bakugo spits questions at him. That name right there, Deku. So antagonizing, Katsuki Bakugo. Midoriya looks at him dead in the eyes as he doesn't call him Kacchan. It sounds so foreign to Bakugo, seeing Midoriya say his actual name. You don't deserve to be a hero as you can't save anyone with that destructive quirk, Katsuki. Midoriya taunts. You should just leave. Time is up, villain team wins, All Might declares. Oh, okay, let me get you out of there, Kacchan. Midoriya melts the ice that hold Bakugo and rushes off to melt out Asui. Yaoyorozu comes out to see Bakugo covered in water and Midoriya holding Asui to get her warm. Bakugo sits there, confused. It was a fucking ACT, that useless piece of shit Deku. Just fucking acted? He thought to himself, getting so hot from being mad the water was steaming on him. The 4 got back to the class and All Might asked who was the MVP in the situation, to which most people would have said Midoriya. They said Yaoyorozu, due to her being focused on the objective and not pushing personal matters like Midoriya and Bakugo, or getting put out of the match too early. Some of the students groaned at the fact that the recommendation students won. The next match was Yorashi and Todoroki versus Kirishima and Shiro. Yorashi and Todoroki has a small chat outside as they were the heroes while Shiro and Kirishima readied themselves to protect the faux bomb. Todoroki, you got a plan for this? Yorashi asked her. I do. Stay outside for a moment, then after I'm done we can retrieve the bomb. Todoroki walks in the building after All Might announces the start. Todoroki places her hand on the wall and takes a deep breath in, and once she exhales the entire building is covered in ice. Whoa. Yorashi says lightly. You can come in now, let's get the bomb. Shiro and Kirishima are confused as to why everything is frozen. Kirishima hardens his arms to free himself and go after Yorashi and Todoroki. Once he got out he looked at Shiro. I gotta stop them before they get here. Use your elbows to get out of there or something. Kirishima says quickly as he rushes out the room. The bomb isn't on this floor, it's probably on the top floor. Yorashi states. Let's go up. They walk without really talking, but they hear the crunching of ice, rapidly getting louder. I figured Kirishima would break out quickly. I got him, I'll freeze him over. No, I've got it. Yorashi states. The wind picks up around them. I gotta at least do something. I've got you now, you heroes, Kirishima states as he hardens his arms and puts them up in an X formation. Oh no, the villain, Todoroki says blandly. Surrender, Kirishima. Yorashi reels back his arm. Never. Very well. Yorashi punches the air forward, hitting Kirishima. Kirishima feels so much wind resistance, like a hurricane and tornado mixed together in such a confined space. Being pushed back, trying his best to resist, but he trips up his footing and falls, being launched straight into the wall. You call that an attack? Kirishima says weakly as he's stuck in a wall. I can take care of him now. Todoroki takes a step with her left foot and plugs up the hole with her ice, leaving Kirishima's head out. Now both of you guys are probably incapacitated since you probably didn't freeze Zero. Yorashi says. Come on, the bomb should be around here, 4 minutes have passed. Oh man. I knew the recommended students would win. Kaminari shouts, covering his face with his hands. Shut up, at least we don't have to go against them. Jiro retorts back at him, poking him with her earphone jack. I didn't know Todoroki could do something like that. She's amazing. Midoriya says out loud. Sounds like you've got a little crush, Midoriya, the pink-skinned Ishido exclaims. Wah. No, it's not like that. Her quirk is just really powerful. That's all, I swear. You're turning red. I gotta say, if you didn't have such a crush on her I might be into you, Ishido says, looking up at him as he covers his face with his arms, with the top of his head bursting into flames. It's not like that, Ishido. Hero Team wins. All Might announces, cutting off Midoriya's embarrassment as Iida pats Midoriya's head to get rid of the fire, spouting how Midoriya could be a fire hazard, but he doesn't hear as he looks at the winning duo. Inasa's laughing at Kirishima and apologizing for throwing him so hard as Todoroki melts away the ice he's encased in. The MVP of the match was Todoroki for being calm and being able to incapacitate the villains so quickly. The following matches went along smoothly. No one really looked angry with the results, except Bakugo thinking over everyone else and what Midoriya had done. Zero also looked down, but was excited to see everyone in their matches. In the end, no one had any major injuries, just bruises that would go away in time, and some small burns on Midoriya, and Asui was fine. Midoriya had apologized for his actions of freezing her to a wall. The day had ended well and Midoriya stayed after for some training outside, which Yorashi joined. So, Izuku, Ishido told you got a crush on Todoroki? Yorashi asked as he learned some tips to control air like Midoriya, small air blasts. It's nothing like that, Inasa. Midoriya has a light blush. She's cute and strong, sure, that's objective, but that doesn't mean I have a crush on her. Quicker, Inasa. Have the air build up pressure in front of your hands. It seems like you're not used to feeling attraction. I know you told me in middle school nobody really talked to you because of your ideas of who a hero should be and that Bakugo was a ringleader of everyone. Like this, Izuku? Yorashi unleashed blast after blast, but only knocked over some cans. Put more pressure, it'll take some time but you'll get it. Our air quirks are similar, not exactly the same, but I'm pretty sure you can do it, if we try long and hard enough. Midoriya unleashed 2 quick jabs of air on a tree. And yeah, I'm not used to talking to girls, except older women like our teachers or parents. I guess it's because I'm so used to being alone or talking to you. It feels nice to talk to more people. The recommended students in Uraraka and Iida are cool. You know, Ishido told me something I didn't mention before in case you would have blushed more. What did she say? Midoriya asked as he launched some earth discs he made into a tree. She said something like if you didn't have such a crush on Todoroki she would have been crushing on you. I think she said that to tease you. Yorashi stops to take a look at Midoriya, who was blushing and had some flames on his body. Ooh, never seen this before. Izuku, you're blushing hard, aren't you? I can tell because you flames never did that before. Shut up, Inasa. It just caught me off guard when she said it. But Ishido is very pretty, I don't deny that. Midoriya uses the flames and shoots off a couple blasts into the air. But you should concentrate on increasing the wind pressure, Inasa. Go slow and work your way up with speed, taking time to build up air pressure. Inasa was going slow but still talked, so who else do you think is cute, Izuku? I saw class 1B once and I thought the girl with vines on her head was cute. I was going to talk to her but she already went to her class. I haven't seen the vine girl you're talking about, and I think all the girls here are kinda cute. Midoriya brought out a lot of water and tried out a tentacle arm trick, enveloping his arms in water to increase his range. Yeah, but who do you think is really pretty? I've only heard about Ishido and Todoroki. What about the invisible girl? I'm sure she's cute but I can't see her. The frog girl, Asui. No, she's kinda cute but I don't see myself liking her in that way. Oh. The girl who said your nickname was cute, Uraraka. It's pretty evident you like her due to your small stutter with her. Inasa. Izuku. Hey Midoriya. Both Yorashi and Midoriya turn to see Kirishima. Kaminari and Shiro walk over to where the duo were. We came here to work out, and I was wondering if you wanted to spar using our quirks. Spar with who? Just you or against the three of you? Midoriya asked him. Nah, just me. These two just work out or watch us. Alright. I'm up for it. Midoriya takes a wide stance and move up, causing a large rectangle of earth to rise. Mind getting on the other side? Proper field for a proper spar. Midoriya shines him a smile. The new trio look amazed at Midoriya's control over his quirk. Kirishima drops his things and makes his way to the other side, and Shiro and Kaminari begin to commentate on the fight. Inasa, keep working on the air blasts. Midoriya orders. Gentlemen, we have a one-on-one of the elemental man himself, Midoriya versus Red Riot. Kirishima, Kaminari announced. This is the first time we've seen these two titans face off. The crowd is electric. Shiro adds to receive laughs from Yorashi. No hard feelings if you lose, right Midoriya? Kirishima asks, making his arms harder. Of course not. Midoriya uses his water for the tentacle arms. We see Midoriya ready his water and Kirishima prepared to take on the defense. Let's see how this match goes, Shiro announces. Start, Kaminari exclaims with small sparks coming off his hands. Kirishima rishes Midoriya, who actually jumps over Kirishima, causing him to run into a pillar of rock. Midoriya takes advantage of this by hitting him with a quick whip of the water. Shiro is actively commentating on the fight. Kaminari, who do you think will prevail in this matchup? Oh, Shiro, as much as I like Kirishima, I think Midoriya is gonna take this. He's a student let in on recommendation. We've seen what he can do against the one who went number 1 on the entrance exam. I also heard that Midoriya has taken notes on everyone's quirks, so he might know a weakness to Kirishima's defense. Would you see that? Kirishima is getting Midoriya on the ropes after freezing Kirishima's legs, but he's still taking his fire like it's nothing. Now we see Midoriya taking the earth and making an armor on his arm to defend against Kirishima. Ooh. I bet Kirishima didn't see that water from behind sticking him to the ground twice today. Midoriya has gotten some distance and plunges his hands into the ground like it's water, pulling up stone gloves. Oh, I see. Midoriya is shooting off pieces of it like bullets, all hitting Kirishima. Now he may be on the ropes, having to defense and get rid of the ice. Midoriya's all out of stone gloves. What's he gonna do now? Oh, he's taking back the water, using the same trick he did with Bakugo. Circle of water and jabbing out ice. Kirishima's free and defending against it, but this fight is wearing out his hardness. Seems like he'll need a Viagra or something to keep going. Inasa is laughing but still working on his movements. Kirishima plays dirty, unmanly. He got dirt in Midoriya's eyes. He doesn't bother rubbing his eyes. He catched Kirishima's arm in a wall of earth and does the same to his other leg. That's his seismic sense Inasa told us about earlier. Is Midoriya way too overpowered now, getting rid of his eyes, but he can still see everything? Midoriya is relying on the ground to see, and it definitely works out for him as Kirishima is now neck deep in the ground, easily showing us that Midoriya could have won as soon as the match started. Midoriya wins the spar. Kaminari finally announces. Midoriya, get Kirishima out of the ground now. Shiro, Kaminari, is this where you went? To fool around? Ashido surprised everyone with her presence. Oh, Ashido, hey, didn't know you would be joining us. Yorashi said while Midoriya got Kirishima out of the ground and bringing the stage back down while trying to get dirt out of his eyes. Ah Mina. You should see the footage, Kirishima excitedly said. I asked Shiro to record it and he and Kaminari did some commentary. We're sorry, we didn't know it would take so long. Do you still want to go get some food with us? I can ask Midoriya to come along as well. Kirishima whispers the end. Sure, she whispers. I better see that it was a good fight. Hey Yorashi, I won't be joining you, we're gonna go eat, you wanna join us? Can't, I gotta get home. He replied. Izuku, I'm gonna go home. I thought I'd get it by now, but we'll have to see for tomorrow. That's alright Inasa, I know it's kinda tricky, Midoriya said, grabbing his things. Oi, Midoriya, wanna come eat with us real quick? Kirishima offered with smiles from Shiro and Kaminari behind him. Sure. Is Ashido still here? Midoriya asked. Yeah, she's totally blushing man. Kaminari exclaimed, pointing to her. Oh, I was asking because you showed up and then I didn't see you. Midoriya says a little nervously. Come on, what place are we going to? I'll see you tomorrow Inasa. And I'll probably text you later, alright Izuku. The five went along to the front of the school when Shiro and Kaminari got texts from their parents and had to leave early, leaving a trio of Ashido, Kirishima, and Midoriya. Three's still a good amount of people. Come on, there's this place that's gone some good udon. Kirishima excitedly informs the two. Inasa loves udon. Midoriya states. The trio reach the place and order their food, chatting amongst themselves about classes and the matches, and talk to Midoriya about some things Bakugo has said. What's with the name Deku Midoriya? Ashido asks him. Oh, you probably heard it from Kachan. Midoriya looks down for a little and looks at them. It's a dumb name he made. He uses it to demean me, even though today I showed him how strong I am. Bakugo's strong as well. He told us you guys went to the same school but you got in through recommendation. Yeah, it's because I wasn't looking for fights like he does, and he's just a bully. Midoriya replied. I know Bakugo is strong, and I used to always hold back on him. Even today, I could have ended the match as soon as it started, but since I was playing a villain, I toyed with him. Yeah, what was going on in your match? It seemed like you were just teasing him, Kirishima asked. Well, I was putting on an act, and I guess some of my actual emotions came out. But I'm not going to be like that, it's just for the sake of the drill. Midoriya responded. Anyways, you seem a little uncomfortable about that. What about when your head burst into flames, Midoriya? I heard about it from Kaminari. It apparently happened during mine and Shiro's match? Kirishima asked. Midoriya looks over at Ashido and says, oh, well, after Todoroki froze the entire building and melted the ice, I said out loud that she has a strong quirk and I didn't know she was able to freeze an entire building. And then Ashido. Mina. Ashido said. You can call me Mina, Midoriya. Oh, alright. And then Mina came up to me and asked if I had a crush on Todoroki, which I don't, she's just really cool, and then I told him, if you didn't have such a crush on her I might be into you, Mina exclaimed. Oh, so you caught fire because Mina made you nervous? Makes sense, you didn't take me for a guy to be used to flirty girls. Mina is a big flirt. Kaminari states. I'm not a big flirt, I couldn't do that with Bakugo, I could get my horns blown off, Mina jokes. The two boys laugh at the girls' jokes, and once they finish and pay for their food, they part ways and Midoriya makes it home, studies, eats late and washes dishes and gets ready for the next day after texting Yorashi that he should have gone because they had some udon. Hello again. Hope you all don't mind me changing things up. I included some bits and pieces and had a lot of help from Cavebanime87, cool guy, and he helped out with trying to figure out the beginning and the trial of battle, the spar of Midoriya and Kirishima. I thought it would be interesting to have. Anyways, hope you all enjoyed. Please follow, favorite, and review if you have anything to say, things you might want to see, how to improve, or just ask questions or just say something positive, it would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 5. The next day, the students would face two extremes. The press and who was going to be the Class 1A representative and vice representative. When everyone had come to the school, they were swarmed by the press asking questions about All Might and what he's like as a teacher. The press was greeted to a multitude of responses. Well, he's got big muscles, he's really cool, fuck off, he's alright I guess. Everyone felt relieved once they had gotten past the press and into their classes. Aizawa posed the question of who was going to be the class rep, to which everyone wanted the position, only to have Tenya Iida announce they should handle the situation with a vote, and the ones with the most votes would become the class rep, and second highest to be the vice rep. Once everyone agreed, they all got slips of paper and wrote who they wanted to be for the class representative job. Most people voted for themselves, but the ones who got the most votes were Midoriya with 4, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki with 3. Surprisingly enough, the one who came up with the idea for voting had no votes. A tiebreaker was used for Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, to which Yaoyorozu was elected as the vice representative. Some thank yous were said and the rest of the class time was going over the events of the day before. Bakugo and Midoriya shouldn't involve the class in personal squabbles. Midoriya should have let Yaoyorozu do more to just defend, along with other critique for the other students. Midoriya, Kirishima. I saw footage of you two fighting after school. What was that about? Aizawa asked out loud, which many people were confused as to why they would fight. Oh, it was just a friendly spar. I was trying to teach Inasa some moves and Kirishima wanted to spar. So we had a little spar. We didn't know it would be a problem if it is, Midoriya replied. Kirishima, is this true? Aizawa wanted to clarify the situation even more. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. I asked him for a quick spar after seeing the match of him against Asui and Bakugo and wanted to see how well I would have fared. Alright. You two aren't in trouble. We have facilities for this. You should have just asked some staff after class for permission. Aizawa informed them. This goes for everyone as well who want to spar with each other. We'll use it in class at a later date once we get some scenarios down, like for tomorrow. We're going to the unforeseen simulation joint to work on disaster rescue situations. Today was to select the reps to help watch over the class. Class is in 10 minutes, I'm gonna take a nap and then President Mike will come in to teach. English. Aizawa zipped up his sleeping bag and fell on the floor. It was still unusual to see, especially since it was only the third day there. Everyone talked amongst themselves, and Mina had taken small glances over towards the group Midoriya was in. Mina, it's obvious that you kinda like him, just go talk to him. Kirishima whispered to her while Bakugo was telling off Zero and Kaminari for drawing a bad picture of him trapped in ice. Well, I might ask him to eat with me for lunch, or I could just join his group for lunch today, she replied. Yeah. Might be good since Bakugo is already getting mad at Zero and Kaminari, wouldn't want that to get on you. Kirishima showed her a toothy grin. Alright. With the group Midoriya was in, Iida was a little disappointed. Come on Iida, don't be so down, if you want I'll pass on my position to you, Midoriya replied. No, thank you Midoriya, but no you've been deemed class representative based on the vote of the class, you even had my vote. It wouldn't be fair to Yaoyorozu or Todoroki either, Iida replied. Honestly, I wouldn't have cared, I'm just surprised people voted for me, Todoroki stated. I voted for Yaoyorozu. I voted for you Deku, Uraraka said patting Midoriya's back. I did not vote for you. Yaoyorozu and Yorashi said bluntly. They both explained that they had voted for themselves. Okay. Well I voted for Yaoyorozu, and you two voted for me. Then who are the other two who voted for me? Midoriya asked. It might be Ishido and Kirishima, Izuku. Yorashi suggested. Well, I don't know. I can ask Mina and Kirishima later, Midoriya replied. Mina? Todoroki asked and looked at both Ishido and Midoriya. Are you two a thing now? WW what? No. I don't think I am ready for a relationship at this. Hey everybody, who's ready for English? President Mike exclaims as he slides open the door, helping relieve some embarrassment from Midoriya. The class periods went on as they usually did, English with President Mike, and then art with Midnight and literature with Cementos. Then everyone went to lunch. Midoriya had spotted the girl with vine hair and told Yorashi where she is, and he went to go talk to her. Only to come back with a rosary and a glum look on his face. What's wrong Inasa? Struck out? Midoriya asked him. Well, I asked her what she was doing on Sunday, because I have family plans for the rest of the week except Sunday, and I asked her if she wanted to go out that day. She told me she had to help out her church and then she gave me this necklace. Yorashi pouted. It's a rosary, it's a religious piece people use for prayer. I don't know much about it since over time the world became more secular when quirks showed up ages ago. Yaoyorozu informed him. Well, it looks cool, I'll just wear it since she gave it to me. I learned her name though. Abara Shiozaki. Yorashi informed them while putting on the rosary and tucking it in his shirt. I might ask her out again next week, when it's more suitable. Well, glad to know you're not giving up. Uraraka stated. So Deku, do you have your eye on anyone like Yorashi here? No, not really, I don't think so, Midoriya replied. He doesn't know how to act with flirts, or how to flirt. He gets embarrassed like yesterday when he caught on fire. Yorashi explained. Oh, I see, Midoriya. Was that the reason why your hair burst into flames when Todoroki's match was finished? Iida asked with a confused look on Todoroki. Well, it's cause Mina said something that got me embarrassed, Midoriya explained. What was it that I said? Ashido asks Midoriya, causing him to jump. Oh, Mina, you heard that, you said something along the line of me having a crush on Todoroki, which isn't true, and that if I didn't you would have a crush on me. But I don't have a crush on Todoroki, but I don't think you were being honest when you said you'd have a crush on me because Kirishima said that you're a flirt, so yeah. Midoriya explains nervously with strange looks from Iida, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka. Well, that was a long way of saying it, but yeah, do you guys mind if I sit with you all? Ashido asks. No, we don't mind. Yorashi answers. Take my seat next to Izuku, I'll just sit in front of him. He moved his tray over and allows Ashido to sit with Midoriya. So Midoriya, since you call me Mina now, I think it's only appropriate I get to call you by your first name, Izuku. Mina teased, leaving Midoriya a stuttering and blushing mess. I'm only kidding. But I would like to give you a nickname. Well, I call Midoriya Deku, maybe you can use that as well, Uraraka adds. What was it that Shiro or Kaminari called you during the spar, Izuku? Yorashi asks. Was it Elemental Man? Wait, this was recorded? Midoriya, did you give your consent to be recorded? Iida asked, Mogan his arm. Inasa, that is what they called me, and I didn't verbally give consent, but I don't mind. I just hope it wasn't uploaded. Yo Midoriya. I uploaded the spar of you and Kirishima. Look up Elemental Man vs Red Riot. Shiro calls out in the cafeteria. Oh great, Midoriya slumps in his seat, covering his face with his hands. I just had to say it, didn't I? It'll be fine, Elemental Man. Mina teases. Shiro sent me the fight and you did great. It wasn't a fight, it was a spar. If it was a fight Izuku could have done a lot more damage, Yorashi adds. What do you mean Yorashi? Todoroki asked. Well, I've seen when Midoriya gets mad, Kirishima could consider himself lucky Izuku didn't break anything on him. When Midoriya tried to get control over his quirk, he would accidentally burn people, suffocate them, break bones, cut. This was all on accident. But Izuku can do those things to people if he wanted to. I'm glad he's not a villain. If he was, he could probably take on All Might easily. Yorashi informs the table. Midoriya, I'm proud of you. For being able to have such control over your quirk to not harm anyone, other than putting Asui into a hibernation-type state yesterday and encasing Bakugo in ice, and the spar with Kirishima. Iida responded. Midoriya, we're all glad that you've got such control over your quirk. Being able to handle such power. Yaoyorozu adds. I suppose I can relate to the situation. Todoroki adds. My quirk can easily freeze people to death, or turn them to ash. I just hope I don't hurt anyone too bad. Being a hero you gotta defeat the villains and save those who need saving. Midoriya tells everyone. Hey, Midori. Ashido was interrupted suddenly. Alarms go off, blaring throughout the cafeteria as the students stampede towards the exit doors. The group follows the rest, getting caught up in the stampede and separated. Midoriya looks out the window to see if the cause of this uproar is anywhere around. What Midoriya sees confused him. It's the press. Yaoyorozu. It's just the press. Todoroki, Uraraka, Iida, Inasa, Mina. Midoriya calls out to them, but they're all separated and can't hear due to the panic the other students are causing. I have to take matters into my own hands, he thinks to himself. Midoriya uses his airbending to jump into the air and hold onto a pipe. I gotta get everyone's attention, maybe breathing some fire can help out. Midoriya yells out, "Hey," while breathing out a stream of low-burning red fire. Everyone, focus on me. There is nothing to be worried about, it's just the press. They got through the gate somehow, but this is not an attack. Calm down and go back to the cafeteria. The pros can handle this situation, we're UA students. Everyone stopped as soon as they saw the flames above them and saw a green-haired teen hanging on a pipe by the window. Everyone had heard what he said, listened and followed his orders. He still hung onto the pipe until the pro heroes Cementos and Ectoplasm came out to address the situation, which is just what Midoriya had told everyone. The pros thanked Midoriya and went off, and then the bell for the lunch period signaling. Once they made it back to class, Aizawa made some announcements. Okay class, some announcements. Present Mike and I handled the press when they got through the gate. 0. Don't upload fights where the identities of students and abilities can be revealed so early, you'll have time to do so later on during the sports festival, but Kirishima, keep your guard up and pay attention to your surrounding, and try to predict what your opponent will do. You'll get that with experience. Midoriya, you could have ended the fight as soon as it started. I'm glad you decided not to do that at first to try and get some up-close combat experience with those who are close-quarters fighters. You're not always going to be on the earth. I saw the way you used the water, it reminded me of using my capture scarf. I'll send you an email if you want to know some things to do more with it. I'm only saying this because Ciro's recording was much clearer. Now the end of announcements. I want to thank Midoriya for handling the situation appropriately. Although it's against the rules to use your quirk like that, we've let it slide for now. We're investigating how the press got in without a special ID. For now, just chat amongst yourselves after the representative and vice representative say their thank yous again. I'm gonna take a nap. I'd like to thank you all for voting for me to be the Class 1A representative, Midoriya stated. And I'd like to thank you all for voting for me to be the Class 1A vice representative, said Yaoyorozu. They took their seats near Yorashi, Todoroki, Iida, and Uraraka. Midoriya, I am fully convinced you are the superior student. Iida stated like it was now a fact. No, I'm not, Iida. Thank you for the compliment, but if you had the opportunity to do it, I'm sure you would have taken charge as well. That goes for everyone, Midoriya replied. I don't think it would have mattered. Everyone for a moment thought that they were all in danger, and we all flocked like sheep towards the exit. Had you not been there, Midoriya, then some people could have been heard rushing into the exit. Yaoyorozu added. We are thankful you took charge and no one got hurt. Midoriya, you say we all could have done what you did, but we didn't. Everyone had the chance to do it. I agree with Yaoyorozu, glad you were there so no one was hurt. Todoroki added. Well, thanks guys. But I still believe you all could have been able to. Midoriya says, holding on to his belief. Whatever. Todoroki replies as she lays her head on the desk. I'm gonna see what's so great about these naps Aizawa takes. Alright Todoroki, have a nice nap, Midoriya and Uraraka whisper. Yaoyorozu made a small blanket from exposing her arm and letting the cloth form. Thanks Momo. Todoroki whispers. Alright. Who's gonna wake her up when class starts? Uraraka asks. I'm not. I don't want to risk getting frozen or burned. Yaoyorozu replied with Iida and Uraraka agreeing. Inasa? Midoriya asked. As much as I'd like to, I think she'd be very mad if I woke her up. We didn't exactly meet on good impressions with each other, he replied. Alright, I'll do it then. If I'm frozen I can get out, if I'm burned I can heal it. I asked Recovery Girl to teach me some healing things, so I always keep some small first aid in the pocket of my jacket. Midoriya replied. I hope with my quirk I can find some technique to help me with some healing thing. I'm mostly offensive and defensive. Well, what about your water? Uraraka asks. I don't think water can help much, Uraraka. Midoriya mostly uses it in both offensive and defense situations. Yorashi replied for Midoriya. Well, the human body is mostly comprised of water, so maybe something can happen if I focus some energy into the water on a small injury like a burn or a cut. I can talk to Recovery Girl to see. There's also Aizawa who talked about the water thing I do. I don't know if it's actually similar, I just have some water tentacles to expand my combat range. Midoriya replied. If you can learn to heal, you could possibly be the strongest in the class. Ida replied with agreement from everyone and a slight nod from the sleeping Todoroki. Possibly stronger than Todoroki or Bakugo. Yaoyorozu whispered, not wanting to let the two hear and get upset. Then I'll learn to heal, Midoriya quietly explained. The group chatted a bit while whispering to not wake Todoroki, who started to stir when the group got a little loud. On the other side of the room, Bakugo was telling off Shiro and Kirishima for telling a bad joke about him. Kaminari talked to Ishido about lunch. Where were you at lunch? Shiro asked about you. Well, I went to go sit with Midoriya. She confessed. I wanted to ask him something but I was interrupted by Big Panic the press caused. What did you want to ask him, Mina? I wanted to ask if he wanted to go hang out after school today, like a date. No, it's not like that. Okay. But if you want to ask him to hang out, I'd do it right now. Looks like Ojiro and Hagakure are asking him something. He stays after school to help Yorashi with some moves. Ojiro is probably gonna ask to spar. Maybe the same with Hagakure. Alright. Once they're done I'll go talk to them. A 2-on-1 spar? Midoriya asked Ojiro and Hagakure. Yeah, I wanted to spar against you since Kirishima did yesterday, and I was talking to Hagakure about it to test if your size makes sense. Is a real thing. Ojiro replied. I'm helping out Inasa with some moves but I can do it at the same time. Midoriya replied. Do you want to ask Shiro and Kirishima to record and commentate? Yorashi asked Midoriya. Well, I guess, it was fun hearing them talk, but they distracted you yesterday. Midoriya replied. But I'll ask them. Awesome. Cool, so after school then? Hagakure asked. Yeah, I have to ask Aizawa to show me where the gym is at so we can spar. Awesome. Ojiro and Hagakure replied. I'll go in blindfolded if you guys want me to. I can still see with my seismic sense. Midoriya replied. Alright. Hagakure replied with some tone of not believing Midoriya. Hey Midori. Ishido was interrupted again by Ectoplasm, who came in to start the math class. Hey, Todoroki. Midoriya was shaking Todoroki to wake up. Class is gonna start. She replied. Izuku? She instantly turned red and looked away. Thank you Midoriya, I appreciate it. Midoriya, can you come up and do the first 5 problems from the homework? Ectoplasm asked. Yes, right away. Class was starting. Todoroki's blush stopped. Ishido was a little agitated. Hagakure and Ojiro were excited for the spar. And Bakugo was explosive with how quick but bad at math he was. Once class had ended, it was time for All Might's class, Foundational Hero Studies, but was taught by Aizawa since the physical things were taught by All Might, which today just consisted of learning terms they'd hear out in the field for disasters. Once the school day ended, Midoriya had quickly gotten his things and asked Aizawa where the gym was. He told him it was Gym Gamma, and he asked if it was Oka to spar there, to which the answer was a solid yes. Ojiro, Hagakure, the location is Gym Gamma. I'll meet you guys there. Alright Midoriya. See ya there, they replied while walking out. Shiro, Kaminari. I'm gonna spar again, and Inasa asked if you guys could record and commentate again. Alright. We'll definitely do that, Shiro and Kaminari said in unison. Great, we're gonna be at Gym Gamma and I'll make a commentator stand for you too. That's awesome. And they both walked out the class. Inasa, go to Gym Gamma, that's where we'll practice. I'm gonna buy some water bottles for target practice for you. Awesome. I'm also gonna ask Recovery Girl something. Terrific. I'll see you there, Izuku. Yorashi replied, walking out the class. Midoriya, I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. I too became uncomfortable after saying your name. I apologize for it, and thank you for waking me up for class. Todoroki says as she bows. Todoroki, it's fine. If you want to call me by my name, that's fine. I don't mind it, it'll take some getting used to, but it's fine. No need to apologize, it was just unexpected is all. Oh, all right, Izuku. She replied as she walked out while moving a lock of her white hair behind her ear. Midoriya walked through the building for 2 minutes looking for Recovery Girl's office. Knock knock. Oh, Recovery Girl? Yes, dearie? I wanted to ask a question regarding my quirk. Do you think I might be able to heal using my water abilities? I'm not sure, we can try. Recovery Girl replied, looking through her cabinet and pulls out a scalpel. Oh geez. I can just give myself a small burn and try it out instead. Sharp things kinda freak me out, I'm sorry. Oh, that's alright. I didn't know All Might gave his power to a wuss. A wuss? Fine. Use the scalpel. How do you know about 1-4? All? Please. I healed his injuries when he didn't watch how reckless he was in fights, getting beaten too much for not using his head or hurting people a bit too much. Now come on, I'll do a small cut on your finger. Recovery Girl gets a jug of water and cuts Midoriya's finger. Okay. Now try it. If you can't heal it, I'll heal it and you feel a little tired, not much since it's a small cut. Midoriya makes a picking up motion to pull out the water and encases his hand with the cut in water. Midoriya focuses his energy to the water on the wound, and the water glows to a blue-silvery hue and the cut is healed. Whoa, that was awesome. Great, you can leave now. It's good to hear there's another healer in UA. Come in another time and we can test more things as to what you can heal. I assume right now cuts, bruises, and burns can be healed or treated. Great, I'll be back soon. Hopefully not too soon. Better not. Midoriya walked over towards his locker to get his things when he was approached by Ishido. Hey Midoriya, I've been meaning to talk to you. She says, looking down, then at the lockers, to his shirt and to his face, looking into his eyes. Hey Mina. What did you want to talk about? Well, if it's not too much to ask, I wanted to know if you wanted to go hang out today, or tomorrow, or this weekend or whenever, she asked, taking her gaze away from his eyes. Well, I'm doing stuff in a bit with Inasa, Ojiro, Hagakure, Shiro, and Kaminari. He replied, rubbing the back of his head and then placing a hand on her shoulder. I'd like to hang out, say, this weekend. Only a few more days till then. Mina looks back into his eyes with a sparkle and a bright smile. Awesome, I'll give you my number so we can talk about it during the week. Alright. After exchanging numbers they parted ways, Midoriya going to the locker room to change, and Ishido walking towards the exit with butterflies in her stomach. Izuku. Where are the water bottles? Yorashi asked. I forgot. Let me get some water from the building real quick. Midoriya runs to a water fountain, letting the water run and allowing it to envelop his arms like the tentacle trick. Gonna make some ice cups then? Yorashi asked. Yeah. Here. Midoriya tossed them in the air, which Yorashi controlled the wind to get them in the right place to try and knock down. Midoriya, Ojiro, Hagakure, Shiro and Kaminari exclaim. Where were you? Oh, I just talked to Recovery Girl and then Mina wanted to talk to me. Oh, alright, it's your business, I won't ask anything. Ojiro asked, but the others didn't care. What did you talk about? They asked in unison. Well, I learned to heal small cuts with Recovery Girl with my water, and Ishido asked me to go hang out this weekend. Like a date? They asked in unison. No, I'm pretty sure it's not a date. She just said hanging out and she gave me her number. Does Midoriya have a crush? Kaminari teased. Does Mina have a crush? Shiro added. They're probably crushing on each other, Hagakure put in her piece. Enough. Come on, you guys came here so I can wipe the floor with you. Let's get to it. Kaminari, hand me your tie, I'm gonna go blindfolded. Midoriya retorted. Oh man. I'm already excited. Here, Kaminari exclaimed as sparks came off his body, taking off his tie and tossing it to Midoriya, who wrapped it around his eyes. Midoriya took a similar stance to when he made the first sparring ring, and then made a small commentator's booth with a small phone stand and stone seats. Whoa! They all exclaimed. Let's get to it, Midoriya exclaimed. Ojiro stepped onto the platform, and waited for Hagakure to take off her clothes to be invisible to test Midoriya's seismic sense, as she didn't believe it. I'm Honta Siro and I'm with my co-host Denki Kaminari. We're here to see the Elemental Man take on his second match. He's currently 1-0 with the win against Red Riot. What's your prediction for this match, Kaminari? Well, Siro, seeing Midoriya's quirk control, I'd say he'll win this one once again. Hagakure is in the nude, fully invisible, and Ojiro has a tail. Midoriya might want to use his close quarters attacks, maybe utilizing a stone armor similar to the gloves we saw before. Midoriya is blindfolded, but I think it puts him at an advantage being able to still see with his seismic sense. I'm rooting for the underdogs this match, man. This match is between the Elemental Man on a 1-on-2 with the Tail Man and Invisible Girl. Let's rock! Kaminari exclaims with some sparks coming off him. Here we see Midoriya putting on some stone armor as he moves very quickly towards Ojiro, who defends with his tail. The stone armor is only on his arms, leaving everything else open. Ooh! Hagakure seems to be hitting Midoriya's unprotected sides. Could this be too much too early for him? Whoa! Seems like it's not. Midoriya burst into green flames and caused Ojiro and Hagakure to back up. I don't know where she is, but she could be plotting something. Midoriya keeps the armored arms though. But the resulting move of the flames caused his shirt to burn off. But not his blindfold, which is also my tie. Any female fans might be gawking at him because he is shredded. If I wasn't straight, this could have gotten me, Kaminari. Haha, I hear you. Midoriya's taking on the offensive on Ojiro with flaming kicks. I haven't seen him use his fire like this before, but I did see him breathe fire today. And there it is. Green fire at an empty area, which I can only assume is Hagakure. You're right. That was a very feminine screech, unless it was Ojiro. Midoriya has built a pyramid. I'm assuming he's trapped Hagakure. Still blindfolded. If he does this from now on, I'll have to call him the Blind Bandit, because he's stealing this W from the duo. I like that name, and from that smirk on Midoriya's face, I'm sure he likes that name as well. Now if Ojiro manages to beat Midoriya, then it's a win for them, even though Midoriya has beaten Hagakure. Midoriya doesn't seem to be using his quirk except for his seismic sense. Maybe he's blocking Ojiro's movements like it's breathing, sliding in jabs and knees in there to try and break down Ojiro's tail defense. This flurry of traded hits is incredible. It's like watching two boxers go at it. This just seems to be a slugfest of just punches at each other, minimal blocking, both trying to get each other down. This seems very brutal, but Ojiro is directing this one-on-one towards the pyramid where Hagakure is at. Oh, he smashes it open, and it seems that Midoriya is blocking both flurries of his from each person. Is he gonna use his quirk again? Oh, he is. Breathing out another stream of fire and flipping away from them to give himself some space. Might call him a dancing dragon. That's pretty clever there, but now we see Ojiro staying back and Midoriya on a one-on-one with Hagakure. He mostly defends against her, and in his windows of opportunity he's launching rocks over at Ojiro, who defends by swinging that powerful tail. Is Midoriya gonna hit a girl? It could be seen as either nothing and being seen as equal opportunity, or very bad in the sense that Midoriya could be seen as sexist as he hits her, or sexist if he doesn't. Hard case for him. Seems like Midoriya isn't going to bury them, but also seems like he doesn't want to break them either. He slides the ground over somehow to move Hagakure, it seems, and Midoriya is rushing Ojiro with his body encased in another stone armor. Midoriya pulls off a sick-ass flying kick to Ojiro and knocks him off the ring. Ojiro even defended with his tail. Now it's Midoriya and Hagakure. The one who didn't believe he could see without his eyes, only made it harder for her due to his seismic sense. It looks like Midoriya still defending the hits even as some seem to get through pushing him back. Kaminari, is it bad for him to actually hit her or no? Well, she's planning to be a heroes and heroes have to take a hit, and ever since the laws and social norms changed over the decades, I personally don't think it matters. She's also just a person with different pronouns and it doesn't matter. With that being said, knock her off. Midoriya backs up and blows out a stream of air from his hands where Hagakure supposedly is it, and everyone hears her scream and sees the dirt where she lands pick up. The Elemental Man, now also known as the Blind Bandit, wins. Kaminari announces, to which Zero adds, "Please like, subscribe and hit the bell icon for more soon." Hagakure, Midoriya and Ojiro exclaim. Hagakure, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for you to fly so far. I just wanted to push you lightly off the platform. Midoriya apologizes. She's still breathing, she's just knocked out. Ojiro, get her clothes for her. Ojiro rushes to grab her clothes and they dress her as much as they can by not being perverts. Midoriya. Hagakure asks dazed. How'd I get these clothes on? Midoriya and Ojiro blush a bright red. Well, we got your clothes and put your shirt and pants on without really touching you. We didn't do anything, we swear. You can ask Inasa or Zero or Kaminari. Midoriya explains. It's fine, Midoriya. I know you two are gentlemen, you wouldn't take advantage of anyone. But I gotta say, I didn't expect you to stay shirtless, Midoriya. I can see why Mina digs you. Oh fuck. Midoriya says under his breath. He rushes to get his bag and pulls out a white t-shirt. I'm sorry I didn't put on a shirt. I'm also so very sorry about the air thing. I didn't think you'd be flown off like that, I'm sorry. Midoriya, it's fine. I might have some bruising, but I'm not hurt in any way. If anything, I'm gonna be sore for tomorrow. Same here, Midoriya. Your moves hurt my tail a lot, but thank you for the spar, Ojiro added. Ojiro. Your tail is bleeding a little, let me help. Midoriya rushes to one of the ice cups he made for Yorashi to knock down. He successfully knocked down two, but struggled to keep going. You'll get better at this, Inasa, don't worry. I'm gonna grab the fallen ones. You made good progress. After I heal Ojiro, we can walk to the train together. Alright, Izuku. After melting the fallen ice cups, Midoriya encased his hand in the water and placed it on Ojiro's cut. After taking a deep breath in and out, the water began to glow, and Ojiro's tail was healed very quickly. There, should be fine now, he informed them. Whoa! Everyone exclaimed. You weren't kidding, Midoriya. Yeah, that's why I went to Recovery Girl. I can heal my own wounds as well, but for now I can do small cuts and burns. She said bruises as well, but I don't think some bruises are worth being healed if they can go away after a while. I gotta train it up. I think you're one of the strongest people in the class, Midoriya. Ojiro replied. I know you wanted to get better at your close combat even though you easily could have immobilized us like you did with Bakugo and Kirishima. But I'm glad you didn't, showing you're more than capable to handle different situations. Midoriya, I guess I shouldn't have doubted your abilities. You were able to see me. What do I even look like? Hagakure asked. Well, I see more so an outline. I can't see distinct features like facial features. And I see through vibrations of anything. So like a ship on water, I can see. I can also detect bodily changes like a change in breathing and heart rate. Midoriya explained. Oh, Hagakure replied, sounding a little disappointed. But I'm sure you look great either way. It shouldn't matter what you look like. Anyways, Inasa and I are gonna head over to the train. Midoriya grabbed his bag and walked out with Inasa after returning the grounds back to their original state. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the USJ. See ya, Midoriya. Yorashi, they called out. Yorashi and Midoriya walked out the gates and had some small talk. So you have a date this weekend, Izuku? It's not a date, Inasa. Mina wanted to hang out, so who am I to deny someone a hangout day? That's true. I'm proud of you, Midoriya. Yorashi says while patting Midoriya's back. I might try and get Shiozaki's number tomorrow or something, and thank her for the rosary. I saw what she looked like. I guess she has a plant-related quirk which is really cool. Yeah, She's got passion. I could tell from those eyes of hers. There's one guy in 1B that's really annoying. He's got some blonde hair, but I didn't catch his name. Really? I hope both the hero classes can get along. So what are you and Ishido gonna do this weekend? I'm not really sure, Inasa. Maybe get something to eat and then a movie, or an arcade, or something she'd like to do. You sure do a good job at making not sound like a date, Izuku. It's not a date, Midoriya exclaimed to the surprise of others. I'm sorry for yelling, but it's not a date, Inasa. It's fine, you stood your ground, I respect that. I pushed it too far. I apologize for my actions as well. It's fine, Inasa. I know you just like to tease. I guess I'm just feeling embarrassed by today. Mina asking to hang out. Todoroki calling me Izuku when she woke up, and now I gave her permission of whatever to call me that now. And having to fight Hagakure. I guess today has been a little strange. But look at the bright side. You're the class rep. You prevented a bad outcome if everyone continued to stampede through the exit doors, and you're helping them improve by fighting. Plus you might already gain a following thanks to Siro and Kaminari for recording and commentating on the spars. Plus you learn to heal, even if it's a little, it's still always good to have during rescue ops. You're right, Inasa. Thank you. The duo hopped on the train and went home. Yorashi to his and Midoriya to his, where he ate dinner with his mother and had the chance to video call his father, and even tell them about the spars. Hello. Hope you all enjoyed this chapter. My partner and I have been coming up with ideas of a Pokemon and MHA story. UA is a trainer boarding school. There are no quirks, but special trainers are able to understand and talk to Pokemon. We thought about this after he sent me a link to the Detective Pikachu movie, which I think looks interesting. Characters with the gift so far are All Might, and that's a pseudonym, and Midoriya. This is so far just thoughts, but if it interests you guys, then we can come up with the story for you all. We can try and make a first chapter for you all to see. And I have another story where Midoriya and others go into the Avatar world to help end the 100-year war with the Fire Nation. We'd appreciate it if you guys gave it a look as well. And leave a review if you'd want to see a chapter of the Pokemon and MHA story or want us to make it an actual story. Chapter 6. Alright class, that does it with announcements. Now, we're going to go change into our page E uniforms or the hero costumes. Choose either one. Once we're done changing, we're to report outside with Aizawa to get on a bus to the USJ. Are there any comments or questions? Midoriya announced and asked. I have a comment. Ishido asked with excitement. Midoriya gave her a nod to say her comment. I have to say, Midoriya, I didn't know you were so shredded. Yeah, I saw your spar with Ojiro and Hagakure online, and you're very muscly, Deku, added Uraraka, who flexed her arms up jokingly. Girls, that is not appropriate to say about our class rep. Iida scolded the two. No, Iida, it's fine. Thank you for your comments, but does anyone have any comments or questions about what's going on at the USJ? You can ask me or Yaoyorozu. Aizawa ran us down on what's happening today. There was a silence and a few shrugs. I'll take that as a no. Go get your hero costumes or P.E. uniforms, change and meet outside soon. Yaoyorozu said, finishing the announcements. Midoriya, may I speak with you for a moment? Yeah, sure. What's up? Since we're both the class reps, I find it only reasonable for us to get to know each other, so maybe sometime this week or this weekend, we can go out together, in order to get to know each other. Yaoyorozu spoke with confidence. I'm busy the rest of this week, and Mina wanted to hang out. Maybe sometime next week would fit in, maybe Monday after school or something. Midoriya replied. Next Monday is fine. Now go get change. You too, he replied with a smirk. Midoriya walked into the locker room with some eyes on him. Do I have something on my face? He asked, pointing at himself. Did Yaoyorozu, the hottest girl in class, ask you out? Mineta said with a drooling mouth. No, she only said we should get to know each other since we're both the class reps. Well, she's the vice representative, Inasa clarified. Even so, I find it to be smart. You will be working together, so it's only right to get to know a partner. Iida inputting his thoughts. Took the words right out of my mouth, Iida, thank you, Midoriya replied. But still, must feel pretty nice knowing you got girls crushing on you, Midoriya, Zero commented. Yeah, the blind bandit must be pretty good at stealing their hearts, Kaminari added to receive laughs from a few of the guys. Everyone got changed and headed out. Deku, Bakugo called out. Yeah, Kachan. Listen, I don't give a shit if you're the class representative or have the class dick riding you. I'm still gonna kick your ass. Are you jealous, Kachan? Or what? Bakugo looks at Midoriya, who's trying not to laugh. I'm sorry, you really seem bothered by it. I'll stop. What the fuck is wrong with you? What? I can't ask my childhood friend if he's jealous of me. No, the fuck. I'm not jealous of you. Bakugo retorted. I'll kick your ass, Deku. Okay, Kachan. Everyone, get on the bus in an orderly fashion. Yaoyorozu commanded. Midoriya, why am I doing your job? It's also part of your job. Kachan just wanted to have a personal talk. Midoriya replied with a neutral expression. Alright, thanks for clearing it up, we should get on as well. Would you like to sit with me? We can chat a little bit if you'd like. Why yeah, sure. The bus ride wasn't bad. Midoriya learned that Yaoyorozu was a rich girl, who knew, and that Iida came from a hero family, as Yaoyorozu had seen Iida before with the Turbo Hero Ingenium at charity events. And students asked about Midoriya's quirk, how it's similar to Todoroki's in being multiple quirks. Midoriya, what quirks do you parents have? Yaoyorozu asked. Well, my mom has a weak form of telekinesis called attraction, and my father can breathe fire. My quirk was a major change, kind of, a mix of those. I could have gotten some form of telekinesis or fire-based quirk, a mix of it like pyrokinesis, but I have that and other kinesis abilities. Midoriya was interrupted by Kaminari, who yelled out. Or could be attracting hot things, ya know, cause you got all the girls with you. It's not like that at all, Kaminari. Anyways, I'm sure I can do more with my quirk the more I work on it, Midoriya replied. Like what? Asui asked. Well, I think I might be able to control lava or metal. I already learned how to heal with my water. Midoriya replies with patting his pouch of water. It'll be very useful with rescue operations. Sounds like it'll prove useful, and you can call me Suyu, Asui replied. I think I'm more comfortable with Asui, as I don't know you as much and I also put you to sleep by freezing you to a wall. That's fine. I understand, Asui replied, returning to a chat with Uraraka. So Midoriya, what do you want to do this weekend? Mina asked him. I was thinking we could go to an arcade or something, maybe get something to eat afterwards as well, on me, or you can pay for your meals if you want, Midoriya replied. I'll be fine covering myself, Midoriya. You can text me the details later, it looks like we're here, Mina exclaimed into the ears of Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. Once everyone exited the bus, Aizawa walked into the front doors of the USJ to be greeted by someone wearing a form of a spacesuit and a vast array of locations. I remember this is where Nezu gave me the recommendation and where I found a major increase in my quirk thanks to One for All, Midoriya thought to himself. Hero number 13. Exclaimed both Midoriya and Uraraka. He's my favorite hero, Uraraka exclaimed. I hope I can get his autograph, Midoriya exclaimed. Where's All Might? Did he choose not to come and go to an interview? Aizawa asked 13. He actually did too much hero work this morning. 13 was putting up 3 fingers, which signaled Midoriya and Aizawa to understand. He's in the teacher's lounge. All right, always has to do something stupid, doesn't he? Aizawa commented. All right students, I've got some things to tell you all. My quirk is called Black Hole, and I can use it to suck up anything and turn it to dust. It's great for saving people from all kinds of disasters, but my quirk can very easily be used to kill. Some of you also have powers that can be dangerous, and the government has stringent regulations on quirks, so we often overlook how dangerous they could be. If you're not focused or careful, your quirks could be dangerous even if you're trying to rescue someone. From Aizawa's fitness test, you have an idea of your potential, and from All Might's combat training you've seen how dangerous your quirks can be when used against other people. Carry those lessons to this class, because you'll use your quirks to save people's lives. You won't attack enemies or each other, only to help, because that's what being a hero is really about. 13 finished up his speech and there was applause from the majority of the class. Alright. Now that that's over we see Aizawa was interrupted by a surge of electricity in the building taking out the lights, but light still came in from the giant dun and windows in the facility. A portal emerged by the water fountain in the middle of the USJ, black at the center with purple tendrils of mist came off of it. Aizawa turned around and saw a man emerging from the portal. Stay together and don't move, Aizawa ordered, receiving gasps. 13. Protect the students. People began emerging from the portal, specifically a man in black with hands all on his body just stood there menacingly. What's going on? Kirishima asked. Wait, has the training started already? I thought we were rescuing people. Stay back. Aizawa barked and donned on his goggles. This is real, those are villains. Receiving gasps from the entire class. The only real heroes I see are Eraserhead and 13. Spoke a voice. Perplexing, according to the schedule we retrieved from UA, All Might should be here as well. So you scumbags used the press as a cover and sneaked onto campus, Aizawa stated. Where is he? The man with the hands asked. I went through the trouble of recruiting so many people who are eager to meet All Might. They want All Might, the symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. Maybe if I kill a few kids, he'll come out to play, but one of you kids are going to be a real pain. And a large grotesque behemoth of a man with an exposed brain and beak carrying a large metal box appeared from the portal. Aizawa readied his capture scarf. How'd villains get into the facility? Kirishima asked. Yeah, 13. Why aren't the alarms going off? Yaoyorozu added her question. I'm not sure, he replied. Is the entire campus under attack, or just here? Todoroki asked. Either way, if the alarm sensors aren't being triggered, then one of these villains must have a quirk that's masking their presence here. They chose this facility because it's isolated and as an entry point when a class is in session. They're fools for trespassing here, but they've thought this out. If they're here, they must have an objective, but what is it? She finished, receiving gasps from more students. 13. Get them out of here, and alert the main campus. Aizawa ordered. Actually, if they've got the ability to block our sensors, then they might be jamming out regular communications too. Kaminari, try using your quirk to contact the school. Kaminari agreed, and Midoriya asked. What are you gonna do? You can't fight them on your own, there's too many of them, and even if you can nullify their quirks, your fighting style isn't suited for this. You seem to excel at stealth and one-on-one fights. That's not going to help with a group. You can't be a pro if you only have one trick, Aizawa replied, but suddenly the purple mist enveloped Midoriya and with a yell of defiance, Midoriya was teleported somewhere. Midoriya. Where'd Midoriya go? People asked. He's in this cage. I can't have someone as powerful as him get in the way. If he tries to melt the metal, it'll just get all over him and he'll burn. The man with the hands states. The giant drops the cage on its side, with the sounds on banging and pleas for help. 13. Protect the students, Aizawa states in a furious rage as he jumps down the stairs and takes out villains wave after wave. There he goes trying to intimidate us. He's good, I'll give him that. So annoying. Man Hands says loudly. Midoriya peers through a hole to see Aizawa fighting the villains and begins analyzing him until he remembers he needs to get out of the cage and protect his class as the class representative. The students rush towards the exit to be met with a misty man who informs them there is no escape. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves in this haven of justice to say hello. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here today, and yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change of plans we could not have foreseen. I suppose in the end it doesn't matter. I still have a role to play. The shadowy man expands and 13 readies something, but is interrupted by Kirishima and Bakugo jumping at the villain, swiping with a hardened hand followed by an explosion. You live up to your school's reputation, but you should be more careful, children. Otherwise, someone might get hurt. Glowing slits in the mist squint at the end. 13 has a piece of his glove opened, pointing at the villain. You two, get out of the way right now, she orders. I'll scatter you across this facility to meet my comrades and your deaths, the Mistly man exclaimed as tendrils went around the huddled class. Asui and Mineta are sent to a water location and fended themselves off from water-based villains. Todoroki was transported to a mountainous area and froze the villains around her. Bakugo and Kirishima were sent to a broken building fighting off villains in almost perfect tandem. Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Kaminari were sent to a mountain zone where they fended off villains with a sword and metal pole. Ojiro was sent to a fire zone alone. Tokiyami and Koda were in a rainy part of the USJ, while the rest of the class remained by the exit with the teleportation villains still there. Midoriya continued to bang at the metal box. It was thick and hard. It was also fairly dark metal as well, which could mean it was painted, or there are lots of earthy impurities within it. Midoriya kept banging on the metal, hoping to control the impurities in the metal, but couldn't even see the actual impurities. Midoriya decided to close his eyes and see what was going on in the facility with his seismic sense. He couldn't see Asui or Mineta, but he saw everyone else. Todoroki, Bakugo and Kirishima were perfectly fine. But the rest of the class was definitely scared, except for Inasa, who was mad. They've been scattered throughout the facility. Shoji states with eyes and ears created all around his body. But our classmates are still here, Iida. Informing him. Iida had taken on a role of a student leader in the moment. Everyone had a sigh of relief from the news. Iida, I have a job for you, 13 stated. Run to the school and let them know what's going on. The alarms aren't sounding, and communications are down. It might be the work of one of the villains. We need you to get help. But it would be disgraceful to leave you all behind, Iida replied. Iida. Go. Yorashi replied. Go now. We'll hold them off. Objectively, I'm the strongest student here. I am the hero of the wind, the hero of passion. We need your passion too, Iida. Go and alert the school what's going on. As long as you're outside, it's just homestretch there. I believe in you, Tenya Iida. Use your quirk to save others, be a real hero, 13 stated. Iida, I can make you quicker by removing the weight from your costume, Uraraka informed. Iida took this as a must, and readied his engine legs. Are you all foolish enough to strategize in front of your enemy? The mist man sent out tendrils only to be stopped by 13, who used his quirk to suck in those tendrils. Midoriya witnessed what was happening, but couldn't hear. I need to get out of here and protect everyone. I need to save them. All Might gifted me his quirk. I need to get out of here. Midoriya screamed to himself in his mind. Frustrated, Midoriya cried out and tried to get out. Hearing some screams, Midoriya went into panic mode, and a power overcame him. Glowing green eyes took over him. He stood, and stuck his hands through the metal, ripping it open. What the fuck is going on? Handsman exclaimed, unsure of what was happening. Midoriya's body was enveloped in a dome of fast-moving air, and began to fly into the air. Everyone stopped what they were doing to see the spectacle. Midoriya spread out his arms and moved his head back, releasing high-powered flames from his mouth, fists, and legs. The fire moved and went into a circle surrounding him. Water from the artificial lake begged him to do the same, rising up in the largest wave they'd ever seen, condensed into a band around him, and the fake lake froze. The whole mountain and landslide area shook, sinking villain's neck deep into the ground there. Giant boulders rose and also condensed into another band and appeared around him. Midoriya had activated the part of One for All that exponentially increased his power output. Midoriya was unaware of this surge of power as he was in a dreamscape and saw the previous holders of One for All. Hi there, you must be Izuku Midoriya. I'm Nana Shimura. Your body is going into overdrive. You currently can't control what's going on. Your body is kind of on autopilot for now. Your friends will be in good hands. I won't kill, will I? No, if anything you'll just incapacitate them. Shimura replied with a smile. Come on, didn't All Might teach y'all anything? Smile. She put her fingers to the side of her mouth into a forced smile that turned natural. It's always the strongest who smile. Or the crazed ones. Midoriya replied. What am I doing here? Well, I'd just like to give you help with One for All. All Might is alive and probably isn't the greatest teacher. You were also sent here because you were in great distress and One for All took over, kind of like an amplified One for All. You're reaching capabilities that you can't normally reach now, but later on you'll be able to master this in bursts or controlled in prolonged time without feeling tired. When I let you go back you'll be very vulnerable and tired once you come out of it. Your power in incredible, freezing an entire lake, taking apart an entire mountain, incredible fire and air, you're something. Toshi sure did pick a great kid. Well, I'm just glad I know more about this. I can talk to All Might later. I need to get control back over my body. Alright Izuku, and you can call me Nana, I don't mind. She beams him another smile and waves goodbye. Midoriya returns to his body to see that no time has really passed. Everyone is still looking at him in the air controlling all four elements at once. Nomu, dispose of him, the man with the hands yelled. The giant known as Nomu jumped at Midoriya, who quickly used the earth and shards of water to shoot ice and rocks at the monster at incredible speeds. Once the ice and earth hit, the Nomu was sent down to the ground, leaving a crater and broken limbs. The Nomu began to heal with the look of worry from Midoriya. He thought he might have killed it, but now seeing it would take it like a push, frightened him. Midoriya buried it into the ground to the neck, only for it to break through. The Nomu jumped back at Midoriya who used the water to shoot a stream of high-pressured water at him, knocking the Nomu back to the ground, and using so much water pressure it tore off a limb, only to have it be regenerated right away. Even you're no match for my Nomu, the creepy villain exclaimed. He was made to kill All Might, now he'll kill you. No, I will overcome this. I will prevail. Midoriya launched more rocks and ice at the Nomu. I will become a hero, save everyone, and defeat you. Midoriya unleashed a powerful blast of fire, ignoring the cosmetic green, opting for a bright white stream of fire at the Nomu's body, two blasts aimed for its arms. It can regenerate, and I don't even think it feels pain. I can carbonize the cells and it won't regenerate arms. I should do the same to the legs afterwards. This is getting too hot, I need to build up some ice on my body. Midoriya thought to himself. Midoriya built up ice on his body to withstand the heat. Everyone was stunned at the event that was unfolding. I've got to go beyond. Plus ultra. He roared, burning away the Nomu's arms, moving to its legs. Did Midoriya do this? Jiro asked, looking at all the villains neck deep in the ground. Holy crap. Midoriya is the strongest in the class. Kaminari exclaimed. Yeah, I guess he is. Yaoyorozu said, gazing upon Midoriya taking on the Nomu. Once she saw the flames, she made sunglasses that allowed the trio to see the unfolding events. Todoroki was confused when the villains she captured were in the ground, until she gazed upon Midoriya in the air shooting streams of fire from his hands so hot Midoriya encased his body in ice. The villains stopped what they were doing to look, and Aizawa took advantage of this and downed everyone who was distracted. Aizawa looked in worry at Midoriya and thought to himself that Midoriya shouldn't put himself in a position where he could be hurt. The teleportation villain was distracted, which gave Yorashi to trap it within a tornado of his own design, and yelled at Iida to run to Ua and alert the teachers. Once Iida had broke through the doors, Yorashi continued to trap the villain. The other students couldn't believe what was happening. Midoriya taking on a monster made to kill All Might, and Midoriya was winning. He really is an elemental man. Zero softly spoke. That's the name you gave him in the spars, right Zero? Uraraka asked. Yeah. Deku sure and incredible, Uraraka quietly said to herself. No, how dare you do this to my Nomu? Why isn't he Regenerating. The handsman spoke. Midoriya continued wailing on the Nomu. It just became a stump, a large nugget that couldn't walk or move with even arms. Midoriya returned the water to the artificial lake, dropped the stones, dispersed the air and fire. He used the earth to slide the metal box he was trapped in, and captured the Nomu in metal and even got a stop to close the Nomu's beak. Glowing green eyes looked over at Aizawa as the villains he was fighting were getting up. Midoriya caused them to be stuck in the ground, and trapped the handsman in a triangle of stone, before the bright green glow faded, and Midoriya fell to the ground right by the enemy. Midoriya! Aizawa exclaimed as he saw his student fall to the ground. Aizawa ran to Midoriya and checked for breathing and his pulse, not noticing the stone pyramid crumble and turn to dust. You're alive, Midoriya. You're all right. Wake up. Aizawa lightly slapped his cheeks and received no indication of Midoriya waking up. He noticed the gloves on his hero outfit were entirely burned off and he was covered in bits of ice. Aizawa tried swiping the ice off of him, hoping Midoriya wasn't too cold. Come on, Midoriya. Well, looks like kids are your weakness, Eraserhead. The man with the hands spoke just as he was about to touch Aizawa's head. The doors burst open and the entire faculty, the pros, were there to help the students, with Iida holding Principal Nezu. Snipe was the first to take action, readying his revolver and taking a shot at the handsman's hands. Inasa let go of his hold as he used his quirk for too long and passed out. The teleportation villain appeared behind the handsman. Tamura Shigaraki, I believe it's time for us to leave, he spoke. Kurogiri, I think you're right, they're way too high of a level for us, we'll be back once we've leveled the playing field. Shigaraki spoke. Aizawa heard the names. He cancelled out Shigaraki's quirk just as more shots from Snipe went out and hit Shigaraki's arms and legs. The portal swallowed up Shigaraki and then the purple mist disappeared. Shit. Aizawa cursed. He thought he should have done more to help his students be more prepared. What the hell? Snipe asked, seeing all the villains neck deep in the ground. What in tarnation did this? Midoriya did, Snipe. Aizawa said while he held Midoriya. Cementos, can you help me out? I'll take him, Eraserhead. All Might spoke with sadness in his voice. Aizawa handed the unconscious boy to the #1 hero. I'm sorry, young Midoriya. I should have been there for everyone, for you. All Might looked at the boy's hands, covered in black, and his gloves burned off. I don't know what happened, and I don't know how to make it up to you, but when you're awake, I'll make it up to you however you want me to. All Might was close to crying but kept a solemn face. Toshinori Yagi was never able to kindle relationships, or start one, but he saw Midoriya as a stand-in son. Which is why he bought him the shoes, trained him, and when not in his hero form they would go get lunch. Midoriya was like a son to him, and All Might, unknowingly, was the physically present father figure Midoriya wanted. The heroes and police were able to get the villains Midoriya buried and were able to detain them. They got the Nomu to a secure location, confused why they didn't have any arms or legs. The students were waiting outside their bus wondering where Yorashi and Midoriya were. Where's Midoriya and Yorashi? Yaoyorozu asked an official. Oh, they're both in the back of some ambulances, they overexerted themselves and passed out. They'll be fine. But Midoriya has some nasty burns on his hands. Even with Recovery Girl, he might's done a bit much to his hands. He also had a really cold body, so we're warming him up. An official responded. Thank you for informing me. I'll pass this on to my classmates. Yaoyorozu said. She turned and walked over to the class to see Yorashi standing with them chatting. Yorashi. You're okay? Yaoyorozu gave him a quick hug. Did you see Midoriya? Yeah. Aizawa is with him. Recovery Girl won't heal him until he's awake, but they're heating up his body. He apparently encased his body in ice to achieve the heat and power of those flames to keep himself from burning up. I swear, Izuku can be really crazy. I'm still so shaken up about him. Yorashi balls up his hands to his sides and looks down. To think the kid I met with a developing quirk who loved heroes so much. The kid I made smile all the time at the dojo together. The kid I used to hang out with. He needs to be heated up and his hands are burned, and he's unconscious. I didn't do anything to protect him. Yoroshi's knuckles turn white, and his tone is signaling to everyone he might break and cry. Why couldn't I help my friend? I was there. I'm strong enough. So why couldn't I be there to help my friend? He overexerted himself for all of us. He's passed out because I couldn't help him. A hand on his shoulder breaks his thoughts. It's not your fault, Yoroshi. He turns around and sees Aizawa there. He overexerted himself to protect everyone here. It was foolish, but in the end none of you were hurt. Midoriya is awake, but he's still very tired. You can see him after school. We need to get on the bus and return to campus. By the time the day ends, you'll all be able to see him if he's awake by then. Aizawa tells everyone. He pulls Yoroshi aside to talk to him. Yoroshi, don't blame yourself for something he did on his own accord. I'm sure Midoriya stands by his choice. If you want we can scold him together after school. Aizawa says with a sly smile. Alright Aizawa-sensei. Would it be fine if I stay with him in the infirmary to be there when he wakes up? Yoroshi asks. Yeah, it's fine. Everyone got on the bus together. It was a mostly quiet ride with some small talk. Once they got to Ua, everyone changed and put back their costumes on the wall. Yoroshi packed his things and went to the infirmary to be there when Midoriya woke up. As Yoroshi walked through the hallway looking for Recovery Girl's office, he saw a frail man with crazy blonde hair and a yellow suit. Excuse me, sir, is there a kid with burned hands and crazy green hair in there? Yoroshi asked. Yes, Izuku Midoriya is in there. You must be Inasa Yoroshi in Class 1A, right? The man asked. I am, and thank you for informing me. My teacher gave me permission to be here. Is he awake? Yes, he's awake, but Recovery Girl put some of her healing magic on him so he'll be out for about an hour. Thank you, sir. Have a nice day. No problem, have a nice day as well. Yoroshi stood in front of the door and heard a bell go off. Everyone in their classes were moving around to their lockers and moving to other places. Shiozaki noticed Yoroshi standing in front of the nurse's office. Yoroshi, what's wrong? She asked him. Oh, Shiozaki. It's my friend, Izuku Midoriya. He got hurt and I wasn't there to save him. There was an attack on the USJ when our class was in session. I passed out from prolonged use of my quirk, and Midoriya, he saved everyone and defeated all the villains. But I wasn't there to help him. His body was cold and burned from his quirk. And I couldn't help him. Yoroshi confessed to her. Do you still have the rosary I gave you? She asked him. Why yeah, why? Do you want it back? He looked at her and pulled out the rosary. No, look at the man on the cross. She told him. He looked at a man with a vine crown hanging on a cross. He never really paid attention to its detail. The man on there is the reason why I am religious. I know you probably aren't religious yourself, but he died on that cross. To save everyone of their sins, and he forgave the people. What you told me, Midoriya risked his life to save everyone, and he'll most likely forgive you. I know I would, Yoroshi. If you want I can change my schedule up and we can go out this weekend. I'd like that. I'd have to change my plans as well, but I'm willing to do it. Go out with you. He said with a smile on his face and tucked the rosary back in his shirt. Thanks, Shiozaki. I appreciate your words. Do you think I can get a quick hug before your class starts? Sure, she replied with a small blush and a smile on her face. After their quick embrace, Shiozaki leaves to her class and Yoroshi opens the door and sees Midoriya. Arms wrapped in bandages and a bliss face. Like he doesn't even know what he did to protect everyone. The heart rate monitor showed his heart rate was at a much more normal rate than when he was cold in the hospital. His color returned to him. You must be Yoroshi. Aizawa told me you'd be here. Take a seat, dearie. I know you must care about your friend. Do you want a candy bar? Recovery Girl asked, putting some bandages away. No thank you, Recovery Girl. Thank you though. How is he doing? Yoroshi asked. He's doing much better than in the back of an ambulance. His body temperature has returned to normal, the same with his heart rate. I used my quirk on him so he'll be out for a bit. I just put the bandages on his arms. Okay. Thank you for taking care of my friend, recovery girl, Yorashi said with a small yet sincere smile. I'll go to my regular office now. I'll leave you here to watch over him. Recovery girl left the room and Yorashi was there with Midoriya looking at him until Yorashi spoke and remembered. Man, we've done a lot together, Izuku. Spars at the dojo, me recording tricks for you to send to your dad. We grew up together. I don't have any siblings, so I see you like a brother, Izuku. Like a little brother even though you're older than me. Yorashi sighs. I finally got that date with Shiozaki. She gave me some words of advice, and I just hope you can forgive me for not being there for you. I should have helped you take out the villains. Like we thought about at the dojo once we became heroes. The occasional hero duo of Gale, Force, and Captain Planet. Yorashi chuckles. I think you might want to change your hero name soon, don't want to get copyrighted. Yorashi stopped and stared at him. For a moment everything was quiet, deathly quiet, until there was a knock at the door. The creak of the door opened and it was Todoroki. Oh, Yorashi. You came to see Izuku too? She asked. Yeah. Let me get you a seat. Yorashi stood up and grabbed a chair for her and put it next to him. He looks kinda beat up, she said. Well yeah, he messed up his hands and froze his body. Why did you call him Izuku? The only other time I heard it was when you didn't know his name and when he woke you up from a nap the other day. She blushes at remembering the last time she said it. Yes, well, he gave me his permission to call him by it. How's his condition? She asked, pushing a lock of her white hair behind her ear. His body temperature and heart rate are back to normal. Once he woke up, recovery girl used her healing quirk on him and wrapped up his arms. Do you have a crush on him? I don't have a crush on him. I can't be concerned over someone and be accused of having an attraction to them. You're right. I think Ashido has a crush on him. He spoke about it on his after-school spar with Hagakure and Ojiro. What do you mean he spoke about it? Like that after he learned to heal a little bit. Ashido asked him to go out this weekend. Hopefully he's fully healed by then. As a date? I don't think a date. More of two friends having out. I've got a date coming up this weekend, he said, pointing his thumb at himself. Congratulations. Who has to suffer their precious time with you? Ha ha. You've got jokes, Todoroki. It's with a girl in class 1B, Abara Shiozaki. Oh, the one who rejected you and gave you a necklace. She said yes this time? Todoroki looks at him bluntly. For a moment I thought you might have been a closeted homosexual. Oof. Got some stingers there, Todoroki. Yorashi replied. You know, Izuku is like a brother to me. I always wanted to be there for him. He was strong and I like that about him. I still feel like I have to protect him for some reason. But he's his own person, and I should recognize that. You should. Izuku Midoriya is strong, and we have to recognize he will get hurt. We're in the hero course, and need to respect him. We can't baby him. You're right, Todoroki. Maybe there is some warmth in those cold eyes of yours. I still don't really like you, but I will respect you, Yorashi said bluntly. I can respect that. The two sat in silence for a while. Yorashi went to the bathroom, leaving Todoroki there alone with Midoriya. I should probably get him a water bottle for when he wakes up, Todoroki thought to herself. It's been about an hour since Midoriya was awake, right? He should be up any moment now, and school ended not too long ago. Todoroki rummaged around Recovery Girl's little fridge where there were some water bottles. She grabbed 3, one for her, Yorashi and Midoriya. While she was looking, Midoriya had woken up, sat up and rubbed his head with his bandaged hands. Huh? Todoroki? What are you doing here? He asked. Oh, you're awake. I was here with Yorashi. Aizawa let us be here to be sure you were okay when you woke up. How do you feel? I've felt better. I'm really thirsty. Can you pass me a water bottle? Sure. Todoroki threw with an underhand throw, but the water bottle went too fast and hit Midoriya in the face. OWWW. He said, rubbing the impact area. Thanks, I think I might have a headache as well. Sorry about that, I thought you would have used your arms. It's fine. Midoriya got up. The blanket that was on him covered up his body except his arms. In the back of the ambulance, his top had to be taken off to see if there were any other injuries, but also to help with warming his body. Midoriya didn't notice he didn't have a shirt on. He walked over to the sink and let the water run, washing his face. He took off the bandages and put them on the counter. He controlled the water and moved it over his arms, and the water glowed and dripped off of him. Leaving behind fully healed arms and scarless hands, he shut off the water and grabbed a towel. Thanks for the water. Put on a shirt, she bluntly said. Wah. Midoriya looked down and saw he didn't have a shirt on. He quickly rummaged around the room looking for a shirt, settling for Uepagi's shirt. Thanks, Todoroki. I'm not really used to showing skin, he said nervously with a bright red face. Izuku. Yorashi opened the door and saw his best friend standing by the sink. Your arms, they're fine? Yeah, recovery girl told me after she gave me one of her treatments I should try and heal myself once I woke up, since it doesn't get me tired and would be less of a major burn and be fully healed scarless. That's great, Yorashi said with a smile before turning into an almost sad look. I'm sorry I wasn't there to help you, Izuku. If I was there to help you, I could have been there to make sure you didn't pass out and make sure you didn't overexert yourself. I hope you can forgive me for not going to help you. Inasa. I saw you were dealing with the teleportation quirk villain. I don't feel anything other than gratitude for protecting everyone. Midoriya threw his arms around Yorashi. You're like a brother to me. Come on, the hero duo of Gale Force and Captain Planet, right? Thank you, Izuku. Yorashi returned the hug. You're like a brother to me as well, and Izuku. Yeah, you should change your hero name because Captain Planet is already a thing, ha ha ha. Is it really? Well, that's fine, Shiro and Kaminari gave me some ideas, even Uraraka. I'm just gonna step out and tell everyone you're awake. You want me to grab your things? Todoroki states, interrupting the moment. Why yeah, sure. Thank you, Todoroki. Midoriya replies. Once Todoroki leaves, Midoriya lets out a sigh. Inasa, she saw me without a shirt. The blanket covered my body and I didn't realize I wasn't wearing a shirt. Now I'm kind of embarrassed by it. Don't be. Yorashi says. You're very well built and you should be comfortable with yourself. Guess what? What? I've got a date with Shiozaki. What? Really? How? We both decided to move some plans around and we decided it to be later this week. Congrats, Inasa. I knew you had it in you. Midoriya. The class yelled, rushing into the room. Class, he replied. What are you all doing here? We stayed after to make sure you were all right when you woke up. Kaminari explained. Yeah, we couldn't stand to see our class rep be taken down. Kirishima added. You were incredible out there, Deku, Uraraka said. Thanks, Midoriya. Mineta said, walking over to him and giving Midoriya a hug. Asui and I were on the boat and you froze the entire lake and prevented the villains from hurting us. Thank you. It's no problem, Mineta. You don't have to thank me. Midoriya was being very modest. I couldn't just stand by and see and hear you guys get hurt. I was in a fight or flight state when I saw all of you when I was in the metal box. I chose fight, broke through the metal box and overcharged my quirk. It knocked me out. I made sure to make sure none of the villains hurt you guys, and took out that monster the hands guy brought, saying it was strong enough to defeat All Might. But I doubt it. He was just bluffing. I'm glad you're okay, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu said, pulling him into a hug. I'm glad too. Mina added, joining into the hug. Everyone said they were glad that Midoriya was fine and pulled him into a group hug. Thanks guys, but I need to change into some clothes. They cut up my hero outfit to get me warm after I froze my body. Everyone obliged and left the room. Midoriya saw there was a plastic bag with comfortable clothes his mom sent, even a container filled with pomegranate. Midoriya put it into his bag and stepped out with the class still there. Looking nice, Izuku. Thanks, Inasa. I take it you won't be doing a spar today? Zero asked. No, and don't upload them. I think that's why they put me in the metal cage. They knew my quirk and assumed I couldn't control metal. But now I can. I'm sorry, Midoriya. Zero apologized. It's fine, I'm not gonna hold it against you. But you can record them and send it to me in Inasa. I love your commentaries. Alright, I'll still do them, but no uploading, correct? Midoriya, are we still okay for this weekend? Ashido asked him. Yes, of course. Are we still up for Monday? Yaoyorozu asked. Of course. Midoriya, Uraraka and I were wondering if you'd be up for a hangout sometime soon, Iida stated. I'd like that. When? Whenever you want, Deku. I'm up for it, and so is Iida. Uraraka replied. Yes, you may pick whenever, Midoriya. Iida added. I'll let you guys know. Midoriya shined them a smile. Inasa, do you think you can take me home? I still have a small headache and I'd like for someone to be there for when my mom sees me and asks about it. Of course. Do you think I can spend the night as well? It's okay if not, just that you've been through something big and it would be better to talk about it if someone who also experienced it is there as well. I'll text her when we're on the train. Meanwhile, the rest of the class noted the two were very close like brothers, but also that Bakugo wasn't around. Midoriya checked his phone to see he had some missed calls from his mom, dad, and a text from Bakugo. Kachan, hey nerd. I hope you're okay. Can't have a rival who's dead. I'll see you in class tomorrow. I'll crush you. Tell your parents I said hello. Ah, Kachan finally being nice. Midoriya said out loud. It's kinda weird. What did he say? Yorashi asked, looking over Midoriya's shoulder. Midoriya showed him the message and said it was very unlike him, it seemed. Midoriya told Yorashi that Bakugo isn't always mean, he can be nice when he wants to be. The two got on a train and had small talk over Midoriya going to hang out with people and Yorashi and his date while they both ate bits of the pomegranate. The duo got to Midoriya's home and was greeted by a choking hug from Midoriya's mom. Hello Mrs. Midoriya. Great to see you again. It's like the place never changed. It's good to see you too, Inasa. Izuku, what happened today? Are you hurt? The school called and said an accident happened at UA, she asked in an almost panicked way. I sent over some clothes and a snack. The school said you had some burned hands and you were very cold. Midoriya's mom put her hand to Midoriya's body, feeling it was normal. In fact, he was really warm, and grabbed his hands and saw they were fine. You're fine. Did you two try and play a prank on me? I know your tricks, you two. No mom, I just got a lot of help from Recovery Girl and I healed my arms after that with my water. I already told you I could heal, right? You're right, Izuku. She pulled him into another hug. I'm glad you're fine. You too, Inasa. Get in this hug, you're practically my other son. The trio embraced and Izuku asked if Yorashi could stay over so the two could talk. His mother said it was fine. The trio had dinner together and talked about the events going on later in the week. Midoriya told his mom he was going out with Mina on the weekend, and his vice representative Yaoyorozu on Monday and another hangout with Iida and Uraraka. He even told her about the text from Bakugo, which she was surprised and happy about, saying she'll talk to Bakugo's mom Mitsuki to hang out. Inasa talked about him asking out and failing and then succeeding in asking out a girl he thought was cute, to which Ink encouraged him to go for it. Yorashi changed into his page E uniform and Midoriya's mom went to do laundry, including Yorashi's uniform, leaving Yorashi and Midoriya to study and do homework in the kitchen after cleaning up. Once all three were done, they watched a hero movie Midoriya wanted to watch. It was made in a time before quirks, but included quirk-like abilities. It was a movie of a boy in a bright-colored suit swinging around New York City fighting a guy who had metal bird wings. Once the day ended, Midoriya pulled out a cot for Inasa to sleep on and the duo rested. The next day Midoriya's mom had made some breakfast before leaving to work and left it out for the two. They got ready and headed out and got to class. Hello. Hope you liked this chapter. If you have any issues, comments, suggestions, etc., please let me know in the reviews. I like to hear that you guys enjoy the story. Please follow, favorite, review and have a nice day. Chapter 7. Due to the events that happened yesterday, you have a 3-day weekend. Midoriya, how are your arms? Aizawa addressed and asked. My arms are healed, a little tender but I'll get over it, Midoriya replied. Good, that's what I want to hear. Now, Kaminari, Zero. Iwawa's hair rose as his eyes angrily focused on the duo. You two are the reason Midoriya was captured. Don't upload his spars to the internet for everyone to see. Midoriya has gained a new ability with his quirk and we don't need the villains knowing everything our class can do in the spars. You may still record them, but send them to me so the teachers and I may review them and give critique. But if I see a new video on the channel Zero, I'll have you expelled, and delete the videos from the channel. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. The duo exclaimed. Now, an important announcement is needed to be said. After next week, we'll be having the UA Sports Festival. The class erupted into cheers except for Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, and Todoroki. Aizawa-sensei, is it smart to hold the sports festival 2 weeks after the attack on the USJ? Midoriya asked. The press doesn't know anything about it other than that there were trespassers on UA property. Thanks to you we were able to keep it under wraps. You'll have time to train as well, all of next week, so don't worry about that. And Midoriya, you will be leading spars in Gym Gamma. You can participate or watch over the students. You'll be watching over the first-year classes, so that's the 2 hero classes, general studies, support, and business classes. There's a sign-up sheet in front of our classroom. This will give you a chance to be seen by the public and even heroes. Now, there's some time until Mike takes over, so I'm going to nap. The class went to talking to each other once Aizawa slumped over on the floor and closed his eyes. I'm enjoying these naps Aizawa takes, so I'm taking one again. Todoroki states, pulling out the blanket Yaoyorozu made days ago. Izuku, wake me up when Mike comes in or he'll probably use his quirk and wake me up. Thanks. Todoroki's head slumps on the desk with an audible thud. Izuku? Uraraka asks, oh, well, I let her call me that when I first woke her up from her nap last time, and I said it was fine for her to call me that, Midoriya replied. Yeah, Izuku and Todoroki are going steady. Yorashi states. No, we're not Inasa, she hasn't shown any form of attraction and neither have I. If anything, I think I'm more focused on being the best hero I can be. That's very admirable, Midoriya. I respect you more every day as you continue to be an upstanding hero in training. Iida states, moving his arm. Je voudrais un match glamour avec toi, Midoriya. Says a voice. Aoyama? Midoriya asked. I don't speak French, I'm sorry. He's asking for a glamour match. Yaoyorozu translates. He. Aoyama replies. I know that word. Glamour match? Like showing off our quirk and dazzle some judges? Yes, Midoriya, you catch on quick. You've got an ugly costume, but I'd like to see how dazzling your quirk can be compared to moi. Aoyama replied with a spin at the end. Sure. Who'll be the judges? Midoriya asked and suggested someone. Maybe Uraraka can be a judge. It'll only be a little while, Uraraka, please. Yeah, I'll go for it, Deku. Uraraka puts up her hand for a high five to Midoriya as she agrees. I can ask Mina and Hagakure to join as well since most contests have at least 3 judges. Sounds great. Midoriya exclaims. We'll meet at Ground Gamma after school then. On se voit là-bas. Aoyama exclaims as he struts over to his seat. He's very flamboyant, Yorashi says. In case you wanted to know, Midoriya, he said, see you there. Yaoyorozu whispered. Thanks, Yaoyorozu, Midoriya whispered back. So Midoriya, Aizawa says you've gained a new ability? Iida asked. Oh yeah, I can control metal now. It happened when I overcharged my quirk. I just stuck my hands through the thick metal and moved it like it was a curtain. I'm pretty sure I can do it with most metals that have some earth-like elements in it. And I can see it with my seismic sense. Midoriya explained. I still need to test it out to see that it's not just a overcharge type thing. You say overcharge, do you mean you went beyond the normal capabilities of your quirk? Kinda yeah, the water wasn't much different, but the whole condensing the water and earth was new. I didn't know I could do that. But it tires me out once I'm out of this overcharged state. Wow. You're so incredible, Deku, Uraraka exclaims. I want to tell you again, Midoriya. We all do. Thank you for saving our lives. Yaoyorozu thanked him. Jiro, Kaminari, and I were overrun by villains surrounding us, and then when you got out of the box and picked up the boulders and buried the villains into the ground, I felt so grateful. So thank you, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu gave him a hug. Yaoyorozu, it's no biggie. I didn't want anyone getting hurt. I'm just glad I'm the only one who sustained injuries, and I healed them in a day, although my hands are still a little tender. It was no problem in my mind to put you guys in front of me in regards on safety. It was scary, but I'm glad it turned out alright. Midoriya returned the hug, not trying to be a creep, but he accidentally smelled her hair and thought it smelled very elegant. Alright everybody, quit the chit-chat, let's get to English and grammar. Let's rock. Present Mike exclaimed. Midoriya lightly shook Todoroki's shoulders to wake her up and took the blanket from her and folded it. Here you go. Midoriya whispered, handing her the blanket. She took it and put it under her seat. Thank you, Izuku. Todoroki looked away and brushed her hair out of her face, putting a white lock behind her ear. Alright class, let's get to similes and metaphors. Present Mike exclaimed. Bakugo, give me a simile. I want to blow up Deku like a firecracker. That's a good one. The first 3 classes from Mike, Midnight, and Cementos felt like drags, but once they were over it was time for lunch. Iida, Uraraka, and Midoriya walked with each other to the cafeteria, when Iida popped the question to both of them. So are you guys excited for the sports festival? Of course. I always watch it, and now I'm finally going to be in it. I'm super excited, Midoriya exclaimed. I'm gonna do my best. I have to, in order to be scouted by pros and be let into an agency in the future, Uraraka exclaimed. I'm very excited for this as well. My older brother came here and participated in the sports festival. I'm proud to be on the same stage as him when he was in UA. I have another question for you too. What are your motivations for being here, in UA, being a hero? Oh, I want to be a hero who saves people. I'm not looking for fame or money. I just want to save as many people as I can so that they feel safe and can shine smiles on their faces. Midoriya explained. I want to be like All Might, but maybe even more. Well, now it seems like it's a little invalid of mine with such a righteous goal like yours, Deku, Uraraka said nervously. Well, what's your goal? Iida asked. I'm just trying to be like my brother, the turbo hero Ingenium. Well, I'm more so in it for the money, since pros make quite a bit for what they do if you're good. Oh. Midoriya said blankly. He still held onto his ideals that someone shouldn't be a hero for monetary gain. It's not even about me, it's for my parents. Our construction company hasn't been doing all that well, so I'm planning on being a hero so my parents won't have to worry about work anymore, Uraraka confessed. I think it's an admirable goal to be able to sustain others in this society, Iida exclaimed. Well, Midoriya was interrupted by a large blonde man. I am here to ask young Midoriya something. All Might came around the corner to the surprise of the trio walking together. Care to have lunch with me? All Might pulled up a bento box wrapped in a bag. Uraraka was stifling her laugh, thinking it was very cute. Midoriya signaled to All Might yes and told the duo to go to lunch without him. All Might and Midoriya walked to an office and had tea and a small lunch. Midoriya, I'm sorry I wasn't there to help you or the class yesterday. I have no excuse to have let you all be there without me. I was supposed to help with the class, but I prioritized hero work over teaching you all how to be heroes. All Might said in his small might form. Yagi, you don't have to apologize to me, but something happened with One for All, and I want, or need to talk to you about it. Midoriya looked into All Might's eyes. What happened with One for All? One for All really amplified my quirk. I know in general it would, but this time was different. I had an out-of-body experience and I saw the seventh holder, your master, Nana Shimura. All Might looked shocked at this newfound information. I spoke to her and she told me one for all, it overcharged. She told me it was an ability I could learn to control in bursts or in a prolonged amount of time. She referenced you as Toshi. I have to say, your master was beautiful. Midoriya looked at All Might with a smile, to which All Might replied. She was. Along with his smile. I'll be honest with you, Midoriya, I've never had an experience like that. I've never been able to access that part of One for All. What? Really? I kinda thought you knew everything about it. I just assumed since you've been a hero for a really long time. Hee. I guess today's had surprises for the both of us, huh? That is definitely something we can agree on. What do you mean? What other surprises have you had today? Well, the UA Sports Festival is coming up soon, and I learned some reasons for being a hero I don't agree with. Oh, well, what about the sports festival surprised you? Well, it's so soon after the attack yesterday, and I'm also surprised that I grew up watching this event and now I'm finally going to be in it. I'm glad you're excited for it. Now for the reason why it's so soon. Aizawa may have informed your class about this, but thanks to you we were able to keep this under wraps. We need to show that we're still going strong, and I need you to know something, Midoriya. I want you to show the world at the sports festival, who everyone will know. They'll know you, Izuku Midoriya. I've handed down great power to you, and I hope you'll use it to tell the world. He turns into his buff form and finishes. I am here. All Might. Midoriya scrambled for his words, but figured it was best to go with All Might's words. I'll show them who I am. I'll let the world see the future. Just what I wanted to hear. Your lunchtime is about halfway done. Do you want to go back to your friends? Sure. It was great talking to you, All Might. Midoriya walks to the door and stops to ask a question. What is heroic to you? Do you believe in monetary gain for heroics in this society? Well, committing a selfless act, putting yourself in danger and making sure they're safe. And I think being paid for heroics is just something to accept. It may be a wanted or unwanted consequence, but it's part of this society and it's a job nowadays, not just a hobby as vigilantes do. I don't see anything wrong with people doing their job. I know you, Midoriya. I know you don't believe in fame or money for being a hero, but it is a consequence you'll have to deal with in the future. I didn't really want it either, I just wanted to be the symbol of peace. Does that help out a little? Yeah, it helps a bit. Thanks, Yagi-sensei. No problem, young Midoriya, have a good lunch. Midoriya walks out and slides the door shut, and walks over to the cafeteria. After getting some food from the hero lunch rush, he hears Yorashi signal him to sit with him. Hey Inasa. What's up? Sit with me. He replies. It wasn't until Midoriya looked around and saw Yorashi was sitting with Class 1B. What? Is the Class 1A rep too good to sit here? Some blonde mocked. No, I'll sit with you guys. I'm Izuku Midoriya, Class 1A representative. Nice to meet you all. Class 1B. Midoriya addresses and sits next to Yorashi after. Who's the class rep? You're your class? He asks as a general question. A guy with strange eyebrows, sharp teeth, and gray hair answered, I am. Suddenly a slap is given on the back of his head. No, you're not, Tetsu. I am. Hi Midoriya, I'm Itsuka Kendo, pleasure to meet the other class representative. She shines Midoriya a smile, to which Midoriya pats his jacket as it smokes up a little. Excuse him, he's still a little nervous around people. When he's nervous he'll sometimes have flames burst on him. Yorashi explained as when the sparks went off. Class 1B looked at him strangely. Or when he has a crush. To which blushes were given to Midoriya and Kendo momentarily. Inasa. What did I say about teasing me? It's been happening because I get nervous. I'm not really used to talking to so many people except Inasa. Never really had many good connections with people. Oh, you're the one who's on the internet, who spars in Gym Gamma. Elemental Man. Or, the Blind Bandit. I'm a big fan of your matches that I've seen so far. I'm Hiryu Rin, he said, shaking Midoriya's hand. Oh, I didn't know I had fans. I just knew Ciro and Kaminari uploaded the spars online, but they're going to stop posting them. Spars? Kendo asked. Oh. Well, it started out when I was teaching Inasa to do some moves and Kirishima wanted to spar. Ciro and Kaminari recorded it and the next day Ciro tells me he uploaded it. I'd like a spar, Midoriya. Kendo states. Oh, well, maybe another time? Next week, I'm leading the spars in Gym Gamma in preparation for the sports festival. I have a glory match against a classmate after school. Alright, next week then. My Quirk versus your fire Quirk, Kendo exclaims. Well actually hi, Yorashi wanted to inform on Midoriya's Quirk but Midoriya interjected. Sounds awesome. Midoriya shot him a look that said, don't expose me. So Shiozaki, about our date, are we still up for it? Yorashi asked to receive a blush from her. Date? I never said it was a date, Yorashi, I said we'd hang out, Shiozaki explained. Oh, well are we still up for it? Yes, I did change my schedule for tomorrow. Are you still up for it, Sinner? I'm still up for it. And, Sinner, yes. I'm not going to explain myself to you. Alright, I respect your decision. Anyways, Kendo. What's your Quirk? Midoriya asked as Shiozaki and Yorashi's small conversation led everyone to look at them. Oh, it's called Big Fist. I can make my hands very large and it increases my strength. Ah, so you're more of a close combat fighter? Midoriya asks as he pulled out a notebook and started writing notes, which received strange looks from 1B. I'm sorry, I really like quirks so I've been taking note of everyone since coming here. Is that bad? I don't think so, Izuku. Gives you knowledge on how to help people, Yorashi replies. Or it could mean you're a creep looking to defeat everyone, the blonde from before states. Monoma. Don't say stupid things. Excuse him, he has a grudge on 1A for some reason, Kendo explains. Oh, don't worry about it, I've dealt with bullies who criticize my ideals and hobbies. Like your entire life in school, Izuku? Yorashi says with noodles in his mouth. Exactly, Inasa, so it's no problem to deflect comments made from someone who directs hate on others. So Midoriya, you know our class rep's quirk, what's yours? Tetsu asked. It's called elemental control, it's a variation of kinesis abilities. I can control the earth, fire, air, and water. I can also turn water into steam, mist, fog, clouds, ice. And I can see with the earth and I can control metal, that's new. I have yet to train it, I hope I can get it by the sports festival. Those in the vicinity that heard looked at him. That's a very strong quirk, Midoriya, no wonder you were let in on recommendation. Kendo stated. How do you know? Midoriya asked. Well, from a few people, from your classes Yaoyorozu and Yorashi here, and our own Setsuna and Honanuki, they were let in on recommendation as well. Midoriya glanced over at them and saw and remembered them. Oh. I remember seeing one of you there, Midoriya exclaimed. I'm sorry I don't really remember, I was up ahead in the obstacle course section. Oh 1A, always bragging. How'd you guys deal with the attack yesterday? Monoma teases. How do you know about that? Midoriya asked. It was supposed to be under wraps, so how does Monoma know? Oh, so the rumors are true. What do these rumors say? Midoriya's blood started to boil. How was this information leaked? And is Monoma trying to antagonize Midoriya? Hey Izuku, I think you should cool it. You're smoking up, don't cause a scene. Yorashi tries to calm Midoriya down, seeing that he has smoke coming off of him. Oh, the rumors just said how someone's hands burned up, they found someone with their legs and arms burned off, and someone passes out from using their quirk. It's not on the news because 1A just wants so keep it a secret. It's not that we're keeping it a secret, it's the pros who are keeping it under wraps. The thing that doesn't have arms or legs wasn't human, it was a monster. My hands burned up, yeah, they're fine now, yeah I passed out, but I overexerted myself so save my class, I needed to save them. Midoriya takes a deep breath and when he exhales some fire putting class 1B on edge. Were they going to bust out into a fight? I overexerted myself at the USJ. I froze the lake. I buried the villains. The monster has a super regeneration quirk and I needed to carbonize its cells so that it wouldn't be able to move. It was emotionless, mindless. I figured it felt no pain. Midoriya stood and pointed at Monoma, who continued to have a smug grin on his face, and Midoriya wanted to burn off that look from Monoma's face. Everyone around felt like a storm was brewing around them, like lightning was about to strike. I overexerted myself to save my class. It was my duty as the class representative to make sure everyone was safe. The villains put me in a metal cage, and when I heard screams, I broke out of the metal cage to save them. I don't need your smug look antagonizing me for saving my class. After those who heard Midoriya explain the rumors, their hair stuck up a little like an electric current went through everyone, except for Midoriya, Yorashi due to his short hair, and Shiozaki who had vines for hair, but everyone was surprised at hearing these feats Midoriya accomplished. Freezing a lake, carbonizing regenerative cells, burying villains. The bell rung and Midoriya looked at Monoma. Wait until the sports festival. Midoriya spits out with flames coming out. Classes went by as they usually did, finishing with a small spars in P.E. uniforms. Alright class, Aizawa ran Yaoyorozu and I on this last class, it's spars. Midoriya announced. There was low excitement. Don't go too crazy guys. Anyways, Yaoyorozu or I will list off the matches after we change and meet in Gym Gamma. The matches will last around 5 minutes. You win by knocking someone out the ring, knocking them out, incapacitating them, meaning preventing them from moving. Not decapitating, Kachan. Fuck off. Okay, any questions? Yaoyorozu asked. Can we wear our hero costumes? Ashido asked. No, we're wearing our Peiji uniforms. Any other questions? None were asked and everyone went to change. So Midoriya, where were you at lunch? Everyone had this feeling like there was a storm inside. Kaminari asked. I felt like my hair was going to stick up like it does when I use my quirk on someone. It might have been when I was defending my actions from that smug guy Monoma in 1B. Class 1B isn't bad, he's probably just a bad apple. He knew about the attack on the USJ. Thankfully I didn't burn that smug grin off of his face, I was just so angry. How can someone antagonize someone for saving people? Midoriya shut his locker, not realizing he bent it from his quirk. He forgot he can control metal. Everyone looked at him with concern except Bakugo. My bad, I just kind of lost my temper a bit. Sometimes you have to let yourself go at it Deku. It's not good containing shit. Bakugo said some encouraging words, in a way. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta poop, Zero exclaimed, kind of nullifying Bakugo's words, and received plenty of laughs. No, Kachan's right. I have let this out, to vent. So I'm gonna pick one of you guys to let it out on. Midoriya stated in a serious tone as he walked out of the locker room, leaving the guys to go silent. Midoriya. Why do the guys take so long changing? Yaoyorozu asks. I just shut them up. Did you make a list? Midoriya asks. I did. You'll be going against Ashido. I'll be going against Jiro. Oh cool. Midoriya says replies as the guys begin to file out. Once everyone is out Yaoyorozu takes command this time and lists off the matches. Midoriya vs Ashido Yaoyorozu vs Jiro Koda vs Zero. Kaminari vs Kirishima Iida vs Tokiyami Uraraka vs Hagakure Bakugo vs Shoji Mineta vs Todoroki Aoyama vs Yorashi Ojiro vs Asui. I'm not going to go over all these matches in depth, only Midoriya's which will be very brief. Great, now that everyone is paired up, Midoriya, if you can make a stage that would be appreciated, and some stands. Yaoyorozu asks. Of course. Midoriya walks and takes his usual stance for making the stage, making it rise, and then motioning up next to the stage to make stands that just look like stairs that are on level with the stage at the bottom. There you go. Now, Mina, let's spar. Midoriya says as he hold out a hand for her to get on the stage. Most of the class said they had a bad feeling about this match, Yaoyorozu and Iida rationalized it for the class that it's good training if the villains you face seem stronger than you, or if they're weaker, or on level. Some still felt that the power disparity between Midoriya and Ishido was too great. I'm not going to bury you, I'm not going to do that to end my matches, Midoriya states for everyone to hear. Begin! Yaoyorozu exclaims as she starts a timer. Mina begins the fight with a flinging of her acid, to which Midoriya bring up a wall of earth to block it, and then takes his frustration from earlier out. He punches the ground, causing a wave of the earth to appear, causing Mina to fly off. 13.43 seconds. Midoriya wins by knocking Ishido off the ring. Yaoyorozu exclaims. Midoriya rushes to Ishido to help her up. I'm sorry Mina, I kind of let out my frustrations. Midoriya apologized and confessed. Are you frustrated at me or what? She asked with concern in her eyes. No, just had a bad interaction with someone in Class 1B, and I'm sorry I let it out on you. Nothing to do with me. No, not at all. Are we still up for tomorrow? Yes, if you're still down for it. I'm down. So arcade and grab a bite to eat? Yeah, I'd like that. Mina replies with a smile. Are you hurt? I fell on my butt and arm, but I'll be fine Midoriya, Mina informed him. Alright, just making sure. I gotta do my job as the representative since now it's Yaoyorozu match. The rest of the matches went well, matches results, in order, being Yaoyorozu, Shiro, Kirishima, a draw between Iida and Tokiyami. Hagakure, Bakugo, Todoroki, Yorashi, and Ojiro. But during these matches Midoriya thought to himself about the feeling everyone felt in the cafeteria. Great matches class. Proud of you all. Midoriya went off. Aizawa left Yaoyorozu and I some notes and announcements. The sports festival is after next week, so we have next week off to train for it. We can come to school to work out and train our quirks and I'll be hosting spars in here, Gym Gamma, next week. If any of you would like to come and take me on or anyone else on you'll be able to sign up on your way out of the classroom. Class dismissed. Kaminari, I need to speak with you. Yeah. What's up Midoriya? Kaminari asked once everyone went to the locker room. Midoriya built up a large wall as Kaminari asked. I'm going to have my hand on you, and use your quirk when I tell you to. What? You want me to hurt you? No. If this happens the way I predict, I won't be injured, and if you are, get recovery girl. Okay, doesn't sound reassuring. Kaminari was interrupted by Midoriya putting his hand on his head and telling him to use his quirk. Kaminari obeys but closed his eyes and heard an explosion. He feared for the worst as he slowly opened his eyes, but he didn't seem to hurt Midoriya. Instead, the wall Midoriya made had smoke coming from it, and a large hole in the middle of it. What happened Midoriya? Midoriya turned to him to show that he had smoke coming from his middle and index finger. That storm feeling was me in the cafeteria. I feel like new abilities are emerging from my quirk, Kaminari. I figured it might have had to do something with that storm feeling at lunch. I thought it might have to do with electricity since I saw people's hair stand up a bit when it happened. You have an electric quirk, so I figure I'm able to direct your electricity. It comes out blue thought, not yellow like yours, almost as if it's actual lightning. So you didn't even know if this would work, and yet you tried it anyways? Yeah, sounds stupid in retrospect, but I just wanted to see if it would work. Your quirk is very powerful Kaminari. If you can control it to be ranged and not an area of effect kind of quirk, you could contend with the top 5. Who are in the top 5? Kachan, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Inasa, and I. Yeah, the bomb, the glacier, the creator, the typhoon, and the one who can beat all of them. I can't beat them as easily as you might think. I might be strong against some of them, but Inasa can blow away my elements. I can't control explosions and Bakugo can break out if I sink him in the ground. Todoroki's ice is very fast, you saw what she did to Mineta. Yaoyorozu, she's a tricky one, a great strategist. I'm sure if she winds up watching my spars and future ones, she could devise a way to beat me. With you, I can feel the power in your electricity. You've got what it takes to knock me off the top 5. But you've got to work for it and train your quirk. And I'd like to train this new ability. You want me to help train your power for the sports festival? I'm also helping you train for it. So we're helping each other? Exactly. Wanna go for it? Opportunity to knock one of you guys from the top 5. Hell yeah. Great. I hope none of these guys saw what happened. Midoriya has a big mouth, because Bakugo spotted what Midoriya had done with Kaminari. It pissed him off a little, but it wouldn't matter because Bakugo had the drive to dominate in the sports festival. The two had walked in and no one had noticed Midoriya's burnt fingertips. He plunged them under running water, and the burned parts healed. Midoriya asked if anyone had any injuries for him to heal. He even asked the girls if they wanted to get rid of some cuts. Only Shoji needed some from his match against Bakugo. Shoji, can I trust you? Huh? Can I trust you, not to tell anyone something? Sure Midoriya, what is it? I don't feel comfortable with some of the guys to talk about emotions, like attraction. What are you getting at? I don't really know how I feel about the girls in class. I'm hanging out with Mina tomorrow, and Yaoyorozu Monday. They're both attractive, right? Objectively yes, but I don't have a type, they're just cool. Alright. Well, I don't know if I like them enough to ask them out. I think I see them as friends. Well, maybe after you hang out with them, you'll know more maybe. Thanks Shoji. I have another question, go for it. Did I do too much to Mina? The whole wave of the earth to knock her off? She's training to be a hero. I don't think any of the girls are fragile. They're girls, so what, they're just as tough as we are. I saw your match against Ojiro and Hagakure. I heard what Zero or Kaminari said about her. I have the same opinion. It's not right to just beat a girl or anyone for no reason or petty reasons. Norms changed and girls can be heroes too, so they must be able to take hits. I don't think you did too much. Maybe what caused you to was a bit wrong. You said you needed to let out your frustrations on one of us, but you got a Shido instead. I'm assuming Yaoyorozu made the list? Yeah, you're right, and yes Yaoyorozu made the list cause most of the guys took a while to change. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's a bit weird putting on shirts due to my arms. It's no problem man, I understand your needs. The others, I don't know, should I time everyone? Nah, I think you can just threaten them again. They all mostly seem to think you're the strongest, except Bakugo. Yeah, I know Bakugo can take me on, we take each other seriously, mostly, yeah, that's the last of the burns I see Shoji. You good? Yeah, I like your healing more than recovery girls. Hers makes people tired, yours doesn't. Thanks Shoji. So will I be seeing you next week working out or doing spars? Working out yeah, I'm not sure about spars, I might take it up for a day maybe. Good to hear. The two walked out of the room and saw that everyone had left already. Shoji gathered his things and left. Midoriya went back to the classroom and saw Uraraka with Mina, Hagakure, Jiro, Yaoyorozu and Aoyama. Oh yeah. The glamour battle. Midoriya remembered what was happening. What are all of you guys doing here? Deku. I asked Mina and Hagakure to join in commentating. Uraraka exclaimed motioning her arms to the two girls. I'm here with Yaoyorozu cause we're chilling later, she wanted to check you out. Jiro explained her reason with a blank face twirling her earphone jack in her right hand. Yeah, we've been talking about some categories, like a simple power one where you show off your quirk's destructive power. Dazzled to how your control with your quirk and how nice you can make things. Hagakure explained. Those two could work, I like the idea. What if we need a tiebreaker? Oh, there won't be any reason for a tiebreaker since I will win Midoriya. Aoyama says with glitter coming off of him. We'll see about that. How about a spar tiebreaker? Midoriya asked. Sure. We can do that Deku. Uraraka joyously replied. Let me take a picture of the list, hopefully some people signed it. The group went to Gym Gamma and Midoriya wore a plain white shirt that fit his body snugly, which did not go unnoticed by the girls. Deku. Why aren't you wearing the UA jacket? The blue and white one. Uraraka asked with a blush on her face. It's because sometimes when I use my fire, I sometimes burn off my clothes, like the last spar with Hagakure and Ojiro. Midoriya have a shaky reply and blushed a little. Can you help me with getting some water? Sure. The duo went to a water faucet and Midoriya made a small pool of water in the gym. They talked about how they liked UA and family things. Uraraka. I just want to say, I don't approve of your motivations for being a hero, but I respect it for your intentions. It's kind of for personal gain, but I won't criticize you for it. You want to help your parents. I partly do as well. My father, he's overseas working, and if I do make money from being a hero, I'd like for them to live off the money I make, so they can be together again. Uraraka was taken aback a bit by Midoriya's statements, not approving of her motivation but respecting it and telling her information about his family. Oh, well, Deku. I'm sorry you don't approve of it, and I'm sorry if it's not something you would like, but I guess people can think what they think unless it's radically wrong. Yeah, you're right. Like the opinion of not liking someone because of the way they look, not great opinions during this day and age. I'm glad you respect my ideals, and I'll respect your motivation. You didn't need me to help with the water, right? All I did was turn on the faucet. You're doing all the work. Did you just want to tell me what you've already said? Yeah, well, I also wanted to ask if you'd like to come over for dinner with my mother today. Inasa couldn't make it, and I wanted to ask you. I want to get to know you better. Midoriya paused his movements, leaving a large bubble of water to form by the faucet. He looked straight at Uraraka's round face, seeing her small pink blushes turn deeper into a red. Uraraka looked into his green eyes and disheveled green hair. Dinner, with him? Of course she'd want to. She never told anyone except Iida in passing that she was attracted to Midoriya. Did Iida tell Midoriya something? Is that a no? Midoriya asked with a confused look, but he was also about to chuckle. Yes. Uraraka covered her mouth, realizing she said it too loudly. Yes, Deku. I'd like to have dinner with you and your mom after this little battle with you and Aoyama. Great, see you after it then. Can you grab my bag and put in the stands I'll make for you guys? It's about to fall into the pool of water, and can you shut off the faucet? Yeah, sure, no problem, definitely. Uraraka rambles, shutting off the water and grabbing his bag. Midoriya puts the rest of the water in the little pool, and made the stage, rising it and making a little moat around it and moving the water in it. He made the stands and made a commentator's booth for Uraraka, Mina, and Hagakure, and even seats for Yaoyorozu and Jiro. Midoriya jumped onto the stage and helped Aoyama by making a small earth bridge. Aoyama wore a frilly shirt and black pants with black shoes and wore his strange belt that helped him with his quirk. Mina decided to record this for the girls to see the pretty boy, Aoyama versus the strongest guy in the class. Okay boys, I want to see some strong quirks, Mina exclaimed. Midoriya, make some stone pillars for you guys to destroy and we'll see how strong you guys can be, Hagakure exclaimed. Midoriya built plenty of stone pillars, to which Midoriya allowed his flames to increase in temperature and thought about Monoma antagonizing him. Midoriya's fire increased as he felt angry, sometimes, and now felt like a more than perfect time to let out some anger on some pillars. Deku. Start. Midoriya let loose some bright and roaring flames that spread out along all the pillars, crumbling them and flinging pieces off of it. The girls felt the heat radiate towards them, and Yaoyorozu made some sunglasses for the girls to just be able to see. It was like an angry sun entered the room. All Midoriya could see was Monoma's smug grin in the pillars. He wanted nothing more than to try and burn off that smile from him, trying to make fun of him for saving his class. How the hell is someone able to do that? Midoriya wanted to block it out by destroying the pillars. He made it wide and as powerful as he could, and went further because he was angry. Midoriya could hear the crumbling of the pillars over the roar of the flames. His body was burning up, but he didn't care. The pillars weren't there, but he didn't care. His hands were burning up, but he didn't care. He wanted to burn away Monoma from his mind. Midoriya. One of the girls called out. Midoriya. They all tried to scream at him. They saw the wall of Gym Gamma glow. Midoriya was starting to get out of control. Jiro had to stretch out her earphone jacks and plug them into Midoriya's back, which caused him to only release a more powerful blast and blew a hole in the side of Jim Gamma, with bits of molten metal to drip down, leaving everyone shocked. And Midoriya's hands were all black, smoking, with bits of his skin burning up. Midoriya! Jiro exclaims with worry. I'm sorry for stabbing you with my earphone jacks. Jiro, it's fine, don't worry. Midoriya jumps into the water and heals his entire body, making the water colder due to his heated body. The girls had seen steam and heard a sizzle of water when his hands got in the water. The water around Midoriya glowed, and then he wiped off his hands and arms, to see that there was still burned skin there. He couldn't heal it completely, and he didn't want to go to Recovery Girl and get help that could be healed fully by the next morning. Deku, are you okay? Holy shit, Midoriya. Are you going to be okay for tomorrow? Mina asked. I'll be fine. Aoyama, are you okay? I'm fine. Thank you for asking, Midoriya. I'm gonna take a breather. You can take your turn now, Aoyama. Okay. I'll watch him then. You girls can take care of your boyfriend, says Hagakure. He's not my boyfriend, Uraraka exclaims, but Mina doesn't pay attention to the remark and looks at Midoriya's hands. How do they feel? Do they hurt? Are they okay? Does it sting? Is there anything I can do? Mina asked him, but also receiving a confused look from Uraraka and Jiro, and Yaoyorozu was also concerned for her partner. I'll make some bandages for your hands. Yaoyorozu pulls up her sleeve and allows for a bandage to materialize from her arm and fall into her lap, and then wrapping up his hands. Are you still able to control your quirk? Yeah, I'm fine. It stings a little, but I'll be fine, girls. Thank you for worrying, but you don't need to, Midoriya states. Not as powerful, but still glamorous. Midoriya wins the power contest, Hagakure responds. Faisons cela un autre jour. Aoyama states with a concerned look on his face as he looked at Midoriya. Aoyama says you two can do this whole thing another day. Do you need a ride home? Yaoyorozu asked with concern in her eyes. Okay, Aoyama. Midoriya rubs his hands, feeling the bandages on his hands Yaoyorozu administered. No, I'll be fine with taking the train home, thank you, Yaoyorozu. Midoriya shines her a smile and turns to Mina. I'm still set for tomorrow. I just need to heal my hands again tonight, and tomorrow, if it's still not healed enough, I'll text you meet-up time and location later tonight. He also shines her a smile and looks to Uraraka. Are we still okay with dinner today, or would you rather go home? I'll take you home, Deku, and I'll stay for dinner. I asked my parents already and they're fine with it. Uraraka shines him a smile and holds his hands, feeling the heat from his hands through his bandages. Great. Midoriya looks into her brown eyes and shines her a smile. Are you guys done flirting with each other or what? Yaomomo, we were gonna catch a movie tonight, remember? Jiro interrupted everyone. She just wanted to hang out with Yaoyorozu, but Yaoyorozu wanted to watch the glamour match. Flashback, Sue. You want to watch the class representative do some razzle-dazzle stuff? Jiro asked her friend. Well, it's important to know your partner, and he's my partner as being class reps. Yaoyorozu replied. It kind of sounds like you want to check him out. I'm not going to lie, he's very appealing to the eyes. Jiro teases her friend. No, and even if I was to check him out, I'm sure he doesn't see anyone in a romantic sense. He said earlier today he's more focused on being a hero at the moment. Or is he with Todoroki? Or Uraraka? Or Mina? He's not with anyone. Todoroki is so aloof, I try and talk to her, but she's also very blunt. Uraraka and Midoriya aren't seen together alone much because they're usually with Iida. And Mina did ask Midoriya out, so maybe they're a thing? Mina and Midoriya aren't a thing. If they were, Mina would ditch the group she sits with to sit with Midoriya all the time. You might be right. Might be? Well, what if they're just being quiet about it? Please, Mina, quiet. And Midoriya accidentally draws attention to himself, and if it did happen he might let it slip. It doesn't matter. Let's just be there for a moment, then we can watch the movie, it's on me since I'm wasting your time with this. Alright, I'll join you, just to maybe check out Midoriya. I hope he burns his shirt off again like that Ojiro and Hagakure spar. Jiro offers a teasing smile to Yaoyorozu. End of flashback. You're right. I'm sorry Midoriya, I've got to go. I'll text you later tonight. Come on Jiro. Yaoyorozu apologized and rushed off. Bye Midoriya. Too bad your shirt didn't burn off. Yaomomo would have made you a new one. See ya. Jiro responded before leaving the gym. Mina gave the two girls a weird look and Uraraka was still a little confused. While they weren't looking, Midoriya left the stands to bring down the stage, make a stone wall to cover the hole he melted out. Midoriya could still control water with his hands, but he didn't know where to put it, so he asked Hagakure and Aoyama to help him open the doors to turn the water into mist outside, and the two left. Mina had grabbed her things and chatted with Uraraka about their plans after school. What are you doing later Uraraka? Wanna go grab something to eat? Mina asked. I can't. Why not? I am going over to Deku's house to have dinner with him and his mother. Uraraka confessed and turned to a shade of red. Oh. Mina was surprised by this. When did he ask? When I helped him get some water. We talked about something from before lunch, and then he asked me to come over for some dinner, since Yorashi couldn't make it to have dinner with him. Oh, so this wasn't planned before? No, it was just today. I hope he'll be okay to still have dinner. I'm sure he will. Uraraka, you wanna go now? Midoriya had changed his pants and put on his UA school jacket with the white shirt still on. I'm sorry for not giving you guys a good dazzling show. Midoriya, it's fine. You can dazzle me tomorrow. Mina waves to Midoriya goodbye and leaves before Midoriya and Uraraka. So, did Jiro really stab me? Midoriya asks. Yeah, in your back. When did you change? After Hagakure and Aoyama helped me get rid of the water, I changed my pants and put on the jacket. Where'd you put the water? I turned it into mist outside. Oh cool. Do you want to get going? Yeah sure, I'll take you to my place, come on. Uraraka and Midoriya make their way to the train and Uraraka feels the bandages on his hands. Why'd you go overboard with your quirk Deku? Midoriya looked ashamed of himself before he confessed. It's because of a student in the other hero class. Monoma of class 1B. He antagonized me for saving everyone yesterday. So I lost my temper and ignored my body as I thought of his smug grin, and how I wanted to sear it out of my mind. Instead I might have ruined my hands. Deku, your hands aren't ruined. It sucks that someone tried to make fun of you for trying to save our class. I wish I could give this Monoma a piece of my mind. When did this happen? At lunch today, Inasa wanted me to sit with him. It was after my talk with All Might. I was so angry. I felt like a storm was going to brew. But I was glad I was able to meet the class 1B rep. She's very nice. Well, she seems very nice. I apparently have fans from their class. Maybe he's just jealous you already have a following, elemental man. Uraraka, didn't know you were one to call someone jealous. Midoriya and Uraraka chuckle at the statement. Deku, may I ask you something? Yeah. Have you ever dated before? No one wanted to date the guy whose ideas were too extreme. They all focused on Kachan. So no, I have not dated before. Are you dating anyone right now? No, do you plan on dating anyone? I'm not sure. I haven't really thought about it much until recently. What do you mean recently? Well, this is our stop. Oh, okay. The duo walked over to the Midoriya apartment and Midoriya opened the door. Mom, I'm home. Inasa couldn't make it, so I invited my friend over. Midoriya called out as he took off his shoes and put on some slippers. He rushed over to his room and grabbed a pair of spare slippers for Uraraka. Oh, Izuku, I thought you would have been here earlier. Oh, who's your friend? Inko asked, hanging her apron on a chair and walking over to hug Izuku and greet his lady friend. Hey mom, I got caught up with some things. Midoriya held up his hands wrapped in the bandages. I overused my fire and burned my hands. I'm sorry. I'm going to do another healing session before dinner to get any more burns off. This is Ochako Uraraka, my friend from UA. I invited her since Inasa couldn't make it, something about getting ready for his date which isn't a date, tomorrow. Uraraka, this is my mom Inko Midoriya. Midoriya motioned towards his mother. They both shared the iconic Midoriya green hair and kind eyes. His mother was shorter than him, but wasn't plump, she was quite fit and in shape. Hello Mrs. Midoriya, it's a pleasure to meet you, Uraraka greeted. And it's a pleasure to meet you too Uraraka. Izuku, you didn't tell me your girlfriend was so pretty. Mom, she's not my girlfriend, she's just a friend. Just a friend. That stung Uraraka, but she didn't expect it to. Yeah Mrs. Midoriya, we're just friends. Uraraka adds. Come on Deku, let's go heal your hands again. I'll take off the bandages and reapply them if they're still not fully healed. Yaoyorozu gave me another roll. Yeah sure, it's okay she has dinner with us right mom? Yes of course Izuku, I'll set the table while you two do your thing. Midoriya and Uraraka went to the bathroom and Uraraka took off the bandages and threw them out. Oh man, I didn't expect it to bleed. Midoriya said as he turned the water on and let it pool in the sink. Your mom thinks I'm pretty. I think you're pretty as well Uraraka. Midoriya looks at Uraraka in the eyes, and plunges his hands in the water. Yeah, I think. You're pretty. Thanks Deku. Are you going to start your healing thingy now? Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me. Midoriya activated his quirk to heal his hands. He left it in the water and continued to focus his energy on his hands and the water. Once the light died, Midoriya took his hands out of the water. Did it work? Uraraka asked holding his wet hand. She ran her fingers over his palms and felt that they were finally healed. That's really weird. Midoriya stated, what's weird? It kind of tickles, my nerves must be getting sensitive. Midoriya says as he grabs a hand towel to dry his hands and lets the water go down the drain. We should wash our hands so we can eat. You're right. Once the two were done Inko had set the table and left a note. Izuku, I'll leave you and your lady friend to eat together, I'm going to go on a night out with Mitsuki. Have fun, love mom. Oh, I guess it's just the both of us Uraraka. Midoriya stated showing her the note his mother left. Oh cool. So, does this make it like a date then? I don't know. I've never been on a date before. Midoriya confesses as Uraraka gets closer to him. Why am I getting so nervous right now? He thought to himself. Do you want this to be a date Deku? Uraraka asks looking up into his eyes. I'll get you some food. Oh okay. Midoriya rushes to the pots on the stove to see what his mom had made. Do you like katsudon? Midoriya asks, I'm fine with it. Awesome, it's actually my favorite food, my mom is a killer cook. Midoriya served himself and Uraraka. They sat together and talked about whatever they asked each other. Why do you call Bakugo, Kachan? Oh, it's because we're childhood friends, or rivals however you'd call it. I couldn't pronounce Katsuki correctly so I wound up calling him Kachan. I've already told you why he calls me Deku, and thank you for changing the meaning of it. I like it now. Oh. What? Iida and I were curious why you call him Kachan. That's all. Haha, well now you know. Deku, has Iida told you anything, or when you talk to Iida, what do you talk about? Well we talk about our kicks, like how he uses his legs for fighting, I can too. We also talk about heroes at his brother's agency, and about our families. That's all. No, another thing he talks about is recommendations about how to deal with the class. And that's all. Yeah, why? Do you want to know who he's crushing on or something? 'Cause even I don't know. No, I was just curious. We should all go hang out sometime, Iida, you, me. We should go catch a movie or something. We should. It would be awesome, you know, I never really had much friends, except Inasa, it was more so people I've protected from Kachan. He was a bit of a bully, but he's super calmed down now. It's super nice to have more people over. I know my mom enjoys seeing me invite people, or hanging out with others. I kind of always thought you to be someone who had lots of friends, considering you're cool with Yorashi, Iida, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and now you're probably going to be close with one B-class representative. Yeah, she's very cute. I'm sorry if it's rude to say out loud. She's very cute. More words stung Uraraka. Should she have even come to have dinner with him? I haven't seen her yet, maybe I'll see her during the sports festival, Uraraka said out loud. That right. Did you sign up for the spars? I did actually, did you not look at the list? I took a picture of it. I haven't looked at it yet. Well, Iida and I signed it. Do you have a plan for what it will be? Maybe multiple spars going on at once. Good training for my seismic sense. Oh, do you think I can show you what I wanted to do? With the water? Sure. Midoriya gets up, get a glass of water, and brings it to the table. He clears up the area and controls the water to make a double helix that rises high. So I wanted to make a double helix, freeze it, and mirror it with fire, kind of like this. Midoriya freezes the double helix, and creates a quadruple helix. Then I'd widen it, and get more water and try to create an ice flower from it, like it's a vase. He tightens up the ice and fire, moving the helix to be wider at the tip like a vase. He gets more water from his cup and creates a flower at the top being held by the two ice helixes. And then I'd put out the fire, turn it back into water, and make snow. The fire was put out, and the ice flower and helix turned back into water in a ball, and was thrown up in the air, and Midoriya made it snow in the dining room. I could have done this back at the gym, but I was way too tired from healing my hands. Healing makes me tired instead of the person who's injured. Wow, Deku. This is amazing. You're amazing. Thanks, Uraraka. If you're done with your food, I can take care of it for you. Oh, thank you. Your mom really is a killer chef. If you want, I can give you some more servings for you and your family. Would you like that? Of course. Midoriya took her dish and cleaned it along with his. He found some containers and put in 3 servings of food. 3, right? You and both of your parents? We made a lot because Inasa tends to eat a lot. He loves my mom's cooking almost like he loves udon. Yeah, hee. 3 is fine, Deku. Thank you so much for inviting me over. I'm glad you agreed to come over. I like getting to know my new friends. Friends. The word stuck to Uraraka like a burn. Who knows if it would stick or go away? Of course. Do you want to watch a movie or something? Or do you want to go home? It's starting to get a little late. I should get going and head home. Thank you for today. All right. Let me get a bag for the food, and then text me when you get home. Okay, Deku. Midoriya hands her the bag, and she takes off the slippers to put on her shoes. She steps out the door, but she turns around. Deku, I want to thank you for your kindness. Uraraka, it's no problem at all. Well, can I give you something? Sure, what is it? Uraraka takes a step towards him, stands on her tiptoes, and plants a quick kiss on his cheek. I'm sorry. I should go. Uraraka blurts out and runs away. Midoriya stands there dumbfounded. Did she really just kiss me on the cheek? He asks himself. No, it must have just been a hug, I'm just thinking things. Midoriya closes the door and puts the food away while he listens to music. Before he put on the music, he had received some texts. He didn't look at his phone for the longest. Mom, Izuku. Where are you? Is Inasa coming? I made extra food for him. Kachan. These idiots' shitty hair, soy sauce, and dunce face want you to go over to my place. Inasa. Hey, can you tell me which shirt I should wear for tomorrow? What shoes? Yaoyorozu. Hey, I wanted to make sure your hands are fine. Do you need any more bandages? Unknown number. Hey. Go to Bakugo's house. Kirishima, Siro and I, Denki, are here. Unknown number. Hey. Bakugo invited some guys over to his place. Come over. I got your number from Mina. It's Kirishima. We all got your number from Mina. Unknown number. It's Siro. Mina gave me your number. Come over to Bakugo's place. Mom. Hey sweetie, after dinner you can go to Mitsuki's house. Her husband is out and Katsuki is having some mutual friends of yours over. You have permission to go. Have fun. Looks like it might be some night then, Midoriya says out loud. He changes into pants, black shoes, a shirt with some old band from the 2010s and a cardigan. He brought headphones, his wallet, and a phone charger in case Bakugo or the others didn't have one. He had grabbed his bike and went to Bakugo's house. He rung the bell and heard some explosions, the sound of Shiro's tape, and sparks from Kaminari. He used his seismic sense to see that Kirishima was watching something on the couch. Bakugo was chasing Shiro and Kaminari. He also saw Kirishima walk over to the door. Hey Kirishima. Midoriya. You're here, a whole hour and 30 minutes late. Guys. Midoriya is here. Hey Kachan, Shiro, Kaminari. Midoriya shined a smile and looked at what they were all wearing. Kaminari wore black gym shorts and a yellow shirt. Kirishima wore gym shorts, a red shirt and some red Crocs. Shiro wore an opposite color scheme to Kaminari. And Bakugo wore a similar outfit to Midoriya. Deku. Why are you wearing the same shirt as me? What do you mean? You're wearing the same pants as me, and shoes. I got these before you, so you're jacking my style. Please, I introduced you to this band. You're jacking my style, are you guys always like this? Shiro asked. No, not often, this is just a huge coincidence. Midoriya replied. It's like you guys are a couple, Kaminari stated. We ain't gay. Unlike you and soy sauce. Bakugo spat out. Kachan, come on man, that's like, fucking mean. Midoriya said. Gasp, Midoriya curses? Kaminari asked. Everyone does, except Ibara Shiozaki, apparently. That's what Inasa tells me. The group walk into the living room and sit on the couch, in the order from left to right. Bakugo, Kirishima, Midoriya, Kaminari, and Shiro on different spots. So Midoriya, what were you doing? What caused you to miss our messages? Shiro asked. Oh, I was supposed to have dinner with my mom and Inasa, but he wanted to get ready to be with Shiozaki tomorrow, so I invited Uraraka for dinner, and my mom left to go hang out with Kachan's mom. Then I changed and came here on my bike. You still have the bike? Bakugo asked. Of course I do. His dad gave me a bike for my birthday. It was too big a while ago, but now Kachan and I are the same height. It's the same bike, just different colors. Whoa. It's like you two are brothers, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Shiro exclaimed in unison. Like Deku would be my brother, he wouldn't survive a day in my house. I've slept over at your house, Kachan, for like a week when my mom went to visit my dad. That's different. 4 of the 5 people laughed at the situation, not Bakugo. How's it different? We wore all Might onesies, and your mom has a picture of it and gave my mom a framed one. They kept laughing harder and harder. Whatever, Bakugo yelled. So what are we gonna do tonight? Once the laughing subsided, Shiro offered an idea. I have a dab pen if you guys want to take some hits. Dab pen? Midoriya and Kirishima asked. Is it a pen that does this? Kirishima asked as he did a dab. No, it's basically like a vape, but it's cannabis. Laws had gone very lenient, but it was still illegal to get minors to use it. It's not very heroic, Shiro. Midoriya said. We have to be 20 to do so, and we can't drive yet anyways, none of us have a driver's license. Think again, Deku. Bakugo started pulling out keys and in his wallet to show a driver's license. Whoa. The 4 went crazy. What are we gonna do, nerds? Well, 5 of us fills up a car, we can go grab some food, Kirishima says. Alright. My car, let's go get some hot wings. Awesome, the 4 yelled. Kirishima, come on, your shotgun. I'm playing music though. Bakugo informs them. Get your sweaters on. They all piled into the car and got their seatbelts on. You don't mind I use the pen? Blow it out the fucking window. Kachan, are you gonna play the band you're wearing on our shirts? Sure. I didn't have an idea, so sure. What song do you want to hear, Deku? Jungle Youth. Great. What band is it? Kaminari asked. Look at the fucking screen, dumbass. Bakugo replied as he linked his Bluetooth to the car. Come on, Kirishima. Look up a wings place, like American chicken wings. Bakugo ordered as he pulled out the driveway. Oh, I found one. Put your phone on the dashboard so I can see it. They all drove to the place, and Midoriya had to watch over Kaminari and Zero since they took many hits from the dab pen. Midoriya tried it only to cough a lot and not get any in his system. We're here, Bakugo said as he parked. Whoa man, hey, where's my eye drops? Zero asked Kaminari. Hey man, don't look at me, check your sweater pocket. Huh, oh, here it is. Midoriya, put the eye drops in for us. Zero, SSHHHHH. Midoriya tried to shush him. You're drawing unwanted attention. Come here guys. Kaminari was first because he was the shortest in the group. You're so short Kaminari, haha. Done, Zero, come over here, look up. Midoriya said as he administered the eye drops for them. I'm going to hold onto it, okay? Alright, Dad. They both said. Can we get a booth? Bakugo asked the hostess. They all walked over to a dimly lit booth that fit all of them. Okay. Get a small order of wings, soy sauce, dunce face, get. Medium wings. You're gonna get hit with the munchies. Bakugo said as he looked through the menu. And get traditional wings, boneless aren't wings, they're nuggets. Hello, I'm Amy, I'll be your waitress for the evening. Would you guys like to start off with some drinks? We'll have water and cola for each of us. Kirishima ordered for everyone. Great, I'll be right back with your waters and then your colas. Great, Kirishima gave her a toothy grin. They all decided on what they wanted to eat and ordered. Bakugo got the hottest wings on the menu and everyone else got some buffalo wings or barbecue wings. Once it was finished they were given the bill. Alright, quick pay me on your phones 1,700 yen for Deku and Kirishima, and 2,275 yen from soy sauce and dunce face. Bakugo explained the prices. Come on hurry up, wings get me sleepy. Alright, I sent you the money Kachan, so did I Baku bro. No, Zero it's 2,275 yen. Midoriya was helping Zero and Kaminari out. Amy. We're ready to pay now, Kirishima called out and handed the receipt and Bakugo's card. Thank you Mr. Bakugo. That's my friend's name, I'm Eijiro Kirishima. Well Mr. Kirishima, you've got a nice bunch of friends here. She shined him a smile and he returned one back. I'll go process this and be back guys. I'm gonna ask for her number. Kirishima stated. She'll say no, Bakugo stated. She's just being nice. He adds taking a sip of water. What are we doing after this? We can chill by Dagoba Beach. Midoriya adds. Alright, chill out by the water, sounds nice. Zero adds as he puts on shades, leans back with his hands behind his head, sliding down his seat, and eventually goes down too far. Beach it is, maybe the air by there can wake me up, Bakugo states. Here you go Mr. Bakugo, and Mr. Kirishima, here. Amy hands Bakugo a receipt and hands Kirishima a post-it. Hope you guys enjoyed your time here, have a nice night. She walks away and motions her hand as a phone and mouths, call me, to Kirishima. What you know Bakugo, she gave me her number, lucky, she was really cute. Kaminari said with a smile and giggle. Come on, get your things. Let's go to the beach, Bakugo ordered. They all hopped in the car, same order but this time Bakugo put on some instrumental lo-fi music as they drove to the beach. Zero took more hits from the dab pen. Midoriya tried it once more and took a few hits, saying he didn't feel anything. Until it hit him. Whoa. Am I supposed to feel like weird? Midoriya asked. Dude, everyone feels weird, Zero responds. Fucking hell guys, now shitty Deku is high. I can't take him home. You're crashing at my place Deku. Your mom will kill me if she finds out. But I have a date tomorrow. Midoriya states, then takes back his words. No it's not a date, it's just to hang out. Oh yeah, You're hanging out with Mina, Kirishima exclaims. What are you guys doing? If you go to an arcade, she loves dance arcade games. We are going to an arcade tomorrow. I have to let her know time and place to meet. Deku, do it later, it's going to be hard to type. Okay, Kachan. We're here. Kirishima, open the glove box, I have a speaker in it. Give it to me. Cool, let's go by the water. Bakugo said as he opened the door, went to the back of the car to the trunk, opened it to get out a large blanket. Come on guys. They all made their way down the stairs and picked a place by the wall and sat there listening to the music Bakugo played and talking about school or funny stories. It felt peaceful. Deku, check your phone. Alright Kachan. Midoriya pulled out his phone and saw he didn't have any messages except from Bakugo, which was a picture of him laughing with Shiro and Kaminari and one with him and the three others laughing at Bakugo. Text raccoon eyes. You mean Mina? You know who I'm talking about. Oh yeah. Midoriya, hey Mina. Let's meet at UA around 1 and then we can go to an arcade nearby and then grab something to eat. Midoriya waited a few minutes until he got a reply. Mina. Okay Midoriya. Can't wait. Midoriya felt butterflies in his stomach. It's probably because I'm high. Shiro. How long does this feeling usually last? With this, it can last a while if you take a lot of hits. Be glad we didn't have edibles. I think you might have felt like you were gonna have a heart attack. Right now, you probably have maybe 15 to 30 minutes left to feel this way. Alright. They spent the rest of the time silent, listening to the waves, seeing how the moonlight shimmered on the ocean like a sea of silver coins. Come on. I gotta get the car back home. Bakugo ordered. They all got ready, wiped the sand off each other and headed to the Bakugo residence. Bakugo pulled out a cot and pulled out the couch to reveal a couch bed. He even grabbed some pajama pants for Midoriya. Here Deku. Thanks Kachan. They put on a hero movie from a time before Quirks, a movie with a man who was frozen for a long time tries to get back into society to find the organization he works with is actually the enemy he fought before he was frozen, and with the help of a redhead, a one-eyed guy, a man with metal wings, take on an enemy organization, and an old friend of the frozen man from the past is back with a metal arm. One by one they all fell asleep, and once the movie ended the TV turned off after since Bakugo put on a sleep timer. It was a pretty alright day for Midoriya. Hello. Sorry for not posting, I was on break and had a lot of time to catch up with family and my girlfriend. I've been writing this chapter for a while, and it's pretty long. I hope you all enjoyed it. Next chapter is the hangouts and should lead up to the sports festival training. This last part was more of a filler type thing. It's something my friends and I do often, meet up, drive around, smoke, get wings, go to a beach or arcade afterwards. Anyways, hope you liked it. Please follow, favorite, review. Chapter 8a. Hello, sorry for the late upload, dealing with finals. If you didn't know, I've started up another story called The X-Students involving 6 X-Men. Anyways, I hope you like this chapter. Deku, wake up. Silence is the response to Katsuki Bakugo, followed by the feeling of being rocked side. Midoriya's eyes open up to find himself in a living room. Looking around, seeing Shiro, Kaminari with plus in his mouth, and Kirishima still sleeping. Looking up to see what was rocking him, a spiky-haired blonde in black shorts and a black tank top. Kachan? What time is it? It's around 7. Come on, sit with me outside, I want to talk to you. Bakugo orders as he goes to the kitchen and gets 2 glasses of water. Oh okay. Midoriya sits up and puts on some slippers to step on a patio Bakugo has. Your Quirk. Bakugo starts off giving Midoriya a glass of water. It's a lot stronger than it was before. I don't know if you were toying with me or not in the past of your power output, but it pissed me off. Midoriya looks away taking a sip of water. I can't tell him about All Might if one for all. And at the USJ, I've never seen you do that. The healing and the metal. And with Kaminari after yesterday. Yeah, I saw, now look at me. Bakugo spits out. Midoriya's nerves tell him he's in danger and to get away. But he remains there to reply. Me and my big mouth, I thought no one saw us. I could have seen this had I used my seismic sense. Midoriya thought to himself. This nerd better not lie to me. Bakugo thought to himself. It's new to me. I held back in the past because I didn't want to hurt you. I didn't know I was capable of this power. Being at UA lets me test my limits, and I guess I have more power than we thought. The USJ, I don't know what that was. And the medal was new, I never tried it until then. Midoriya's danger sense felt like it was going off the charts. What about with Kaminari? And the healing? Bakugo asked, taking a drink of water and taking a seat, basking in the sun and motioning towards a seat for Midoriya. If you ask him, he'll say the same. I didn't expect it to work. But I did it based on the electric feeling everyone had in the cafeteria yesterday. And I asked him to sign up for training so we can train this ability. As for the healing, I just tried to focus my energy in the water and I was able to heal. It was a risky thing since Recovery Girl cut up my finger. It was the same day I beat Hagakure and Ojiro. Alright. I'll take your words for it, and even with all of this, I'll kick your ass at the sports festival and win. Then I'll do my best to give you a good fight, Kacchan, to get us both attention, and show the world that we are here. Midoriya enthusiastically says, which prompts a small smile on Bakugo's face. Alright. Don't get all happy because we're talking more. I know my old hag of a mom wanted me to invite you over. My mom had texted me I could come over, so I did. Reminds me that I should check my phone. Midoriya pulls his phone out of his pocket and sees some texts. Mom. Where are you, Izuku? Mom. Mitsuki texted me and sent me a picture of you boys sleeping. I hope you had a great night with your boys. Uraraka. Deku. I'm sorry about last night. I shouldn't have kissed you on the cheek. Mina. Midoriya. What's this? Kaminari and Zero sent me these. Attached was a picture of Midoriya with the dab pen in the car with Kaminari in the picture and one with Midoriya and Zero on the beach. Yaoyorozu. Hello Midoriya. I hope you're doing well. How are your hands? I hope they're okay for you to lead the spars this upcoming week. Do you need more bandages? I can make some for you. Inasa. Brew. What's this? Zero sent this to me. Zero. Kaminari. Oh geez. I hope this doesn't get out. Midoriya says out loud. He replies as the two talk. Midoriya to Yaoyorozu. No, it's fine. They healed up fine. Thank you. Are we still okay for Monday? To Mom. Hey Mom. I'll be home within the next few hours. Sorry I didn't let you know where I was. To Inasa. Hey man. It was in the moment. I originally was against it but then I just wanted to experience it. I know it's not very heroic. To Mina. Hey, about that. I just wanted to try it. I didn't even know they took the pictures. We're still good for one? What? The picture of you sleeping on my couch? The pictures of you vaping? Or the pictures I sent you? Bakugo asked. The vaping ones. Ha, no, it won't get out. Soy sauce and Dunceface aren't that dumb. Our parents aren't going to find out. Midoriya looks back at his phone to the unread message still there, from Uraraka. Kacchan, you have experience with girls, right? What the fuck, does this have to do with raccoon eyes? Round face? Yeah, Uraraka, she kissed me yesterday as she left the apartment. Wow, didn't know a Deku like you could get a girl to kiss you. You breathe out so much fire I thought you couldn't kiss anyone. Bakugo chuckles lightly before taking another drink of water. Kacchan, that's kind of mean. She kissed my cheek, but I only see her as a friend. Have you said it out loud? Yeah, I told her when I introduced her to my mom before she left to hang out with your mom. Do you find her attractive? 'Cause I'm not gonna lie to you Deku, she's got a nice figure. Bakugo says, taking a longer drink of water. I know she's pretty, I told her that too. You fucked up. What do you mean? You told a girl she's pretty, to her face, and introduce her to your mom as a friend. You don't feel attraction to her, she obviously does if she kissed your cheek. She's gonna feel bad. She's gonna apologize for the kiss next time she sees you, dumbass. She did text me she was sorry. Damn. I knew she'd apologize. You've gotta tell her to her face you don't feel the same way towards her. Better for that than to lead her on. How do you know so much? You've seen me, Deku. Bakugo says with a grin, finishing up his water. I've seen you be mean. Then I guess you don't pay as much attention as I give you credit for. They both chuckle and sit. Are you going to be attending my spars? No, I'm not going to let you analyze me. You're smart, Kachan. I know. Then you must know it's also good to be humble. Hubris can be someone's downfall. Shut up. Come on, these guys might wake up soon. You're right, for once, I'll make all of us some breakfast, American style. You sure? Yeah, and if you want to help that old be nice of you, Kachan. Fuck no, but I'll get out some stuff for you. Bakugo had gotten out some pans, eggs, vegetables, and meats, then he went to take a shower. Midoriya got to work with it, cutting up vegetables, preheating pans and getting some oil on it. Cracking and beating up eggs, mixing in the vegetables, putting it on the pan, cooking the meats as well. Midoriya made food for everyone, and once he was done, the trio that was still sleeping got up, greeted, and started to munch on the food. Bakugo came down and ate with them, and Bakugo's dad ate breakfast as well, before giving Midoriya a patch to put on your hero costume. Katsuki told me you had a blank spot on your chest for your costume. Put this on it, it goes with your quirk. Is what Masaru Bakugo told Midoriya before leaving to go to his office. It was an emblem with symbols representing the 4 elements Midoriya could control with his quirk. Midoriya finished up, changed, thanked everyone for the previous night, and biked home. Midoriya came to find his mother still sleeping. She had the weekends off, and after last night she must have been very tired. Midoriya checked the time, it was around 10. It takes me about 45 minutes to get to Ua, so I've got some time to get ready. Maybe plan out something for the people who signed up for the spars. Maybe add in some stretches or something before it. I should check who signed up. Midoriya opened his phone and saw some new messages and went through them. Yaoyorozu, oh good, I'm glad your hands are fine. I'm still fine for Monday. What are we going to do? Inasa. Looks like you had a lot of fun. Mina, hey, hope you're getting ready and stuff. Let's go to the arcade first. Then let's eat something, and then maybe catch a movie. I should call Uraraka and tell her, or should I tell her face to face? Midoriya asked himself. He decided for the former decision after replying to the 2 girls that texted him. To Yaoyorozu, hey, we can catch something to eat and talk about the sports festival. Maybe do some class rep work as well. To Mina, I'm about to get ready. I'm all right with that plan. Midoriya pressed the home button and went to the contacts and found the contact labeled Uraraka. Ring, 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 click. Hello. Uraraka's voice filled Midoriya's ear. Hey, Uraraka, it's me, Midoriya, he replied. Oh, Deku. How are you? Uraraka asked. Midoriya was going to respond, but she interrupted him. I'm sorry about the kiss yesterday, it's just that I like you. I know you said you're more focused on being a hero, and I'm sorry if I'm distracting you. It's just, you made me feel so conflicted about how you feel about me. You called me pretty to my face, and showed me what you had planned for the glamour match with Aoyama, but when you introduced me to your mom, you called me your friend. How we're only friends. And I just took the chance to kiss you thinking it might change your mind. Uraraka's voice kind of broke and Midoriya could hear audible sniffles. If you called to tell me you don't feel the same, I get it, and I'm sorry about it. Midoriya stayed silent for a moment until he responded. I'm sorry for making it seem like I led you on or something. I'm more focused on being a hero, but I'm trying to make some friends. I'm sorry this isn't what you want to hear, but I think it's better to hear it. Now and then move on from there. I'm sorry I don't feel the same way about you, Uraraka, but I still want to be your friend. I'm sorry, but I have to do some planning for the week. I'm sorry. Will I see you at the spars? Midoriya said his piece and waited for a response from Uraraka. Of course you'll see me at the spars. Uraraka's tone completely changed. I'll give you back the containers Monday after the spars. My parents loved your mom's cooking. I'll still be friends with you. Alright. Do you want me to match you with someone you can beat? Or someone harder to beat? Midoriya asked. Make it harder. Being a hero isn't always going to be easy, so let me take on a challenge, Uraraka exclaimed through the phone. Awesome. I'll make a small plan and I'll let everyone see who they're fighting Monday. Bye Uraraka. I'll see you Monday. Midoriya said his goodbye, waited for hers, and hung up. She took it easier than I expected. Maybe she got it out of her system earlier, but I hope she'll be okay. Midoriya thought to himself as he looked through the pictures and went to his family computer to make a list of the people who signed up for the spars. Let's see who signed up, Midoriya said out loud as he opened up an Excel document and made a list. Uraraka, Iida, Tetsu, Kaminari, Jiro, Yaoyorozu, Ojiro, Hagakure, Mina, Aoyama, Shoji, Kendo, Kirishima, Monoma, Setsuna, Inasa, and Shiozaki, the fan of the Elemental Man from 1B Hiryu Rin, and a Hitoshi Shinso from 1C, which is General Studies. Great, let me make some adjustments to some matches, make it like a ladder match, 5 winners throughout all the 5 days, potentially. Those will be some of the few I'll face off against in the finals of the sports festival, Midoriya said out loud. He got a list of people who he thinks would be troublesome for each other to fight. He only knows the Quirks from his class, and a few from 1B. He put Uraraka against Kaminari. Due to Kaminari's area of effect, electricity would make it hard for Uraraka to get close, but also for Kaminari. If he lets loose and she doesn't go down, it would be useless for him in the end. Once he made some pairs, he noticed someone was odd out. It was Shiozaki. Okay. Well, I'm there too, so I'll spar with her, Midoriya said out loud as he made it. Once he was done with all the thinking, he saw the time. It was around 11:15. He took a brisk shower and changed into some clothes he thought would fit that day. He wore some boots, some dark blue jeans, a button-down with a square pattern on it with a light green cardigan. He turned to look at the clock and saw it read 11:50. Oh geez, I kind of took too long, he said to himself looking at his phone, reading 30% on his battery status. I should bring the charging case. He rummaged through his drawers to find an All Might-themed charger case for his phone. He grabbed his wallet, keys, and some sunglasses he put in his pocket, and wrote a quick note for his mom. Hey Mom. Good afternoon. I'm going to hang out with Mina today. I'll be sure to keep you posted on what we're doing. We're going to an arcade, getting some lunch, and going to a movie. I've got enough for the both of us, but she wanted to split. I'll be back later. Thanks for letting me go to Kakon's house. Love, Izuku. Midoriya made his way to the train listening to some music regarded as ancient, an album about a hotel and casino on the moon. Listening to a track about eating tacos on the moon as well, quite an interesting album. The album ended with a reminiscence of the start of watching space launches with friends as Midoriya got off the train. It was 12:45. A 5-minute walk would make 10 minutes to wait for Mina, so he switched the song to one called Snap Out of It and texted Mina. To Mina. Hey Mina. I'm 5 minutes out from UA. I'm going to sit by a bench by the entrance. How far are you from here? Midoriya walked over to the bench and sat down playing pool with his friend Inasa on an online game of pool. Ding Mina. Hey, I'll probably be there around 1:15. Getting to the train was a hassle. Midoriya saw this message and replied it was fine. He played with Inasa for a few more games, leaving more wins to Inasa. Listened to more songs going on about a girl, crying lightning, and others. 1:13 rolled around and Midoriya checked his phone to see if Mina sent him anything, but didn't. He looked around and saw the pink girl walking over to him. She was dressed up in light gray jeans, with black shoes, and a pink hoodie to go with it. Wow, Midoriya, you sure know how to look good, Mina compliments and gives him a wink. Thanks Mina. Glad you like my clothes. If I had known we were going to be super casual, I would have worn a hoodie as well. Ha, come on. The arcade is around the area, we can walk there together, Mina says, pulling Midoriya's arm, leading him to the arcade. Once they got there, Midoriya noticed it's the same one he and Bakugo used to go to together. Oh, it's still here, Midoriya exclaimed. You've been here before? Yeah, I used to come here with Kachan when we were little. Kachan? Mina thinks to herself, repeating the name as if she knows, and then it clicks. You and Bakugo used to be friends? Mina exclaims, receiving stares from people. Ha ha ha, we're still friends, Mina. We may not really show it, but we're relatively close. Our parents knew each other in high school and both Kachan and I grew up together. He calls me Deku because my quirk developed a little late. It's supposed to mean defenseless. Izuku, so take the first 2 layers of defenseless, and the last 2 of my name, and you get Deku. But Uraraka's given it a new meaning to it, so it doesn't faze me much. Also, not being defenseless, but defending people Kachan harasses sometimes also negates its meaning. Midoriya explained. He helped awaken my quirk. The earth, the water, the air was an accident, and fire. What do you mean the air was an accident? Mina was confused to how awakening a quirk was an accident. Well, it wasn't the best way I wanted to find out I could do it. I actually wound up pulling the air out of his lungs and sort of suffocated him, but then I helped him out because I didn't want my friend to die. Midoriya looked at Mina to see what she thought of the origins of his airbending. That's kind of op, being able to suffocate people. You can literally make villains go unconscious by restricting the air that they breathe. Mind spouts the idea, I know, but I don't use it for a purpose like that. I mostly use it for jumps and increased mobility so I don't have wind resistance. It's also like an extension of punches and kicks that I can direct. Midoriya explained and mumbled in about his quirk and what he can do with it. Mina chuckles to herself when she waves her hand in front of his face but had no effect. She ruffled his hair and that snapped him out of it. Midoriya, you know, you're pretty cute when you get distracted. Mina giggles and leaves Midoriya to have smoky hair, to which Mina moves his hair to get the smoke out, not wanting to attract attention to them. You know, Midoriya, just because we can use our quirks in a non-lethal way in public, doesn't mean you should always use it. I'm sorry, I'm just not used to hanging out with girls. I was mostly a loner in middle school due to some ideals I have. For one, being a hero shouldn't seek fame or fortune. I agree, popularity and money are just some consequences to it, but being a hero should be about helping people. Mina says as she makes sure all the smoke is out from his hair. Exactly. Midoriya exclaims. Yeah, now come on. Let's play some games. I heard they have some really old school game consoles. Mina dragged Midoriya inside where they were able to pay for some time to play on the old gaming consoles. They played on separate consoles and used headsets, which messed up their hair, and played a game against each other. A soccer game, but you played in cars. This is old? Midoriya asked Mina. It feels pretty new. Yeah, this console came out around, I wanna say before the 2020s. Mina says as she drives her car up a wall, jumps, hits a large ball and makes a goal. Really? Wow, and it's Japanese too, which is pretty cool. Midoriya replied as he boosts his car, hits the ball and makes a goal as well. The two continued to play different games for their allotted time, playing fighting games of pre-Quirk superheroes that Mina dominated, a racing game that they were both obvious novices at, and a Western cowboy-type game that had very few players in it, but he and Mina rode around in horses messing around. Once their time was up, they went to get some lunch. So Midoriya, what do you feel like eating? Mina asked as she tried to fix her hair from the headset. Maybe something American? Midoriya replied, also fixing his hair. My hair isn't going to be upright anymore from that. I could probably buy a cheap beanie real quick before Sami. She replied. There's actually a clothing store by this American restaurant, come on. She pulled Midoriya's arm again to a place that sold fairly priced clothing goods. Okay. Excuse me. Midoriya got the attention of an employee. Do you know where the hats are? The employee informed the two that the hats were on the wall on the far left of the store. After and thanks, the duo went and tried on hats. Mina tried on bright neon colors while Midoriya tried to find a hat that would go with his outfit. He found a green beanie that was the same color as his cardigan and chose to go with that one. Once he found it, he turned to Mina, who had a giant squid hat on her head. "Oh no! A villainous squid is here in the store," Midoriya remarked sarcastically, causing Mina to giggle a little. "What hero will stop me?" she replied, moving the tentacles on the hat, causing the duo to laugh. Mina looked at the hats and found a cuttlefish hat and put it on Midoriya. "And with my evil sidekick, Cuttlefish Man, we'll rule the oceans." Mawahaha. She gave the two a plot, to which Midoriya gave a small yet hearty laugh and herself to giggle. "Come on, my stomach is rumbling from being a villain, Ms. Squid," Midoriya says, taking the hat off himself and putting it back. "These are cool hats though. I might buy a pin for my cardigan," Midoriya said as he looked at some sea creature pins. He focused on a cartoonish isopod and a cartoonish cuttlefish. "I'll just get both. This is about $15, not too bad." Once they paid, Midoriya put on the hat and put the pins on the left side of his cardigan. "Wow, those pins are really cute, Midoriya," Mina commented as she put her hat on. She found a pink one that was made for people with horns. "Oh, thanks. I like cartoonish things like this," he replied. "Where's the restaurant?" "Oh, it's over here. Come on, they've got some good burgers." The two went to the restaurant and ate and chatted about the anticipation of the sports festival, even the training that Midoriya was holding. Meanwhile, Inasa and Shiozaki's date, no, not a date, was going fairly well. He wore simple clothes, jeans, gym shoes, and a gray crew neck sweater. Shiozaki, on the other hand, wore some modest yet comfortable clothing, loose pants, some casual shoes, and a large blue crew neck sweater with a small handbag. Inasa met up with Shiozaki by a fountain. While he waited for her arrival, he played some games on his phone with Midoriya, winning most games they played. Shiozaki: "Hey, Inasa, I'm close, I can see the fountain by the street." After Inasa reads the message and instinctively stands to look around for the vine-haired girl. After a few minutes he sits back down on a ledge by the fountain. "It's a pretty nice day for a sweater like that," says a voice to his left. "Huh?" Inasa turns his head towards the voice to see the soft-faced girl he felt infatuated with. "Oh, Shiozaki, you're here. Why didn't you say anything when you got here?" he asked her. "It was amusing to see you search for someone who was a few centimeters from you." Shiozaki covers her mouth and giggles, prompting Inasa to blush lightly. Oh, well, yeah, hee. Inara runs his hand over his head. "So should we be going to get lunch? This is just a lunch date, right?" Shiozaki states as she stands clutching a small bag. "So this is a date then?" Inasa asked. "Did I say date?" Shiozaki looks away. "I meant to say hang out." She looks back at him and stares into his eyes. "I'm sure I made this clear yesterday when Midoriya sat next to you and started a conflict with Monoma." "Oh, yeah, you're right. So, where do you want to eat?" Inasa asked. "I was thinking I could treat you to some udon. There's a good place around here." Inasa points to a restaurant by the fountain. "Oh, very convenient of you to pick the meeting place here. Then come on, let's go." Shiozaki takes lead and makes her way to the restaurant with Inasa following. They ot a seat for two by the window of the restaurant. They were given water and menus, and while they waited for their server to take their order, Inasa wanted to strike up conversation. Shiozaki, what's Class 1B like?" he asked, taking a sip of water. "Well, we're mostly a good bunch, but Monoma tends to create some dissonance between our two classes. I fear his sinful ways have reached into the hearts of a few of my classmates. Although, Midoriya seems to challenge Monoma, and has inspired a few of to not be hostile towards your class. I hope through his week-long spars he'll be able to make the sports festival a way to have our class be in touch with each other," Shiozaki said as she took a drink of water and the server came by to take their orders. "I'll have some cake udon, please." Inasa hands the server his menu. "I'll have the kamage udon, thank you." Shiozaki hands her menu to the server as well. Once the server leaves, he asks Inasa something. "So Yorashi, what is 1A like?" "Well, we're kind of a weird bunch. Our teacher, Aizawa, Apparently expelled classes before ours. We don't really know why he's sticking with us, but I'm glad he was there with us at the USJ. Inasa whispers the last part since it's not public information. But we don't hold anything against your class, or any class for that matter. We have some conflicts in our class due to Bakugo. He's very brash, but I think Izuku has humbled him. It hasn't been long since we've known each other, but after 2 days ago, it's like we're practically all the greatest friends ever, but we still don't know a whole lot about each other. Oh, well, we haven't faced something like that before. We're mostly on track with our training, while your class is behind on the basics of disaster rescue. What do you think Midoriya has in store for us during the spars? Well, I checked out the list, and last I saw there was an odd amount of people in it, so knowing Izuku, he'll probably be part of the spars and make a tournament. Well, I'm sure the final sports festival event will be a large tournament. Oh yeah, Izuku and I watched it at his place a few times before, seeing the passion the previous UA students. Inasa was getting a bit too rowdy and held up his hands, only to have Shiozaki's vines pull his hands back down. Yorashi, I understand you're excited about passion, but there is a thing called self-restraint. Shiozaki looked at him as she reeled her vines back in. My bad. Inasa looked out the window for a second and back at her. Here you guys go. Cake and kamage udon for the couple, said the server with a large grin setting down the 2 dishes. We're not a couple, we're just here as friends, Shiozaki replied, but thank you for the food. Oh, my bad. The server then leans towards Inasa. She's a looker man, you're lucky, go get her. And she went on her way. Once their server left, the two began to eat and talk about personal details, their family, hobbies, favorite things. Once they had finished eating, Inasa paid, tipped, and asked if she wanted to go look around at some stores, to which she agreed. They went to a fro from stores, not buying anything until Inasa found some cool cartoonish animal pins. Whoa, these are super cool. Inasa picked up a few sea creature ones. What are these? Shiozaki asked, picking up one of a lionfish. Oh, they're sea creatures, they're super cool. Inasa was looking through a few until he found 3 he liked. These are probably my favorite ones. He was holding a cartoonish cuttlefish, axolotl, and a clownfish. What are they? Shiozaki picked up the 3 pins and looked at them. Well, this orange and white one is a clownfish. It's really cool and can live in these poisonous anemones. This is a cuttlefish, it can change its texture and color to hide and hunt prey. They also have this cool hypnotizing thing to stun their prey. And this is an axolotl. They have something like super regeneration, almost like a quirk. They're super cool and are found in Latin America. Whoa, these are about 225 yen each, so they're about 675 yen. Inasa said, looking through his wallet for enough money. This one looks interesting. Shiozaki picked up a dove pin. I think that's a dove, it means something to your religion, right? Inasa asked. Yes, it does. I'll get it for you. What other ones do you want? I got it. Inasa shined her a smile to one she returned. Thank you. I'll just go with these pins. Shiozaki handed him one of bread, the dove, and one that was a thorny rose. Awesome. These would look good on you. Inasa commented. So this is all about 1,350 yen, I've got enough for this. Once they had purchased the pins, Inasa put them on and Shiozaki did as well. Thank you, Yorashi. I appreciate it. I had a great time today. Shiozaki looked away to make sure he didn't see the light blush on her face. I'll see you Monday then, she said as she gave him a quick hug and walked away. I'll see you Monday. I'm glad you had a good time. We should do this again. Inasa called out, walking to his train station. Man, wait till I text Izuku about this. He pulled out his phone to see some texts from Midoriya. Izuku. Hey. How was your hangout with Shiozaki? Mina and I got to know each other pretty well. I got some pins and a hat. Check it out. Mina and I had a small impromptu photo shoot at a park. Whoa. Seems like Izuku had a good time today as well. Inasa commented and replied the events that transpired with him and Shiozaki. A.N. Hello, again. Hope you all liked this chapter. Just wanted to say the thing about the pins was based around sea creatures. I was watching Blue Earth 2 while I was writing. So, I'm sorry this doesn't have much action or anything. I had planned this chapter out for the hangouts. Next chapter, be prepared for some spars. Also, if you guys read the manga, how about that last chapter? I'm hyped for the next one. Anyways, please follow, favorite, and review. I hope I've made some okay interactions between the characters. I always welcome reviews that offer some help with my writing since I am not that good a writer. Update 3 boy. Sorry. Hello. I am alive. I haven't uploaded in what seems like forever, but it's only been a month. I still get follows and favorites and I appreciate it, even reviews. I saw a criticism of having All Might give Midoriya OFA. I get it, it makes Midoriya even stronger with an already strong quirk. It's similar to when I rewatched and reread the tournament arc when All Might talks about if Todoroki had OFA, his quirk and super strength would make him an almost unbeatable hero. I took a different but similar approach and didn't even realize it. And hell, even the talking to previous holders, I wasn't up to that part of the manga yet and I feel like I'm only borrowing even more. But I'm getting off track by a lot. What I wanted to say in this update is thank you to everyone who reads and follows, favorites, and leaves good comments and suggestions. I may not use all the suggestions but reading nice reviews makes me want to write even more. I haven't written in an entire month due to the fact that I was on winter break. I started writing fanfics because I felt isolated at school. I barely talked to my roommate even though we were close friends a semester ago. Other friends began to not talk as much, and I'm not very social so I had a hard time going to school-funded events solo. I felt so alone I thought something was wrong with me and I thought some pretty bad things. I won't go into detail about it. I began writing as a way to sort of get away from that. And the positive reviews helped me out. Even my partner Cavebanime, he's a cool guy. He may not be directly involved with the story except for a few things and events coming up, but we pitch different ideas and I'm glad I started writing. I stopped writing a month ago because I was heading home for winter break. I wanted to catch up with friends at home, be with my girlfriend, be with my family, and work to try and pay for school. I recently got a Nintendo Switch and have been addicted to Smash. And Let's Go Pikachu. I didn't have much time to myself and that's what kind of made me avoid writing again. I didn't want to remember when I was alone. Due to my experience at school, I won't be returning there, but I hope with this I can try and write even while being occupied in the comfort of my home and being around friends. I will be getting out another chapter within the next week or a little more. I also plan on continuing my X-Men crossover, The X Students, and maybe some more stories from the ideas Cavebanime and I made. I've also thought about trying to redo this story. I started off without a plan and like halfway through it shot myself into foot with Kacchan and Deku being all buddy-buddy when before I made them out to be like enemies, and the whole relationship between them to change, include Inasa, Ibara, Mineta, and a few other characters. The story Torchbearer made me realize this. I should sorta do my own thing with it. But I'm going to roll with this story for now. Once I find the time to redo it, I will, or will try to. I'm working on the week spars, and I'm doing day 1 and skimming through the rest of the days with winners and notable events to jump towards the sports festival. I'm excited as hell to write the sports festival. I'll let you guys know that the events will be the same, obstacle course, cavalry battle, and the tournament, but there are going to be changes. Thank you for the previous support, you guys are awesome. Final chapter and update 4. Sorry. Beep 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 beep, thunk. A groan is heard through the room as sunlight peeks in through All Might curtains. The air is warm and the sound of the bed creaking and weight shifting is heard. The sliding of socks on the floor is heard as Izuku Midoriya wakes up to start his Monday. He changed from his All Might designed pajama shorts and dons on gray shorts and changes his bed shirt, puts on deodorant, and picks out a simple black compression shirt and a white shirt over, even putting in a few spare white shirts if the one he wore burned off. He gets a light jacket, changes socks and wears the thin-soled shoes All Might gave him months back. and fills up a red All Might themed water bottle, and places it in a bag that All Might gave him right before starting UA. Midoriya puts the pins he got with Mina days ago on the strap of the bag, combing through his forest of green hair. He writes a simple note for his mom since he's leaving before her today. Before he leaves, checking for his phone, a charger, wallet, and keys. He decided to take his bike to UA since it was still early. Riding through the streets, Midoriya used his quirk to get there faster, getting rid of wind resistance so he'd go faster. He was moving about as fast as his train, but he did have to make some twists and turns and got there in an hour. Midoriya walked over to Gym Gamma where he saw a lump of yellow and a man in black with tall hair. "Hey, Midoriya, good morning. Making sure you got here early. We sent you that email yesterday to show up early." Present Mike greeted with some finger guns. "Yeah, I got it. Good morning Mike, Aizawa." Midoriya responded, receiving a grunt from Aizawa, who stood up. "We need to supervise the spars. You are the class rep, but we're also here to show the teachers how you're doing with your combat. Being a hero isn't always saving people, you have to fight as well. So we're going to record the spars." Aizawa debriefed Midoriya. "Put your bike away." Midoriya did just that. He created a crater and put his bike in it, and covered it up with a layer of earth. The trio walked into the empty gym. Midoriya noticed the wall was now fixed, and Midoriya got to work making the stage and a seating area for the two teachers and other students. "So you're having one match at a time?" Present Mike asked. "Yeah, I figured to have some sort of tournament type thing, since it's probably going to be one of the final things in the sports festival. We can do 2 matches at a time and you guys can record separately." "Let's do that, split it in half," Aizawa said as he took a drink from a little pouch. Midoriya adjusted the large ring to 2 rings with commentators' booths by them. They both had cameras and set them up. "So Midoriya, are you excited for the sports festival?" Present Mike asked. "Definitely, I'm excited to show off my skills to the world," Midoriya replied. "I bet, after the USJ, I'm sure you'd be able to wow some people," Mike replied. Aizawa gave Midoriya the little projector device in order to display the matches for the day. There were going to be about 18 matches in that one day. Soon Midoriya began practicing his water bending with the water tentacles. Practicing with grabbing, throwing ice, how to increase his mobility with it, and then Kaminari and Kirishima walked in with Mina. "Midoriya." The trio yelled out. It distracted Midoriya as his concentration on the water loosened and splashed himself with water. "Hey guys, you're here early. Wait, what time is it? I think this is supposed to start around 8:30-ish. Midoriya jogged over to them, steaming as he was evaporating the water off of him. "It's 8. We decided to get here early, also we wanted to check out and maybe get an edge on the competition," Kirishima replied. "Well, all I can really say is you're actually getting recorded by Mike and Aizawa." Midoriya informs them and motions towards the 2 teachers chatting away. "So they can record but Zero and I can't?" Kaminari looks offended. "It's for the teachers to look at how we do, for these next 18 matches." "18? Mina asks. "Yeah, 18. It could be 19. I'm only in 2 matches, and I'm also watching to make sure people don't get hurt too bad. Go pick a spot on the stands and sit and wait for the others to come in." Midoriya asks them as they all walk to the stands, but Kaminari stays behind. "So how was your date with Mina?" he asks playfully, punching Midoriya's arm. "It wasn't a date, but it went well," Midoriya replied. "Wait, it wasn't a date?" "Yeah, it was a hangout. Why? Did she say otherwise?" "Well, I think she interpreted it as a date." "Man. First Uraraka, now Mina. What happened with Uraraka?" "Deku. How are you?" is the cheerful voice that comes from the entrance. "Uraraka, hey, I'm doing good this morning, and you?" Midoriya asks with a concerned face. "Oh, PFFT. Yeah, I'm fine. Hey Kaminari." She greets the electric teen. "Oh, Deku, here. My mom wanted me to get these to you." She reused the container. "It's for you and your mom, for the food from dinner on Friday." She handed him a bag with the containers and some cookies in one of them. "Oh, tell her I said thanks once this is all over. I appreciate it." Midoriya beams her a smile. "You can go get a seat over with Kirishima and Mina." "All right. Sue, what happened Friday?" Kaminari asked once the brunette was out of earshot. "Ask Kachan." Midoriya froze at the thought of what Bakugo might say. "Actually, no, I won't tell you and don't ask Kachan." "All right, I won't ask, but one more thing." "All right, what is it?" "Actually 2 more things. Get on with it Denki." "Ah, are we friends now? Anyways, when are we going to train me? And who am I fighting?" "Yes, we're friends. We can start that training tomorrow after the spars, and it'll be a surprise." "Awesome to all of those. Also, what should I call you? Izuken? Izuku? Zuku? What?" "Just call me Izuku, I'll be fine with that." "Awesome Izuken." Kaminari scurried off towards the seats in fear of getting burned, frozen, buried, or blasted by the wind. "Midoriya, good to see you." An orange-haired girl came in wearing her UA Page E uniform. "Kendo, good to see you, and the others as well." Behind Kendo were the Class 1B students who were there for spars. "Good to see you elemental man," Hiryu Rin exclaimed. "Huh, others? Just who do you think we are?" Monoma tried to get Midoriya mad again but was slapped upside the head by Kendo. "Midoriya, who am I fighting today?" Tetsu exclaimed, looking hungry for a battle. "Nice to see you Midoriya." Shiozaki greeted. "Ah, good to see you again Midoriya. You're lookin' fiend." Setsuna flirted after seeing Midoriya wearing a form-fitting shirt. "Good to see you guys. You can take a seat over at the large seating area and put your things there." Midoriya instructed with a red face from Setsuna's teasing comment. Kendo had whispered to him that Setsuna just likes to be a tease. Midoriya stood by there marking attendance of who showed up. Soon the rest of 1A showed up, and a purple-haired student from General Studies, Hitoshi Shinso. Once everyone was in a seat, Midoriya made a pedestal for himself and announced some rules. "Good morning everyone, glad you all could make it. We're doing 2 spars at a time. I've got a pre-made list." Midoriya was interrupted by the tall blue-haired teen. "Midoriya, there are an odd number of students here. How do you plan to sort this out?" Iida asked while moving his arm robotically. "I'll be joining the spars with you guys for the first couple of rounds. Now, I've watched over spars with my partner, Vice Rep Yaoyorozu, and just to be clear, do not severely wound the other. My healing can't heal big wounds, and you'll wind up with Recovery Girl for most of the day. You can knock the other off, knock them out, immobilize them, or get them to surrender to win. Any questions?" "Yeah. Who are we fighting?" Tetsu asked. "I've got the list right here," Midoriya says as he drops down a disc that projects a list of the matches. "It'll randomize the next match and the one after that." Midoriya explains as the students try to find their names and who they'll fight. Uraraka vs Kaminari, Midoriya vs Shiozaki, Mina vs Kirishima, Inasa vs Rin, Shinso vs Iida, Yaoyorozu vs Jiro, Tetsu vs Ojiro, Hagakure vs Kendo, Monoma vs Aoyama, and finally Shoji vs Setsuna. "It's 10 matches right now, first 4, let's go." Midoriya orders once people have found out who they're fighting. Kaminari talks to Midoriya for a quick moment. "Uraraka, really? She wanted a challenge, plus it's also one for you if you just go all out at once. Be smart." Midoriya offers those words of advice. "Are you guys ready?" Mike asks as he receives 2 thumbs up from Uraraka and Kaminari and announces for them to start. Meanwhile over on the Aizawa side, the recording light in on and Midoriya and Shiozaki do a quick bow and begin their matchup. Shiozaki unleashes her vines out towards Midoriya, lashing out wildly. Midoriya senses that the vines are still just plants and plants have water in them. Midoriya does a pulling action towards the vines. It's just a random move to the audience, and it proves futile in the moment. Midoriya is snagged up by the vines and is tightly wrapped up. "Do you submit?" Shiozaki asks. Let me answer that for you. Midoriya responds as the vines covering him begin to smoke. So Yorashi, who do you think is going to win? Yaoyorozu asks. I don't know. I want Izuku to win because he's my friend, but I also want Shiozaki to win because I like her. Midoriya's quirk can probably allow him to burn away the vines, but to what degree are the vines going to burn, and we don't know the limit to her power. Shiozaki's vines are powerful, and with those thorns Midoriya is not a happy camper. Can't Midoriya pull the water out of the vines? Jiro asked. I'm not sure he can right now. On a full moon I've seen Midoriya pull water out of the air, but I honestly don't know if he can pull off those feats right now. It takes a lot of concentration from him to do it. He also doesn't pull out enough water either. Wow, so unless Midoriya does something with fire he probably won't win. Kirishima asks. Maybe, I'm not sure. Why do you think Midoriya paired up Kaminari and Uraraka? Their quirks. Yaoyorozu responds. Uraraka needs to touch something or someone in order to make them float. Kaminari's quirk right now is area of effect type quirk since he can't control where the output is. He tends to go full force, which leaves him defenseless. If he goes all out and it doesn't reach her, Uraraka could win, but if he's able to defeat her without going all out he could win. Huh, interesting. Why do you think he paired up everyone with each other? I think that was random. Yaoyorozu responds. I can't get close. His damn quirk keeps shocking me every time I get close, and he's not going dumb. Uraraka thinks to herself as she keeps running at Kaminari and jumping back when he touches her. He keeps using it just before we make contact. I knew this was going to be a challenge because I asked Deku to make it. 1. Uraraka keeps going in feeling similar degrees of shock causing her to get back as Kaminari get her closer and closer towards the edge of the ring. She keeps going in and feels the shocks getting weaker. He's using up his charge like a battery. She thinks to herself, now with more motivation to go in and feel the shocks lessen. Damn it, my charge is going away. Fuck, what am I going to do? I've been going on a pushing forward, but I've only been blocking her. Hits. He thinks to himself, I've got to go on the offensive. The two block and unleash jabs at each other for a few moments and Kaminari didn't realize it because a stamina match once he began to do dumb, leading to Jiro and Yaoyorozu to laugh at Kaminari as he started saying, "Way." Uraraka took the advantage and dragged Kaminari off the stage in zero gravity. Back with Midoriya and Shiozaki, Midoriya's arms let him break out of the thorn prison from bursting into flames, landing on the floor and using his earthbending to sink into the ground. Where'd he go? Jiro asked. He went into the ground. He's going to try and incapacitate her, Inasa informed her. Midoriya dug through and felt he was under Shiozaki and jumped up from the ground and launched the girl into the air. He used the air to knock her off the stage, but her vines grew and latched into the ground, getting her back on the platform. She didn't touch the ground, using her vines to hold her in the air. She unleashed bundles of vines towards Midoriya like spears. Midoriya retaliated with chucking large rocks at her, but she seemed to have an unbreakable defense when her vines just pushed the rocks out of the way. The next match had to start. It was Minutes versus Kirishima. Once their match started, Mina immediately began to fling her acid onto Kirishima, but Kirishima was surprisingly fast enough to not get hit by the acid. Kirishima rushed her and hit her with a shoulder to push her back, but Mina left her mark. Smoke was coming off of Kirishima and he activated his hardening to see if it would prevent the melting. Sorry Mina. Kirishima apologized as he shouldered her again off the stage. That match ended relatively quickly and halted with a scream from Kirishima as the acid kept burning. What did I say? Midoriya was yelling as he unleashed jabs of fire at Shiozaki. About seriously injuring someone? Midoriya pushed forward two fists and let loose a stream of fire, burning away Shiozaki's vines, and jumping towards her with a pillar of earth and pushed her off the stage. Shiozaki. Inasa rushed over to the vine-haired girl who had smoking hair. Oh damn, Midoriya has some power, Setsuna commented to her class. Well, he is a recommended student like you. So it's to be expected he and the other recommended students have powerful quirk, Rin replied. Shiozaki got up and ran her fingers through her hair, getting the charred parts off. I'm sorry. Are you hurt? Did I burn you? I can heal it if you'd like. Midoriya asked Shiozaki as he helped her up while the next 4 people went to the stage for their spars. Inasa vs Rin with Mike, and Shinso vs Iida with Aizawa. Midoriya, I'll be fine. I used my vines to cover myself at the last moment, and the force of the rock pushed me off, Shiozaki replied. You gave a good match. Midoriya offered good words to her. Meanwhile on the stage, Hiryu Rin was having trouble fighting Inasa. What the hell? He shouted as he felt the wind around him undoing his tight hair. Inasa spoke almost no words through the confrontation, creating an array of wind currents. He created twists and turns of the wind too. Allow him to float in the air. His serious face was intimidating to the scaly 1B student. Do you have passion? Inasa asked as the winds began to pick up even more. What the hell is he going on about? This is the guy Shiozaki is seeing. Rin spoke to himself, trying to devise a plan. He shot out some scales, but they just got caught in a highway of wind and were shot back at him, nicking his skin. I saw the direction they went. They go around him, as if it's like gravity. Rin began to calculate his options of what to do. But he was taking too long for Inasa. I'll take that as a no. Inasa rose his right hand, palm wide and open, and swiped down. The wind around him picked up like a hurricane and pushed Rin off the stage. Damn it, I was just about to do something. Rin grumbled to himself as he stood up and walked over to the seating area, and Yaoyorozu and Jiro went to start their match. Shinso did not fare well with Iida, as Iida didn't speak to him. He was immediately rushed and kicked in the gut. After that happened, he rolled off the stage. Midoriya rushed by to heal Rin and asked Shinso if he felt fine. Don't worry about me, Shinso replied coldly. Tetsu and Ojiro walked over to their stage and immediately got to work. Midoriya knew Tetsu's quirk, but now what it actually looked like. He knew he turned to metal, but didn't expect how it would look. He looked like a pre-quirk comic book character. Tail swing and a block, punch and a block with a tail. Ojiro utilized his martial arts background to his use against the wild flurry Tetsu went for. Through this bout, Midoriya tested if he could feel for earth impurities in Tetsu, but couldn't find any. He turned into pure metal. Meaning Midoriya couldn't control Tetsu's movements, unless it was correlated to the amount of metals in Tetsu's system. Hey Kendo, what's Tetsu's relation of his quirk and diet? Midoriya asked the 1B representative while taking out his notebook. He assumed she'd know everyone's quirk in her class. I think it has to do with the amount of iron in foods. He always eats high iron foods. Why? She replied, unknowing that Monoma was listening in. What's this? Class 1A's representative want to try and know a weakness. Very much like the conniving type of perso. Monoma was quickly stopped by Setsuna with the hands over his mouth, but no arms. You've always gotta start something with people, don't you? Setsuna sounded angry at him. Midoriya looked over to her and noticed her hands were gone. They were on Monoma's mouth. I was just asking because I can't sense any impurities in his metal form. I wonder how it would match up with Kirishima's hardening. Midoriya began to mumble to himself about the possibilities of the two fighting each other. With Jiro and Yaoyorozu, Jiro unleashed her earphone jacks as a way to distract Yaoyorozu, but her opponent was prepared for something like this and materialized a thick shield. The jack pierced it and were stuck in it. Yaoyorozu threw the hunk of metal at Jiro and charged in with a metal staff, swiping Jiro off her feet and being in a dominant position. Do you yield? She asked. It sounded like more of a command. Jiro looked her opponent in her eyes. She snaked a jack over to Yaoyorozu, thinking she wouldn't see it. I take your movements and silence as a no. Yaoyorozu rose the staff and swiped down, and Jiro closed her eyes. Thunk Jiro's eyes opened to see Yaoyorozu holding onto the staff that was impaled into the ground. Do you submit? Yaoyorozu had fire in her eyes. I do. Jiro spoke. Yaoyorozu's expression completely changed from battle mode to her usual self. She helped Jiro up to her feet and cleared the stage as the next two girls came over for their fights, Hagakure and Kendo. Back with Tetsu and Ojiro. Ojiro was getting on the ropes after hitting metal constantly. Tetsu saw this and went even more all out, even to go as far as to yell out, "Plus ultra." Tetsu helped Ojiro up and they both went to their respective seats. Next coming up was Aoyama and Monoma. As Aoyama made his way to the stage, Monoma slapped Kaminari upside the head. "Hey! What the hell, man?" Kaminari, Mina, and Kirishima yelled at Monoma. "Oh, my bad, not my fault, your big head got in the way of my hand," Monoma taunted. Hagakure took off her clothes throughout the fight with Kendo. All Kendo could follow was the sight of clothes moving around. She would enlarge her hand and swipe only to feel a couple jabs in her back and a kick on the back of her knee. She swiped her hand back to hit nothing. "Damn it, where are you?" Kendo began to get pissed by these guerrilla tactics from the invisible 1A student. Kendo heard a snicker from her left, and swiped her hands in that direction and wind picked up. Clothes were flung on the invisible girl. Revealing her position, Kendo rushed the position and gave Hagakure a kick and an enlarged punch, flinging her off the stage. "Dang. You can really pack a punch, if you know what I mean, haha." Hagakure joked as she put her clothes back on. "My bad, you were great though." Kendo encouraged the two walked to their seats as Shoji and Setsuna prepared their bout. Aoyama got cocky. The two blondes taunted each other. Aoyama chattered on about his quirk, while Monoma ducked, jumped, dodged every naval blast from Aoyama. Monoma got closer and closer, and once he got into his position, he gripped onto Aoyama's shoulders, telling him, "I won." Before unleashing a large shock. "What the hell?" 1A students exclaimed. "How does he have my quirk?" Kaminari exclaimed. "Maybe he's another electric type." Mina offered a questionable suggestion. "I don't know, but I'm gonna get Aoyama." Kirishima walked over to pick up the passed-out blonde who mumbled, "Sparkle, sparkle. Sparkle." "This is the final match of the first round," Midoriya called out. It was Shoji versus Setsuna. 1A versus the 1B recommended student. Shoji rushed her with arms out as she fell apart. Her body split into many different pieces and were flung at Shoji, getting hit in random directions. He couldn't do much but try and catch the limbs, but he already grabbed 6 pieces and the rest of them continued to fly around him, hitting him. It was like a swarm of bees. Shoji was taking too much. Setsuna had pointed teeth like Kirishima and Tetsu, and the bite marks that were being left on his body were irritating for him, even cuts from her fingernails. Shoji was getting overwhelmed by the number of body parts hitting him. He swiped at the air hoping to hit bits of her by chance, but once he hit pieces out of the ring they flew back in and hit him. After about 5 minutes of being pelted, Setsuna came back to one piece looking unscathed, while Shoji looked beat with bites and cuts. Setsuna's quirk needed a break to rest after 5 minutes so she wouldn't need to regenerate limbs. Those would take a while to come back. "Who do you think has this match?" Yaoyorozu asked Inasa. "Well, I want to say Shoji, but Setsuna's given him a beating through 5 minutes. She's fully formed now so Shoji could rush in and take her out with a swipe. She's another recommendation student so she probably has training with her quirk for short rests. And if she does she can just wail on him again, correct?" Their assumptions on Setsuna were proven correct. Shoji took his chances and rushed in to swipe at her, with a solid hit landing, but splattering pieces of her into the air, which turned into another beat-down swarm. Shoji continued to get wailed on in random areas he couldn't predict. He was down to his knees from too many hits on the back of his legs, and he was curled up in a ball protecting most of his body with his arms. "Halt!" Midoriya bellowed as he jumped over towards Shoji. "Do you want to continue or give her the victory for today?" Shoji was breathing heavily. He didn't want to lose, but he felt that he couldn't even get an opening on her. Her rest time was too quick for him to get a breather and try and get the jump on her. "I'll let her take the win today," Shoji replied with disappointment in his tone. Match goes to Tokage Setsuna. Midoriya rose his hand to the gray-haired winner. Don't be hard on yourself, man. You've got the chance for tomorrow to take a win, and you can even train your quirk in the meantime. Midoriya tried to offer words of comfort or even encouragement. You're right. Can I get a healing session, Midoriya? Shoji asked, and even hoped to chat with the class representative. Yeah, sure. Midoriya patted him on the arm and told everyone. Gonna take a break. I have a healing session. Take a look at the list. Midoriya got the little gadget that displayed the new lists. Uraraka vs. Mina, Midoriya vs. Tetsu, Kendo vs. Iida, Monoma vs. Yaoyorozu, and finally Setsuna vs. Inasa. Let's go to the locker room, Midoriya offered as he led the way. Midoriya began to let the water run in the shower and let it turn into a large ball of water, which he used to cover up Shoji's arms. Midoriya put his energy into the water and it glowed. He moved the water around his body as the cuts and bruises began to slowly heal. So how'd your things this weekend go, Midoriya? Shoji asked, remembering a previous conversation. Well, Mina is a really cool person, but again, I can't see her much else as anything but a friend. We had plenty of laughs and such, but I didn't really feel anything like romance. Midoriya recalled the event after waking up in the Bakugo household. I also hung out with Uraraka, but I fear that I messed up our friendship. What happened? You don't have to answer it if you don't want to. Well, okay. So I talked to Kachan about it, she kissed me. Wow, jumping major steps. The thing is that I don't really like her as anything more than a friend. Those words were uttered as the locker room door opened. During the beginning of the break, Mike and Aizawa left for their lunch, leaving the teens there alone. Midoriya better have fire in him, Tetsu exclaimed as he was amping himself up for a fight. The way he fought Shiozaki, and looked damn fine doing it, I'm sure he's got enough fire for you too, steely boy. Setsuna responded slyly as she eyed the tall Inasa Yorashi. What do you think he's going to throw at me? Some rocks? I can take it. Some fire? I can take it. Air? I can take it. Water? I can take it. Midoriya is going down. Tetsu throw punches in the air. What if he just immobilizes you? Rin asked. He lost his match but wanted to see the elemental man in action even more. I'll dig myself out, and if he picks up the ground out from under you, I'll break through the ground. You must think you have everything planned, huh? Monoma teased as he placed his hand on Tetsu's shoulder. Please, that 1A representative is too confident in his abilities. He relies too much on his quirk. He can control metal now too, I almost forgot about that. Rin replied, wiping the excitement on Tetsu's face. His quirk is metal. Please, I overheard him, you're pure iron, he can't control that. He needs impurities in your metal, Tetsu. We'll defeat 1A today and proclaim victory. Monoma exclaimed, adding in his cackle. On the other side, some of 1A chatted, that being Iida, Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Uraraka. Do you have some sort of idea on how I can beat the Class 1B representative? Iida asked his classmates. Not really, Iida. Maybe just jet in and kick her off? Uraraka offered. Maybe some kick-ass hand-to-hand. Kaminari offered, moving his arms and legs in different fighting positions he'd seen in old movies. Yeah, that would be so manly, Kirishima added in. Maybe pushing her off could work. Mina offered, grabbing onto Uraraka's shoulders and nudging forward a little. Oh, Uraraka, how'd the dinner go with Midoriya? I was going to ask him when we hung out a few days ago, but it slipped my mind. Uraraka's stomach dropped from remembering the dinner with him. Iida noticed it. He cared for Uraraka, but he was just being a friend. He was like the class's dad. You know, I'm going to check on Midoriya and see how much longer the break is going to go. Iida said as he marched on over to the locker room. He opened the doors to hear Midoriya utter the words. The thing is, I don't really like her as anything more than a friend. Really? You guys would seem cute together, but also, do pros even date? Iida was listening in on the conversation, rude as it may be. He wanted to try and hear more to tell his friend. Some do, but it's risky. You don't want to have the love of your life be in danger, and as a hero you're almost always in danger. Okay, I can see that aspect, Iida thought to himself. You're right. Even my parents were nervous about me attending here. Shoji told him. It's also hard when you're not even sure if you'd live to see them again. The longest living pros are a few generations before us, early Quirk days. Their quirks weren't as strong as they are now. That's true, due to this thing called the singularity, where quirks would get so strong in the future they'd probably cause a catastrophe of biblical proportions. Yeah, but anyways, do you want to get into the specifics of what happened with you and Uraraka? Well, I told her she was pretty to her face, and she held my hands for a moment. She met my mom and my mom likes her. But I referred to her as being only my friend. Oh, so she kissed you because she probably thought she could change your mind about your feelings towards her. Probably, I'm not sure. The kiss felt nice, but it didn't change the way I see her, but I feel maybe nervous? Is that the word? I feel like that sums up the way I feel about talking to her again. Uraraka didn't tell me all of this. She only said the dinner was nice and that it ended on a sour note. I should probably talk to her, see if she's all right with it all. Iida knew Uraraka had some feeling for the class representative. And with Mina? We just went to an arcade, messed around in a clothing store, ate, had a small photo shoot at a park bench. I took her home, and she held my hand on the train. There could be something there. Iida got a can on orange juice and left through the whole conversation. He felt like he had to tell her. But Midoriya didn't finish his words. But I wouldn't date her. She's nice and all, very groovy, but I just want to be friends with people, and I feel bad that things with Uraraka might be sour, and things with Mina might go sour as well. I might talk to Yaoyorozu when we do some class representative things after this. I'm almost done with your healing. You want anywhere else done? Midoriya asked. He had healed his arms and legs, all that was left were the scratches on his face. I'll be fine, little face wash and I'll be out. I'm going home to train my quirk, so can you let me know who won today? Shoji asked. Of course. See you later. Midoriya waved goodbye as he went to the middle of the area. He stomped as he rose high and decided on the matches. Tetsu, get on stage. Inasa and Setsuna, get on the other. Kendo, Mina, can you record the matches? He ordered and asked. The two agreed and the fighters went to their respective parts. Kendo watched over Inasa and Setsuna's match, while Mina watched over Midoriya and Tetsu's match. Begin! Mina and Kendo exclaimed as the four started their matches. Tetsu rushed in to try and take Midoriya out swiftly. His confidence was immense after hearing Midoriya couldn't control him in his metal form. Setsuna broke apart and the different parts flung towards Inasa, but she couldn't get hits when he used his quirk to create a strong wind. Tetsu turned his arms into steel, dug his hands into the ground and flung dirt into his opponent's eyes. That's so not manly, Kirishima yelled out with an agreement from a few others. Through the cheers, Iida leaned over to Uraraka and whispered to her. I know you like Midoriya, and I have some news, and some things I overheard you and our class representative did before the weekend. Iida leaned in. Do you want to hear it or no? Uraraka's hands gripped tightly and nodded a little. I heard Midoriya's date with Mina went well, and he feels something there. I also heard that you kissed him, in an attempt to make him like you. Is that last part true? It is. I just wanted him to like me as well. You already know I like him. Uraraka took a deep breath and let it out and stayed silent for a moment while looking at Midoriya dodge Tetsu with his eyes closed and Mina cheering him on. Inasa's match went by swiftly. He controlled the air and got Setsuna's body trapped in a ball. She reformed and he dropped her on the floor. Inasa has won. Mina and Uraraka's match will begin. Rin, watch over Midoriya and Tetsu's match. Kendo announced. Iida, I'm going to forget about my feelings for him. Urara stood up with fire in her expression. I'm going to kick ass today. She went off to the stage. Come on Midoriya. You got this. Rin exclaimed as a fanboy to the hero in training. Midoriya bobbed and weaved through Tetsu's attacks. Quit dodging. Let me hit you, Tetsu roared. He was getting tired of being on the offensive so much, but he still hadn't let up too much. Midoriya hadn't trained his metal bending, and he can't use fire. If Tetsu gets too hot in his metal form, it would only blow up in Midoriya's face by getting burns from hits. There wasn't any water either to use against him. Air would just go around, and would probably just feel like a cool breeze on his steel body. Midoriya remembered his training with All Might, about how physically durable his body is from One for All. Midoriya jumped back, and covered his arms in a stone armor. You want to hit me? Midoriya yelled out as a challenge, still with his eyes closed. Hell yeah. Tetsu encased his entire body in metal and created sparks from hitting his fists together. Midoriya jumped towards Tetsu with his arms in an X formation. The two clashed in a hand-to-hand fight. Punches collided on each other's sides, arms, faces. The two bobbed and weaved each other's jabs, uppercuts, hooks, kicks, but took the straight-on hits with smiles. Tetsu was surprised with Midoriya's durability. It didn't match the way he was dodging, as if he was some leaf blowing in the wind. He turned into a boulder that took the hits and stood its ground. Damn, how can Midoriya take all those hits? Kaminari asked. Honestly, I don't even know. He doesn't take that many hits, especially getting hit by metal limbs. Kirishima responded. Everyone watched their fight, hearing the clang of rocks and metal, the thuds of metal on Midoriya's head. Tetsu threw a mean right hook and knocked Midoriya down. Midoriya, can you stand? Rin rushed over to the green mess on the floor and shook him awake. Oh, Rin. What's up, Tetsu-won? Midoriya groggily asked as he rubbed the left side of his face. Does my face have a dent? Haha. Midoriya chuckled as the two 1B students helped the 1A representative up. Didn't expect you to be so tough. Your study. Tetsu patted Midoriya on the back and helped him over to the stands. Monoma and Yaoyorozu's match started as Rin went back to record the matches. As Monoma walked over to the stage, he touched Rin. Back in Mina and Uraraka's fight, they were overlooked by the slugfest occurring next to them. Uraraka stayed low and rushed Mina as the pink girl flung some irritant acid. It all missed as Uraraka got close and clocked Mina in the jaw with an uppercut and a left hook to Mina's right side. An audible screech was heard. Mina backed up, but Uraraka kept rushing in. She had some small experience with combat from training. The brunette tripped Mina as she fell to the ground. Uraraka asked if Mina would yield. Yeah. Mina said softly, not expecting such aggression from the girl with pink blushes, and wouldn't want to face even more from it. Uraraka didn't help her get up, only walking over towards Iida. Mina got up and felt some bruising on her side as she walked over by Kirishima and Kaminari. Setsuna, can you watch over the match between Iida and I? Kendo asked her classmate. Sure. Setsuna replied as she went over to the stand to finish up one of the last matches of the second round. Mina, you all right? Kaminari asked once Mina took a seat in front of him. Yeah, I'll be fine. Just didn't expect something like that from Uraraka. She's got fire, I'll tell you that, Mina said, rubbing her bruises. Well, Kendo and Iida are stretching and chatting so we can watch Yaoyorozu's fight with the guy who gets on Izuku's nerves, Kaminari said. Once Yaoyorozu's match started with 1B's copycat, it immediately turned into a surprise match. Expecting a major electric shock. Yaoyorozu created an insulated staff as a trade from her signature metal one that Jiro, Kaminari, and injured villains were familiar with. Hello, I've decided to redo Elemental Midoriya. I have ideas for it, it'll be different, and it's actually this chapter I thought about redoing the story, since I had trouble coming up with ways Midoriya could be defeated, and then I remembered a mistake about his durability when training with All Might. Many mistakes were made, and I think it's almost never too late to start over. So in the coming weeks I'll be posting a redo of Elemental Midoriya, and I might rename it Thank you all for following and adding a favorite to the story along with leaving good reviews. I appreciate it. This is the final chapter for this story. It was obviously the week for spars before the sports festival. I wanted to do more, but I wasn't really in a good headpace when I started and dragged on for more than a month with this chapter. For it to be, well, putting it in layman's terms, shitty. Sorry for this chapter, but I will be doing my best with the redo. Thanks again. New chapter for new story A.N. It's been a while, but I decided to post the new chapter of the redo of Elemental Midoriya. There are some changes to be noted. I'm still planning and writing. I feel confident in this story, and I hope I can improve my writing even more since I was never really good with writing. I've had some help from my partner Cavebanime. I hope when I post the new story people will like it and the new direction I'll be taking. Just some things to make clear about the new story. This won't really have a pairing in the start or any if I choose to add one in. Midoriya won't be getting OFA unless I add something to change that after discussing with my partner. There won't be a female Todoroki, it will be a regular Shoto Todoroki. Anyways, I won't spoil more things about the story, but I am making another story in the works. I have a couple chapters ready to be posted. So read on and I hope you guys like it. Wow, Bakugo. That's an amazing quirk, exclaimed the elementary school teacher, and the other added, that's a great quirk for a pro hero. Both teachers expressed praise for the spiky blonde. Popping sounds travel through everyone's ears and everyone is impressed with the way Katsuki Bakugo continues with his quirk, explosion. Tiny explosions similar to fireworks emerge from his tiny palms. Whoa. Midoriya. You too, your quirk, it manifested, a winged student pointed out the green-haired child holding a bright flame. Midoriya. You too, you've got an excellent quirk for pro material. Both seem to be fire-based as well, their male teacher noted. Both Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo had been friends since their parents introduced them at such young ages. The two had actually thought they were brothers until Midoriya's mom, Inko, had told them the opposite, even Bakugo's parents Mitsuki and Masaru. Still, this didn't deter their inevitable friendship that would grow in this moment, the day their quirks manifested. I'm surprised, Midoriya. You're so much younger than Bakugo. It must be a super strong quirk. What do you think it is? The female teacher noted and asked the green-haired youngling. I think his quirk is like Endeavor's. A long-fingered child noted, referencing the flame hero, Endeavor. That's right. It does look like Endeavor's. Another child asked. Are you his kid, Midoriya? Peeved. Midoriya's dad isn't Endeavor. I've seen his dad. I know his mom too. Bakugo spouted. I think it might be, Pyrokine, Pyrokinesis. Midoriya said proudly, trying to sound out the word H learned on TV. Kachan, you have a super cool quirk. Is it fireworks? Explosions? What do you think it is? Midoriya walked over holding a flame in his hand, making sure not to burn anyone for anything. I think I'll call it explosion. It sounds so much cooler than your pyrokinesis. The two teachers let the two boys continue their quirk in a contained area outside while they contacted the Midoriya residence and the Bakugo residence. Midoriya, whose quirk do you think is stronger? The blonde asked while the two were outside. He continued to pop and crackle as he walked with an open palm. I don't know. Midoriya politely responded as he was following and holding the flame. I don't know what else I can do with my quirk. I'm just holding it right now, Kachan. I know. Bakugo had went to the toys labeled Quirk Toys and found one meant for the students with fire powers to try them out safely. It was like a soccer goal with a sheet of a fireproof material meant to catch flames, prevent spread, and be durable. No one had one yet, so it was covered with a thin layer of dust. The two boys pulled it out and set it in the middle of the area. Kachan, you go first. Midoriya offered his friend a turn first at using their quirk on something. Okay. Take a step back, Izuku. Bakugo shouted as he hit the material with a hard open palm and used his quirk. And small boom was heard in the area. The net shot back and went back to its original sagging position. The fire emitted was caught and died out. Midoriya looked around with his flame and saw no flames were around the net, meaning Midoriya could try and not burn anything around. Midoriya took his flame, stood a few meters away, and pushed out his palm, and a stream of fire shot from his palm to the net. Kacchan, look. I'm doing it. Midoriya laughed, and Bakugo asked if Midoriya was able to do it without pre-made fire. So Midoriya stopped his fire, made sure he didn't have one in his palm, and tried again. I can. What about like, punching? You know, punching like All Might? Bakugo exclaimed as he put his left fist proudly in the air, and did some small punches and kicks in the air. I can try, Kacchan. Midoriya readied himself for any backlash and shoot forward a fist, and a small blast of fire came out, but it died out before it hit the net. Maybe I didn't put in too much power. Let me try again, Kacchan. It's my turn though. I let you get 2 freebies with that punch and the one before. Bakugo brought up as he walked over to the net to hit it with another explosion, then giving Midoriya a turn. Alright, so I should use more power then, Midoriya said, receiving a nod from Bakugo, and saw their male teacher enter the container area. You got it, Midoriya. If anything catches fire, I'll use my water quirk, his teacher informed him. Midoriya braced himself as he put more firepower into his punch. He didn't have much recoil, if any, and his fire went well beyond his intention. It was a short yet large burst of fire. It got some fire left on the ground, but most was caught by the net. I got it, their teacher announced as he sprayed the water down with a finger that let loose a shower of water. Once it was done, the teacher looked at Midoriya and Bakugo and gave them some praise. I bet you two, that with training and learning, you two could become great heroes. Thank you, teacher. The two friends applaud their teacher's swiftness to take out the fire. It may not be much, but it's always good to show children that people should do good things. Their teachers takes a bow and begins a discussion. So, Bakugo, Midoriya, now that you've developed your quirks, it's time I need to go over some things with you two. He starts off. We need to talk about the way you two activate your quirks, and what you all call them. I know you've already said what your quirks would be named, but we need to understand how your quirks work. Both of you seem to have emitter quirks from your hands. Take off your shoes and socks, guys. Try and use your quirk with your feet. I'll do it with you guys. The three took off their shoes and socks and put them lined up by a door. Great, I can't do it. I can only shoot out water from my fingertips. But you guys, Bakugo, try and use your quirk on your feet. Use the same feeling you do, but try with your feet. Bakugo sat down and stuck his feet in the air, trying to use the same feeling he did before to ready an explosion, but his hands kept getting wet. I don't think my quirk can work with my feet, but my hands are getting really wet, and smells like burnt sugar, Bakugo stated bluntly. Burnt sugar, I'll make a note of this and let you know soon, Bakugo. It's fine that you can't use your quirk on your feet, but I think it might help with figuring out how your quirk works. Their teacher shoots Bakugo a kind smile and diverts his gaze to Midoriya. Now you try, Midoriya. You can punch with fire, but can you kick? Try to go for a sidekick aiming at the net. Midoriya nodded and smiled. He readied himself by stretching his legs so he could do his small kick. Midoriya readied himself, taking in a deep breath and shooting off a kick, remembering to pack a punch, but not to where it would go everywhere. It did work, and left no burn on his skin, but the fire dies out before it could hit the net. Wow, Midoriya. So your emitter quirk can be used with both your hands and feet, both on the outside of your hands and your palm. Incredible, you two have amazing quirks. The two young boys had such wild smiles on their faces being told that their quirks were amazing. Midoriya, your father's quirk, it's fire breathing, right? Why yeah, he can breathe fire. You try it, see if it's possible. I'll be here in case anything goes wrong. I'm a professional, their teacher adds. Midoriya gets ready, standing a few meters from the net, takes in a deep breath, and blows towards the net, but nothing comes out. What do you two think about when your quirks work? Their teacher sits them both down. Well, In class 1 was dozing off and thinking about the firecrackers that go off at New Year's. Bakugo tells. I kind of think of a candle's flame, Midoriya confessed. Those are mighty fine things to conjure up to activate your quirks. Right now you have to keep focused when you use it, but over time, they'll become idle thoughts and you won't really have to think about it. Their teacher says, but you can use these thoughts to chant the amount of power your quirk releases, but you need to be mindful with how much firepower you guys are able to withstand with your current bodies, and you need to make sure you don't hurt anyone with your quirks. It's a bad thing to do. I know you two would like to be heroes, so I'll tell you this. Heroes don't hurt people if they're not doing anything wrong. Now I want to hear you say that. Heroes don't hurt people if they're not doing anything wrong. The two boys repeated in unison. Good. Now, Midoriya, do you want to try and breathe fire again or leave it alone? The teacher asked the emerald-eyed boy. I'll try it one more time. Midoriya got up and went back to the net. Midoriya took a breath in, thought of a campfire this time instead of a candle, and breathed out a jet of fire. Flames shot out of the boy's mouth and was caught inside the net. Once Midoriya had run out of breath, taking in a deep one and letting go a soft and long exhale, some small embers danced in the air. Incredible! Their teacher exclaimed, with Bakugo looking in amazement of his friend being able to control his fire quirk in an amazing way. Is your quirk actually pyrokinesis? You generate your own flames, similar to Endeavor, but his quirk is called Hellfire, so maybe you can pick a cooler name. Bakugo spouts out with his hero fanboy knowledge. That's true, Bakugo. Midoriya generates his own flames instead of manipulating other flames, but I'm sure Midoriya can try and manipulate other flames, but we don't have the right equipment to test it. Their teacher looks from Bakugo to Midoriya. Midoriya, what else would you like to call your fire quirk? Midoriya thought about it for a moment as he conjured up a small flame he tossed around in his hands and kicked up with his feet like it was a soccer ball. What about calling it firebending Izuku? Bakugo offered, watching Midoriya move around some flames like a little showman. Or like magic flames, since it looks like magic a little. I like the name firebending, Kachan. Midoriya said as he threw the flame in the net, trying a small trick. 2 punches with his fists and a small kick into the net, causing it to push back a little. Nice combo. Their teacher gave some praise. Bakugo, you try something. Bakugo stood and went to the net. So far his quirk allowed him to be good in close and medium encounters, so he tried out a run towards the net from far and starting to use his quirk at a medium distance till he got close and was able to move the net somewhat with a final blast. Wow, Kachan! You're amazing! Midoriya exclaimed. Definitely a quirk meant for a pro. But remember, Bakugo, it's good to not let praise get to your head. Midoriya, you'll make sure of that. I've seen you two are close. Their teacher talks to both of the young 4-year-old boys and asks them to repeat the statement about heroes before and some other rules about their quirks and the next process in their lives. I know you two have had some fun with your quirks, but remember that you can't use them in public. After school today, you boys will be going to see a quirk doctor. You'll go over your quirks and will be treated like a yearly physical. You'll also be able to see how your quirk will grow with you as well and how they relate to your bodies and potential capabilities. One more thing, boys. Sometimes your quirks will activate on their own by accident, since for now you might not have full control over your quirks. An example would be for Bakugo. You'd get gloves to wear if your quirk activates on its own. Midoriya would probably get gloves or sock or some special shoes. That's all there is now. Come on, we've been outside for a bit messing around. Go inside, I'll handle cleanup. The blonde and green-haired boys walk back to their class after a routine talk about their quirks, which was required by the government to address some things to the children by teachers about their quirks and the process with their doctors the day their quirks manifested. In a world where 80% of the population have quirks, this was a common norm in many countries. After school, Bakugo and Midoriya went off to their doctors for a checkup and quirk. Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo, your son, Katsuki, his quirk, would you like to know the details as to how it works? Their doctor asked. Wearing a light blue blouse, black pants and black shoes, She looked at some notes based on a quirk test and potentialities of Bakugo's quirk. Yeah, I'd like to hear about my son's kick-ass quirk, Mitsuki Bakugo replied to the doctor. Alright. Well, his quirk he's dubbed Explosion. He secretes a nitroglycerin-type sweat from his hands which he can ignite with heated palms. He should also be able to control the amount is secreted, and his explosions are correlated to the amount of sweat he's able to secrete. He shouldn't do any huge explosions for a long while. He'll need a stable and strong body in order to handle the force of the explosions, so if he wants to become a pro, it would be pretty good for him to start training his body around 7 or 8 years old, so in about 3 to 4 years. Oh, so it's like my quirk, kinda, but he can control the sweat he creates and can make explosions at will. That's pretty cool, Katsuki. Masaru comments as he runs his hands through his son's spiky blonde hair. Damn, that's a pretty kick-ass quirk there, champ. Mitsuki spouts while pinching his son's cheek. Since his quirk deals with his hands, he'll need some gloves that help prevent harm to others if it activates on accident. Thankfully we have appropriate ones for him. So Katsuki, what color do you want? We've got blue, white, red, orange, and green. I'll go with orange please. Bakugo says so politely. Awesome. I'll have someone come by to drop them off. Now, let's get to the actual checkup. Take off your shoes and step on the scale. Bakugo's doctor commands with a polite tone. Midoriya and his mom had a different doctor. He was a bald with a bushy gray mustache and dark glasses. He was normally a very relaxed doctor, but today he was excited due to information he would relay to Inko and Izuku about Izuku's quirk. Well, today is an incredible day. Your son Inko, currently he has this firebending quirk, but it's actually much more than that. What is your quirk and your husband's quirk? Their doctor asks in an almost out of breath and excited tone. Oh, I can attract small objects, so it's like telekinesis, and my husband can breathe fire. What do you mean Izuku's quirk is more than just firebending? Is that what you called it, honey? Inko looks down and asks her son while pulling his hair back to reveal his forehead to see his eyes and smile clearly from above. I see. This is an extreme quirk difference. Normally, this quirk is something Izuku could get, but his quirk factor is showing there's more kinesis abilities yet to manifest. Do you want to hear about his quirk? The doctor asks, looking through his clipboard about notes on the potential about the quirk. Do you want to hear more about your quirk, Izuku? Inko looks down to see her boy nod and reply. Yeah. Okay. Sue. Do. The doctor is scrolling through his notes until he finds Izuku's file for his quirk. Okay, so his firebending, as he's dubbed, he's able to release fire through his palms, fists, mouth, and feet. That's a basic gist, but from his quirk factor shows there's potential of more kinesis abilities. So firebending isn't Izuku's only quirk? Inko asked. Yes, he should be developing the others through the next years to come. I'm not sure how many, but the other quirks must relate to being a kinesis ability. But for now, I need to issue you some gloves and socks for your son's fire quirk. So Izuku, what color do you want? We don't have much, but we have green, pink, and light blue. You can also pick a different color for your socks and gloves if you'd like. The doctor explains and crouched to Izuku, asking about the protective gloves and socks. I'll take both of them being green please. Izuku replies with politeness. Great, I'll have someone come by and do it while I get on with your physical. Izuku, take off your shoes and get on the scale. The end of the two boys' doctor visits lead to them both learning about each other's quirks. They later asked each other's mothers to video call each other to talk about their quirks. Yeah, Kachan. The doctor said I have more quirks coming soon. I can control more than just fire. Izuku exclaimed while waving his hands around wearing the green gloves. My doctor said I need to start working out in like 4 years so I can make these huge explosions. Katsuki motioned his orange-gloved hands in an explosion motion above his head. Out from the background of Bakugo was his mom. Katsuki. Get down here. Dinner is ready. Oh, Zuku. My mom's calling me for dinner. I'll see you in school tomorrow. Bye. Bye Kachan. I might eat soon as well. Izuku replied with a goodbye and going off to the kitchen to see his mom making his favorite food, katsudon. Inko and Izuka sat across from each other while they ate some katsudon. It is Izuku's favorite food and Inko usually makes it for him on special events or when he needs a cheer up. Today was one of those special days, the emergence of Izuku's quirk. So Izuku, do you think we should video call your father soon? It's almost daytime for him at work. Inko asks her son, seeing him taking chomps out of his food, but once she asked her question, Izuku slowed down his eating pace. Gulp I guess we can. Mommy, when is he going to come back? Izuku asks as he looks down and starts to pick at his food. Well, you know how he had to leave for work, right? Yeah, I remember, but when you think he'll come back? I'm not sure baby. Inko looked at her food and thought about what movies were out right now she could take young Izuku to, but there weren't any hero movies coming out or even out right now, but they did have some of Izuku's favorites purchased. Do you want to watch an old superhero movie? Izuku's eyes looked up to his mom shining with glee. His smile caused Inko to bust into a cheesy smile as well. Can I pick the movie? Izuku asked with his mood going up. Of course, but after you finish your dinner, mister. Inko gave a soft reply. Okay. Izuku replied, almost forgetting the previous conversation about his father. Hisashi Midoriya was overseas working to make more money for his family. He would always send most of his check over, but even so Inko decided to get a job in an office. Inko remains loyal to Hisashi. They do call and are very transparent with each other, but Izuku is not very close to Hisashi as he left before Izuku was 3. Izuku has always looked for someone to be a strong father figure in his life, which is also part of the reason why Izuku likes going to the Bakugo household. He likes being around a full family, but he does not deny the love his mother gives him. Once the two finish dinner, Inko washes the few dishes and Izuku looks for a movie to pick. All Might. No, we said old superhero. So maybe The Flash? Spider-Man? Izuku mumbles to himself as he tries to narrow down what he wants to watch. Yeah, let's go with Spider-Man. 2000 Spider-Man. Amazing Spider-Man. MCU Spider-Man. Spider-Verse? Izuku holds one movie box that has a cover depicting multiple types of Spider-Man. Yeah, let's go with Spider-Verse. Izuku finally picks the movie. Inko finishes up with the dishes as she walks over to Izuku to sit on their couch to watch the movie. So Izuku, have you picked a movie yet? Why yeah, I thought we could watch the Spider-Verse movie. Izuku replies with a smile. I said an old movie Izuku, he. Inko chuckles lightly. But it's whatever you want baby, it's your day, your quirk came in so you choose. Okay. Izuku simply replies as he goes to put the disc into the disc player. Once the movie is in he grabs the remote and brings it over to his mom to go through the menu. Once the movie is playing Izuku is practically brought into the world of the movie. Once the movie finishes, Izuku is already asleep and Inko is wiping her tears away with some tissues. Gosh, I'm such a crybaby. I kind of hope Izuku does take that on as well. Inko says softly. She picks him up and carries him over to his All Might themed room. Oh Izuku, I'm sure if you want to be a hero, you'll be great. Inko says softly as she runs her fingers gently through his messy green locks, leans in and gives him a kiss. She gets up and leaves the room quietly closing the door. She picks up her phone and gets in her room as she waits for Hisashi's call. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I love referencing things, which is why I reference my own experiences with the Bakugo, Midoriya, Kirishima, Zero, Kaminari hangout. Pop culture references like the movies and video games, and some of my own favorite things like the pins in the Hangouts chapter. Anyways, I hope you guys liked this enough to want me to continue. Please leave a review what you think of it, but after this is the end of the original story, I won't delete it, but I will make a redo of which I don't really have a name for. Leave some suggestions in reviews or PM me. I have another story in the works as well which I've been having fun planning, discussing, and writing. I won't be updating as often as I have before with uploading many stories and chapters with sometimes multiple in a week or once a week. I'll be trying to take my time with this story. To the other story I mentioned, it's a mix of one of my favorite game series, the infamous game series. I'll be following Delson Rowe as a teenager with an older brother who's a cop. There's some things in it I thought would be interesting to include, or maybe something people might not think is cool. Anyways, tell me if you liked it or not. Some ideas, suggestions, questions, comments in a review or as a PM. Thank you for reading this. I appreciate you guys for reading something I put my time into to try and amuse people.